Chapter 24:19, Evil Qilin terrified, We've won. Hearing Evil Qilin's order to retreat, Cleansing Flame's jaw hit the floor. When Demon Palace had first arrived on Dragonheart Island, it had caused a huge sensation, and many of the superpowers had quickly learned to fear it. Of all the feats Demon Palace had accomplished on the island, the most amazing was its achievement of elevating Warblood to the #1 adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, Evil Qilin's team had beaten the various superpowers' main forces into submission, ensuring that no one dared to oppose his guild. Aside from a few super guilds' main forces, not a soul on Dragonheart Island could contend with Evil Qilin's team. When Cleansing Flame had learned that Demon Palace had sent Evil Qilin's team to hunt down her commander, she had nearly fallen to despair. Heaven's Blade had the power, more or less, to resist Warblood, but against Demon Palace, it would be utterly helpless. And yet, not only could Feng contend with the main force from one of Demon Palace's trump card legions, but he had also defeated that team. It was unbelievable. Although Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts could defeat Evil Qilin's team, they'd have to rely on guerrilla warfare in the fields to pick off the team members. Defeating the team head-on was practically impossible. Evil Qilin, Dark Scorpion, and Twilight Dawn were no ordinary experts. Evil Qilin, in particular, was one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island and fully capable of annihilating Heaven's Blade's main force by himself. Meanwhile, Demon Palace's members felt bitter about their commander's order to flee. Normally, they were the ones that terrified their opponents, but Feng had single-handedly forced them to run with their tails tucked between their legs. If they told this story to the people waiting outside the tunnel, those players would assume they were joking. This situation was simply impossible. They were all extremely strong, and 16 of their 50 members were Tier 3 experts. Moreover, 2 of them ranked among the top 20 of Dragonheart Island's experts. Twilight Dawn might not rank among the top 20, but she definitely ranked among the top 30. Not even super guilds could afford to dispatch such a powerful team without limiting its operations. Even if a super guild sent such a team against them, they wouldn't suffer such a devastating loss. However, this impossibility had happened, and their opponent wasn't a trump card legion from some super guild. They merely faced a pseudo-superpower, and to make matters worse, Zero Wings guild leader, Feng, had defeated them without help. If word of this spread, Demon Palace's reputation on Dragonheart Island would be ruined. But despite their bitterness, Demon Palace's members didn't hesitate to follow Evil Qilin's orders. They immediately scattered and fled, ignoring Feng's doppelgangers. Their retreat was so decisive that even Feng was stunned by their abrupt response. He wouldn't have been surprised if ordinary players were fleeing from him, but such a retreat was humiliating for experts like those from Demon Palace. The stronger an expert was, the more prideful they'd be. Many experts would be more willing to die standing, rather than live on their knees. Furthermore, they'd only die once. With the support of a powerful guild like Demon Palace, recovering that level would be a piece of cake. What Feng didn't know was that Demon Palace wasn't like other superpowers. The guild hailed from the demonic hell world, where competition was far more intense than anywhere on the main continent. Losing a level and a piece of equipment could result in losing their positions as upper echelons in the guild. Why? Because opportunities were so hard to come by. Only with high levels and great strength could one find fortuitous opportunities, especially when one was a frontline expert. Losing their chance to reach greater heights because of a single death was entirely possible. The various superpowers generally had a cold, realistic attitude regarding their expert members. If players could rank at the top in a superpower, they'd receive more resources than their weaker comrades, but if they fell from that rank, they'd lose some of those resources and benefits. Unless it was an order from the guild, Demon Palace's members wouldn't sacrifice themselves for their own pride. Demon Palace had no qualms about abandoning its peak experts without a second thought, with the exception of domain realm experts. Given enough time, talent, and resources, the guild could nurture more void realm experts. Reaching the domain realm, on the other hand, required more than just those three factors. Luck was also necessary. Otherwise, the various superpowers wouldn't shower domain realm experts with such respect, going so far as to offer them positions as Grand Elders without hesitation. Feng didn't bother to chase after Demon Palace's fleeing members after recovering from his shock. He simply stood there and watched them run. "Are we just letting them go, guild leader?" Shadow Sword asked after finishing White Rainbow off. As far as he was concerned, it was only natural to annihilate Demon Palace's team and teach them about zero-wing strength since the team had dared to ambush them. "We've already obtained the key. We don't have the time to waste on them," Feng said nonchalantly. He then turned to unlock the steel gate. Feng's goal wasn't to annihilate Demon Palace's members. It was to save Heaven's Blade's commander as quickly as possible. He was satisfied enough with teaching Demon Palace a lesson and letting Shadow Sword and the others get some training in. There was no reason to engage Demon Palace in a meaningless battle. Besides, even with his doppelgangers, hunting down every one of Demon Palace's fleeing members would take a very long time. By the time he finished, Warblood or 13 Thrones would have reached Zwei. He'd only lose his chance to acquire one of the Tree of Life's main branches. He wouldn't let a small skirmish with Demon Palace ruin his plans. Feng's decision reminded Shadow Sword and his companions that they were here to save people, and they followed Feng into the inner corridor. After putting some distance between them and that monster of a swordsman, Demon Palace's members realized that Feng's party hadn't chased after them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They all knew that if Feng intended to chase after them with his doppelgangers, very few of them would make it out of the tunnel alive. "Damn it! Black Flame is ignoring us." Twilight Dawn cursed and slammed her fist into the wall beside her when she realized that no one had run after them, her expression shifting through a series of complex emotions. While she was glad that they hadn't lost a level, they were the creme de la creme of Demon Palace's third trump card legion. And Feng obviously considered them negligible, too lazy to bother hunting them down. It was humiliating. "He's not coming after us." Evil Qilin frowned deeply when he saw the steel gate at the end of the tunnel disappear. "It seems we have severely underestimated Zero Wing. We need to leave and meet with the Vice Guild leader." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. If Feng had continued after them, he would have, at most, acknowledged that Feng was very strong, but since the swordsman ignored them, he couldn't help the terror he felt. Since the very beginning, Feng hadn't considered them equals. He didn't even consider them a threat to Zero Wing. Thus, it didn't matter if they escaped or died. Neither outcome would affect Feng's guild. As for the idea that Feng had let them go out of respect, that was a joke. Feng had killed Dark Scorpion and more than half of their team's Tier 3 experts. How could that be interpreted as respect? Twilight Dawn nodded reluctantly and started to organize the team to head back to the tunnel entrance. 10 minutes into their return trip, Evil Qilin's team encountered a small army of several hundred players. The team leader was none other than Yuluo, who had temporarily allied with two other superpowers. Chapter 2420, Powerful Backer. "There's a team ahead of us," Team Leader Yuluo, a level 102, Tier 2 ranger reported when he noticed blurry figures in the dimly lit passage about 400 yards ahead. As one ventured closer to the inner corridor, they'd have less visibility. At their current location, not even Tier 3 players could see more than 300 yards ahead of them. Only a few classes, such as the Ranger class, would be able to see a little farther. A returning team. By the time Yuluo heard the Rangers report, she, too, spotted a slowly approaching team of players. She immediately shouted a warning in the team chat, "Everyone, be careful. Maintain some distance. We want to avoid any misunderstandings. We're not here to fight." There was only one path leading into the Molten Ruin's inner corridor, and no one, aside from Feng's group and Demon Palace's team, had entered the tunnel ahead of them. They had already made it past the most difficult parts of the tunnel and were almost guaranteed to reach the inner corridor. Any other team that had gotten this far should be able to get into the corridor, as well. Hence, any returning team they encountered had to have already visited the inner corridor. Any team that could reach the inner corridor was extraordinary. They must have also obtained some treasure and were likely wary of other players. If they had a misunderstanding with this team, unnecessary conflict could easily break out. When the other two superpowers team members heard Yuluo's warning, they nodded and moved toward the left side of the passage. They were careful to show no signs of hostility or intentions to plunder the stranger's loot. Nobody wanted an unnecessary fight this far in the tunnel. A large number of treasures and opportunities waited for them in the inner corridor, which was even more dangerous than the Molten Ruin's outer region. Conserving as much strength as possible would be best. However, as the two teams grew closer to each other, Yuluo and the others revealed shock and confusion, getting a better look at the team leaving the tunnel. They were quite familiar with the returning team's members. Demon Palace. Practically every power had been afraid when they had seen Demon Palace's team enter the tunnel. Even Yuluo had rushed to band together with other superpowers because of their presence. And now, Demon Palace's members were returning to the ruins' outer area. Moreover, they were all in a miserable state, and more than half of the team's Tier 3 players were missing. How is this possible? Why are they returning? Did something prevent them from completing their mission? The various superpowers members stared at evil Qilin and his comrades in astonishment as their anxiety spiked. They knew how strong evil Qilin's team was, with a total of 16 Tier 3 experts. Evil Qilin was even one of the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Overall, the man's team was even stronger than theirs, which included players from 3 superpowers. However, evil Qilin's team was retreating with severe losses. For a moment, the various superpowers members even wondered if they would make it to the inner corridor. The two superpowers team leaders glanced at Yuluo, questions and doubt flashing in their eyes. She had assured them that once they reached this point, they would have cleared the passage, they shouldn't encounter any challenges from this point on and would be able to enter the inner corridor to search for treasure and opportunity. Has the latter half of the tunnel's difficulty changed? The situation confused Yuluo, as well. Based on the information from her commander, the latter half of the passage should only have a few monsters and a guardian boss. Once they slew the guardian boss, they'd obtain the key to enter the inner corridor. The guardian boss was merely a level 105 Grand Lord. Although casualties were unavoidable, killing it shouldn't be a problem for their team. Defeating the guardian boss should be child's play for Demon Palace's team. What could have happened to them to leave them in such a pitiful state? While everyone was confused, evil Qilin had noticed Yuluo. Suddenly, a frightening aura washed over her team, and Demon Palace's remaining Tier 3 experts glared at Yuluo. An intense pressure bore down on everyone in the tunnel. Excellent! You Heaven's Blade members are quite impressive. Evil Qilin coldly hissed. I've truly underestimated you. I had never realized that you had such a backer. Demon Palace acknowledges this defeat, but don't you dare think that they can protect you for long. We'll see who gets the last laugh. With that comment, evil Qilin brushed past Yuluo's team. The rest of Demon Palace's members followed, glaring at Yuluo and her companions from Heaven's Blade. Once Demon Palace's members were out of sight, the two superpowers members turned to Yuluo, curious. Evil Qilin hadn't said much, but what he had said was shocking. None of them had thought that Heaven's Blade had support from an entity that could defeat Demon Palace's members so grievously that they had to retreat. If news of this spread, it would cause a sensation across Dragonheart Island. Not even the various superpowers dared to offend Demon Palace, yet Heaven's Blade's backer was capable of contending with the guild's experts. This proved that Heaven's Blade had the support of a horrifying entity. How could you hide this from us, team leader Yuluo? I hadn't thought that Heaven's Blade had hidden so much strength. It's no wonder how Commander Zvi was able to reach the inner corridor while the rest of us could only stare at the tunnel's entrance. Your people must be amazing to make Demon Palace's members suffer like that. Would you introduce us to this backer of yours? Even a little information will be satisfactory. We might have an opportunity to cooperate again in the future. The team leaders from the two superpowers amicably approached Yuluo, asking questions. They spoke as if they were addressing a family member. They were both eager to know more about the power that was powerful enough to contend with Demon Palace. They also wanted to avoid accidentally offending this power. If this power had beaten Demon Palace's team so badly, they'd meet an even more miserable end if they offended it. I'm not sure what he's talking about, Yuluo replied, confused. She had never heard of Heaven's Blade working with a power that was a match for Demon Palace on Dragonheart Island. Both team leaders glanced at Yuluo, skeptical. An act. This was clearly an act. Evil Qilin, one of Demon Palace's elders, had clearly stated that his team had encountered Heaven's Blade's backer, and as one of the adventurer team's Tier 3 experts and chief healer, there was no way Yuluo didn't know who it was. It's true. I don't know what he was talking about. Yuluo insisted when she saw the two team leaders' dubious looks. If Heaven's Blade had the support of such a powerful entity, why would she go to so much trouble to save her commander? The team leaders said nothing more to Yuluo's denial, but they ordered one of their subordinates to log out of the game and notify their superiors. The message was simple. Demon Palace has encountered a mysterious power in the Molten Ruin that had defeated them and forced them to flee. Meanwhile, this mysterious power supported Heaven's Blade. They also suggested that their superiors launch a thorough investigation on this mysterious power as soon as possible. While the subordinates related the message, Heaven's Blade's members racked their minds to figure out when their adventurer team had allied with such an amazing power. As for the possibility of evil Qilin lying to them, read latest chapters at Wuxia World. That was impossible. Evil Qilin had no reason to lie. Unless Evil Qilin was suicidal, he wouldn't broadcast his defeat and tarnish Demon Palace's reputation and prestige. Could it be 13 Thrones doing? After pondering the matter, the only super guild Yuluo could think of that had any relationship with Heaven's Blade was 13 Thrones. That would explain Demon Palace's injuries, but considering the situation further, something felt amiss to her. I should notify the commander. She should know something about this. Yuluo sent one of her assassins to log out of the game and notify their commander. Demon Palace's retreat, after all, was wonderful news for their adventurer team. Chapter 24-21, Monster-Level Genius Molten Ruin, Inner Corridor. After venturing further into the inner corridor, Zvi and her team reached an altar hall the size of a football field. Because of the various traps and monsters they had encountered, less than 30 players remained on the team. Of the 8 Tier 3 players the team had started with, only 6 remained. Their losses had been considerable. Commander, those monsters seem afraid to enter the hall, a Tier 3 berserker mentioned when he realized that the mechanical golems pacing in the corridor refused to follow them. Breathing a sigh of relief, he continued, that was close. I almost thought we wouldn't make it. To escape Warblood's pursuit, they had run through the inner corridor. They desperately fought the entire time, unable to relax their guard. Doing so had exhausted their stamina and concentration. If they had to continue at that pace for another half an hour, Warblood wouldn't have needed to attack, they would have died as soon as the mechanical golems caught up. Now that they had made it to a room where the mechanical golems wouldn't follow, they could finally catch a breather. This might be one of the inner corridor's safe zones. Take this chance to rest up, everyone, Zvi, the female guardian knight wearing a silver knight's helmet and a black-white suit of armor, said as she glanced around the hall. Assassins and rangers, check this room for traps. As always, Zvi's voice sounded gentle and sacred. It was impossible to detect her fatigue. It earned even more respect from her team members. Zwei was the team's lead MT, and as such, she had been fighting for hours. She had even borne the burden of tanking 2 Grand Lords. She should have expended more stamina and concentration than any of her teammates, yet she seemed perfectly fine. The team's assassins and rangers did as they were told and began to inspect the hall for traps. Meanwhile, the rest of the team sat and pulled potions from their bags, using the opportunity to restore some of their lost stamina and concentration. What should we do now, Commander? Warblood's members are likely getting close, but if we move deeper into the ruin, we'll likely encounter a challenge we can't overcome, a Tier 3 female elementalist worriedly asked as she examined her system map. Although they had found a safe zone, it wouldn't protect them from Warblood's team. It was only a matter of time before Warblood caught up to them. Furthermore, they should be very close to the central corridor according to the system map. The monsters in that area were all level 110 or higher and were too strong for players of their levels to defeat. If they died, not only would they lose all of the Tree of Life's branches they had acquired, but they'd also lose levels and equipment. If we are doomed, we might as well charge into the central corridor and meet our deaths. I refuse to let Warblood take advantage of us, Prison Tiger, the Tier 3 Berserker, declared. He had already thought the matter through. It did not matter whether their team ran into Warblood's members or rushed headlong into the ruin's heart. Both meant their annihilation. If they were going to die, either way, they might as well ensure that Warblood waste their time and energy. The rest of the team members nodded their agreement. They had thought that the Tree of Life's branches would help their adventurer team's development skyrocket, but Warblood had pushed them to the brink of annihilation. They absolutely couldn't allow Warblood to benefit from their destruction. I'm afraid that isn't for you to decide. Shortly after the Tier 3 Berserker's proclamation, a deep, powerful voice echoed throughout the hall. Who is it? Prison Tiger snarled in surprise. Everyone spun toward the speaker, only to find no one there. It confused them. 2 seconds later, however, space blurred, and several translucent figures appeared. The figures solidified after another 3 seconds, revealing more than 30 players at the end of the hall, and every one of them radiated the aura of Tier 3 players. Blood Oath. Prison Tiger's expression turned grim when he saw who the man leading the group of new arrivals. He hadn't expected Warblood's team to catch up to them so quickly. That's right. You guys really know how to run. We had to use a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll just to catch up, Blood Oath said, smiling. He then glanced at Zwei and continued, Commander Zwei, it's time for you to hand over the Tree of Life's branches. Or do you still insist we take them from you? Blood Oath had wanted to avoid using the precious Tier 3 group invisibility scroll, but when he had heard that 13 Thrones was on his tail, his hand had been forced. If 13 Thrones' main force caught up with Heaven's Blades, not even Warblood and Starlink would be able to touch the adventurer team. 13 Thrones was a veteran super guild with a foundation that easily trumped Starlink's and Warblood's. Blood Oath's team didn't wait for a response, and the 31 Tier 3 experts behind him moved to surround Heaven's Blades members. Heaven's Blades team began to despair. They could sense that the weakest of their opponents was a Void Realm expert. Furthermore, Starlink's 4 shadow demons had joined Warblood on this hunt. The 4 shadow demons were particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. Any virtual gaming expert knew of them. During their early days, these 4 players had given the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds massive headaches. Not only did those 4 players have Starlink's full support in God's domain, but they had also reached Tier 3. The 4 shadow demons could likely wipe out Heaven's Blade's entire team on their own. Commander, you should get out of here. Tiger and I will hold them back. They won't be able to get to you once you're in the central corridor, the Tier 3 Elementalist advised Zwei. The Elementalist recognized that Heaven's Blade's team stood no chance against Warblood's experts. Rather than involve Zwei in this meaningless battle, she'd be better off if she fled into the central corridor by herself while the rest of the team bought her time. Without needing to worry about her teammates, Zwei would have an easier time reaching the central corridor, as well. I've already told you that isn't up to you. Blood Oath spat. He then turned toward the 4 shadow demons and politely requested, I'll have to trouble you for. Leave it to us. After all, it's why the guild leader sent us, Sword Demon agreed, nodding. He and the 3 other shadow demons then approached Heaven's Blade's commander. We've heard plenty about you, Commander Zwei. Although we'd like a proper battle with you, we're burdened with responsibility. I'm afraid you'll have to take offense. The 3 other shadow demons then moved to surround Zwei. They were so fast that Heaven's Blade's other members didn't have time to react. Come. I've waited for the chance to learn from you 4. Zwei shouted back. Her helmet hid her expression, but based on her calm tone, everyone knew she wasn't afraid in the least. On the contrary, she burned with fighting spirit. With her bold declaration, an immense amount of mana burst from her body, so dense that a white mist began to manifest around her. She radiated a powerful, sacred aura, which felt as if a god had descended to the mortal plane. Amazing! As expected of the player to single-handedly lead Heaven's Blade in becoming one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventure teams. I admire you for reaching that realm at such a young age. Sword Demon praised Zwei, shocked by her performance. Everyone believed that Zwei had only reached the initial stages of the domain realm and still had a long way ahead of her. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Sword Demon could tell that wasn't the case. Zwei had progressed quite far into the domain realm. Even he had only managed the feat in his old age. As the 2 teams were about to engage, a loud commotion broke out outside the hall. Everyone spun to see what had happened. Has 13 thrones arrived? Prison Tiger muttered hopefully. A moment later, a figure entered the altar hall, and when they saw who it was, Heaven's Blade's members were shocked. Cleansing Flame. Chapter 24-22, Black Flame's arrival. Cleansing Flame's sudden appearance stunned and confused Heaven's Blade's members. Why is Flame here? Prison Tiger wondered as he rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was so exhausted that he was hallucinating. Their commander and sent Cleansing Flame retreating from the inner corridor with a portion of the exploration team. Although she had later run into Zero Wing, which had helped her team, returning to the inner corridor and reaching this altar hall so quickly shouldn't have been possible. Moreover, Heaven's Blade's members couldn't figure out how Cleansing Flame had made it past the army of mechanical golems that roamed the inner corridor. They had suffered considerably to get this far, yet Cleansing Flame didn't even seem to have lost much stamina or concentration, much less HP. She looked as if she had taken a leisurely stroll through her backyard. How did she get here? Blood Oath narrowed his eyes at Cleansing Flame. The corridor was littered with mechanical golems, and many of them were great lords. There were also several Grand Lord-ranked mechanical golems outside the hall. Not even his team would have made it to the altar hall safely without using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. And yet, despite being a Tier 2 player, Cleansing Flame had entered the hall without taking any obvious damage. It was also obvious that she hadn't used an invisibility scroll. It was astonishing. While everyone stared at her, Cleansing Flame ignored Warblood's team and addressed Zwei. Commander. Reinforcements have arrived. Cleansing Flame excitedly announced, her voice resonating throughout the hall. We're saved. Reinforcements. This is great. We can finally leave this godforsaken place. Heaven's Blade's members released a held breath, joy, excitement, and relief washing over them. The constant fighting and hiding had tormented their mental states, and they had been incredibly depressed when they thought about how Heaven's Blade might fall from their position as one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams once they were annihilated. How could they hold themselves back from celebrating now that reinforcements had arrived to save them? Even if without the main branch, Heaven's Blade's strength could reach a new level with the Tree of Life's side branches. Reinforcements. In contrast, Blood Oath was clearly unhappy about Cleansing Flame's announcement. How did 13 Thrones members get here so quickly? He knew that 13 Thrones was trying to rescue Heaven's Blade since the Super Guild's representative had contacted him, asking him to give up on his hunt for Zwei. However, the idea of owning a Tree of Life was too tempting, and 13 Thrones forces had been nowhere near Zwei's team. If Warblood could annihilate Heaven's Blade's team and secure the Tree of Life's main branch, 13 Thrones would likely let the matter slide. Furthermore, Warblood and Starlink were partners in this situation, and starting a war with both organizations wouldn't benefit 13 Thrones, especially not over a Tree of Life main branch. If Warblood clashed with 13 Thrones' main force, however, it would be a different story. The Super Guild would consider it a declaration of war, and to protect its reputation, 13 Thrones wouldn't let Warblood or Starlink off the hook. Are we going to continue this fight, Commander Blood? Sword Demon asked in a whisper to Blood Oath. Blood Oath hesitated, unsure of which route to take. With 13 Thrones members here, the tables had turned, but he didn't want to give up now that he had set his sight on the Tree of Life's branches. While Blood Oath hesitated, Cleansing Flame spoke again, and the atmosphere changed again with her next statement. Commander, Guild Leader Black Flame and his 3 companions will be here soon. Then we can all get out of here safely, Cleansing Flame said, joyfully jogging up to Zwei. Prison Tiger and the rest of Heaven's Blade's members fell silent at that, their expressions twisting in disappointment. What was going on? Zero Wing was their reinforcements? After giving the matter some thought, Heaven's Blade's members realized what was happening. Cleansing Flame had informed them that she had secured Zero Wing's help and was going to lead the guild's members to the inner corridor. But why did Zero Wing only bring 4 people to rescue them? Did you misspeak, Flame? Are you sure it's 4 people and not 40? Prison Tiger anxiously asked. There was a huge difference between 4 and 40 people. No, I said what I meant, 4 people, Cleansing Flame confirmed, shaking her head. The statement rendered Heaven's Blade's members speechless. They all assumed there was something wrong with Cleansing Flame's mind. Good. This is excellent. You actually dare to play us for fools. Blood Oath gave Cleansing Flame a painfully cold look. Do you really think you can just leave because Zero Wing is here? His team had seen his earlier hesitation, but he had only paused because he had thought 13 Thrones' team had arrived. But now he learned that Zero Wing's members had come, not 13 Thrones. To make matters worse, only 4 of Zero Wing's members were coming to rescue Heaven's Blade. If everyone thought he had shrunk back in fear of 4 Zero Wing members, he'd be humiliated. Blood Oath wasn't the only one enraged. Every Warblood and Starlink member in the hall was furious. A Tier 2 player like Cleansing Flame had played them all for fools. You've doomed us, Flame, Prison Tiger said, smiling bitterly when he noticed Warblood and Starlink's members burn with rage and fighting spirit. Cleansing Flame might have fooled Blood Oath and his companions, but her actions had only added fuel to the fire. Even if Zero Wing's members could help them, they'd likely have an even more difficult time dealing with their enemies now. Relax, Big Brother Tiger. We're safe now, Cleansing Flame confidently replied, smiling at Prison Tiger's gloomy expression. Safe. Prison Tiger was at a loss for words. Warblood and Starlink had arrived with a team of 32 players, and every one of them had already reached Tier 3. How could they possibly be safe against such a force? Kill them. Leave none alive. Blood Oath snarled, his expression darkening when he saw the smile on Cleansing Flame's face. Warblood and Starlink's experts moved in on Heaven's Blade's members, rage burning in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear Heaven's Blade's team to shreds. Boom! Suddenly, before Warblood and Starlink's team could act, a deafening blast echoed throughout the hall. A gigantic figure, 8 meters tall, then flew into the hole. The figure was made of steel and wielded a great sword. It was a guardian soldier, a Grand Lord ranked mechanical golem. The guardian soldier crashed into one of the hall's stone pillars, shattering it. Upon close inspection, one would notice the deep slice in the golem's body, which nearly split the Grand Lord in two. A guardian soldier. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, who did this? Everyone in the hall was familiar with how powerful the guardian soldier was. Even Tier 3 MT struggled to tank the level 107 Grand Lord's normal attacks, and yet, a sword strike had sent it flying. Before everyone could react, another deafening boom reached them from the inner corridor. This time, several Great Lord-ranked mechanical golems were thrown into the hole. As clouds of dust filled the corridor, the players in the hall felt as if some monster lurked within. Moreover, this monster was approaching the altar hole. Everyone suddenly felt a cold chill crawl down their spines as they watched the hall's exit, overwhelmed with anxiety. As the dust settled, four cloaked players walked toward the hole. Blood Oath and the others were quite familiar with the figure in the lead, instantly recognizing him, Sword King, Black Flame. Chapter 24-23, Black Flame's Might. The appearance of Feng's group of four instantly made both sides freeze. At this moment, let alone Warblood's and Starlink's members, even Heaven's Blade's members had their mouths hanging. After all, this scene was simply too shocking. Everyone present was well aware of how powerful the inner corridor's golem army was. Both teams had suffered severe losses due to these golems. Anyone who tried to force their way through the golem army would suffer losses several times higher than if they employed crafty methods like using a Tier 3 group invisibility scroll. However, Feng's group of four had not only brute-forced its way through the golem army but also sent so many golems flying into the altar hole. This was simply unbelievable. Black Flame. An indescribably dark expression appeared on Blood Oath's face when he saw Feng, the words he spoke sounding as if they had come from the pits of hell. At this point, Blood Oath's hatred for Feng was immeasurable. After Feng killed him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, his prestige in Warblood had gone up in smoke. If not for his abilities and strength being sufficiently strong and the shares he held in Warblood, he most likely would have had difficulty remaining Warblood's commander. After all, unlike ordinary adventurer teams, Warblood had backing from major corporations. Hence, he wasn't the only decision-maker in the organization. Aside from Blood Oath, Starlink's four shadow demons were also glaring at Feng, belligerence written across their faces. All thoughts of fighting Zwei had vanished. Now, only Feng existed in their eyes. I never thought that we would actually meet this brat here, Sword Demon said, a hint of excitement appearing on his face. Ever since I got promoted to Tier 3, I've been itching to repay the humiliation he gave me. Wind, Mad, and Heart, you three get ready as well. This was not the first time Sword Demon had seen Feng displaying absurdly high basic attributes. Hence, he was not particularly surprised that Feng had made it all the way here with just a group of four. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared even higher. After all, ever since he got promoted to Tier 3, his strength had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If Feng had not improved as much as he had after getting promoted to Tier 3, then he would have been disappointed. You can count on us. Originally, I thought we wouldn't get an opportunity to exact revenge on him. Now that he's here, things could not be better. Wind Demon replied eagerly. After reaching Tier 3, the system restrictions on their bodies had been thoroughly lifted, which allowed them to control their bodies with much greater precision. In addition, the four of them had also learned a battle array. Feng was undoubtedly the best target for them to test their new strength. Sword Demon, don't take this opportunity from me. He must die at my hands. Blood Oath warned coldly when he saw the four shadow demons preparing to take action. He could regain his lost reputation and prestige only by killing Feng with his own two hands. Commander Blood, I'm afraid we cannot do that. Sword Demon said, frowning as he rejected Blood Oath's warning. His desire to kill Feng was not the slightest bit weaker than Blood Oath's. How could he possibly agree to leave Feng to Blood Oath? Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Heaven's Blade's members were stupefied. Crap! Just how much aggro has Black Flame built up with them? Prison Tiger blurted out when he saw Blood Oath and Sword Demon wrangling over who would kill Feng. Originally, Warblood and Starlink had partnered to target Heaven's Blade. However, the moment Feng appeared, they fell out with each other and completely forgot about Heaven's Blade. However, before Blood Oath and Sword Demon could settle their dispute, the Guardian soldier that had clambered out of the remains of the stone pillar charged at Feng without hesitation. At this moment, dark green runes appeared all over the Guardian soldier's steel body, and the ambient mana flowed toward it rapidly. Its aura continuously intensified, and the cut on its body healed instantly. Oh no! The Guardian soldier has gone berserk. Prison Tiger exclaimed, his complexion paling when he saw the Guardian soldier's transformation. Although the Guardian soldier was only a level 107 Grand Lord, when it went berserk, its strength rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. Even Zwei would not dare tank it in such a state. To current superpowers, level 100 plus mythic monsters were still incredibly dangerous existences, killing even tier 3 MTs in just 2 or 3 hits. Without special means, even the various superpowers' main forces would have to avoid fighting level 100 plus mythic monsters. Hence, the Guardian soldier was no trivial opponent now that it had gone berserk. When Heaven's Blade's team came across berserk Guardian soldiers before, they could only resort to tier 4 magic scrolls to restrict the Grand Lords in order to escape. Unfortunately, they had already used up all their tier 4 magic scrolls, so they were helpless against this berserk Guardian soldier. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blade's members, Warblood's and Starlink's members also wore grim expressions on their faces. Although their team had previously defeated a berserk Guardian soldier, they had paid a huge price. In the next moment, the berserk Guardian soldier arrived before Feng and immediately swung its great sword down at the swordsman. As the great sword covered in emerald runes descended, it tore through space and left a pitch-black trail. It's over. Prison Tiger's heart sank when he saw the Guardian soldier targeting Feng's group. From the fact that Feng's group of 4 had managed to arrive at this hall, Prison Tiger could tell that they possessed extraordinary strength. These 4 Zero-Wing members might not be able to save Heaven's Blade's team, but they would be of some help in the fight against Warblood and Starlink. Heaven's Blade's team might manage to flee again. However, if the Guardian soldier were to kill Feng's group of 4 now, then Heaven's Blade's team would definitely be doomed. Just as Prison Tiger and the others were about to shut their eyes and avoid watching the inevitable, Feng suddenly unsheathed Killing Ray and held the sacred sword horizontally overhead. He showed no intention of dodging the Guardian soldier's full power slash at all. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, a powerful storm surged into the surroundings, nearly sweeping the Tier 2 players within a 100-yard radius off their feet. How is this possible? Prison Tiger, who stood a short distance away, gaped in shock at Feng. The swordsman had actually blocked the Guardian soldier's attack. Moreover, under the redirection of Feng's sword, the Grand Lord's great sword had landed beside the swordsman. Hence, Feng had barely taken any damage. Meanwhile, Warblood's and Starlink's members were similarly gawking at Feng in stupefaction. The Guardian soldier's attack was undoubtedly at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 metric tons would suffer heavy injuries if they received this attack with a life-saving skill. Feng, however, had blocked it so easily. Before everyone could wrap their head around this shocking scene, Feng swung the Twilight blade, which he held with his other hand, at the Guardian soldier. Tier 3 legacy skill, Void Slash. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. Before becoming a master magician, Feng could already execute his Tier 3 skills at 90% completion rate or higher. Afterward, his control over his mana body improved significantly. As a result, the completion rate of his Tier 3 skills reached whole new heights as well. System: Void/Skill completion rate 99%. Skill proficiency +5. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Suddenly, 9 resplendent sword lights appeared and transformed into lightning arcs that pierced through the guardian soldier's body. The Grand Lord's body shot back like a bullet and crashed into another stone pillar, shattering it. The guardian soldier then collapsed to the ground in a heavily damaged state. As everyone stared at the prostrate guardian soldier, a deathly silence fell over the entire hall. Chapter 24-24, Silenced, is he really just a Tier 3 player? Prison Tiger was flabbergasted as he looked at the heavily injured guardian soldier. He had experienced the strength of a berserk guardian soldier himself. Back then, it took all he had just to block one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Meanwhile, he had not only gotten sent flying by the attack but also lost more than 2/3 of his HP. If not for his commander's timely use of a Tier 4 magic scroll to bind the guardian soldier's movements, he wouldn't be standing here right now. Feng, however, had actually forcefully stopped the berserk guardian soldier's attack despite being a Tier 3 sword king. Following that, he had heavily injured the Grand Lord with just one strike. His strength attribute was frighteningly high. At this moment, aside from Heaven's Blade's members, even Warblood's and Starlink's members, who had planned to target Feng, were stunned by this scene, their mouths hanging wide open as they gawked at the prostrate guardian soldier. Damn it! How did he become so strong? Blood Oath's expression turned indescribably heavy as he gazed at Feng, his anger and fighting spirit fizzling out. Previously, their team had managed to kill a berserk guardian soldier only after using 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls and sacrificing 7 Tier 3 players. Although they had resurrected the fallen players afterward, the resurrected players still lost half a level, which would affect these players' progress considerably. Now, however, Feng had actually heavily injured the berserk guardian soldier so casually. If they fought the swordsman, their losses would most likely be even worse than if they went up against a berserk guardian soldier. After all, players were different from monsters as opponents. The movements of monsters were controllable to a certain extent through the manipulation of aggro. Monsters were also lacking when it came to dodging and blocking attacks, they merely relied on their high HP to outlast players. In contrast, players might not have as much HP as monsters, but they could avoid and defend against attacks. In a fight between experts of equal combat standards, it would be very difficult to reach an outcome, unless there was a massive difference in basic attributes, as neither side would be able to land a vital hit easily. Both sides could only resort to a battle of attrition. Old sword, it seems we have a problem. I'm afraid this brat's basic attributes are on par with those Peerless monsters. In fact, his might even be superior to theirs, Wind Demon said to Sword Demon as he watched the guardian soldier struggle to stand up. There were 3 Peerless experts on Dragonheart Island, and the various superpowers dreaded every one of them. Even Starlink did not dare offend these monstrous existences. Meanwhile, the strength Feng had just displayed was not the slightest bit inferior compared to those 3 Peerless monsters. If it came down to a fight, even if the 4 of them utilized their newly learned battle array, victory over Feng would still be a long road to hoe. Not to mention, there was still Heaven's Blade Svi. The strength she had displayed similarly exceeded their initial expectations. His strength attribute surpasses that of Grand Lords of the same level. Sword Demon was filled with an indescribable sense of consternation as he stared at Feng. Just how many resources and opportunities did he receive? With Starlink's backing, the resources Sword Demon had obtained were far beyond what guild leaders of first-rate guilds got. In addition, while challenging his Tier 3 promotion quest, he had come across a fortuitous opportunity and secured himself a strength-type bloodline and peak legacy. Now, in terms of strength, he was already close to rivaling Grand Lords of the same level. With the boost from the battle array, his strength would surpass that of a Grand Lord. In terms of strength, he undoubtedly ranked at the top of God's domain. The only ones that could surpass him were Dragonheart Island's top 3 experts. However, those 3 peerless monsters all had a super guild supporting them. The resources and opportunities they received were far superior to his. Hence, his inferiority was only natural. Feng, however, had only 0 wing behind him. Even though the guild was allied with superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul, producing a peerless expert should still be impossible for it. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, whether it was Warbloods or Starlink's Tier 3 experts, every one of them froze, their eyes brimming with fear as they looked at Feng. Heaven's Blades members were stunned to see this. The fact that Feng had heavily injured a Berserk Guardian soldier with one move was already plenty shocking. Now, he even deterred Warbloods and Starlink's members from taking action. These 32 Warblood and Starlink members were not only Tier 3 players but also at the Void Realm standard at the very least. If news of this matter spread, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout Dragonheart Island. No wonder Black Flame brought only 3 people with him to rescue us. He actually possesses such frightening strength. With this, Warblood and Starlink will have to think twice. Early Butterfly, a Tier 3 female elementalist from Heaven's Blade, said joyfully when she saw this scene. The 3 peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island were terrifyingly strong. Even the various superpowers' main forces were afraid of provoking them. Now, Feng had revealed that his strength rivaled those 3 peerless monsters. If he worked with Heaven's Blades members, then Warblood and Starlink's chances of victory would be considerably low. What do you think, Big Brother Tiger? I didn't say anything wrong, right? Cleansing Flame said proudly as she glanced at the stunned prison tiger. She knew very clearly what kind of strength Feng possessed. Even Demon Palace's main force was no match for him. Warblood and Starlink naturally wouldn't stand a chance against him either. At this moment, Cleansing Flame even started wondering how Prison Tiger would react if he found out that Feng had repelled Demon Palace's main force members all by himself in a frontal confrontation. Meanwhile, after Feng heavily injured the Guardian Soldier, Cola, Turtledove, and Shadow Sword joined the fight. Although the 3 of them were not as strong as Feng, they still weren't existences that Warbloods and Starlink's experts could take on one-on-one. Only Domain Realm experts like Blood Oath and the 4 Shadow Demons would stand a chance against them. For a time, the members of Heaven's Blade, Warblood, and Starlink watched quietly as Feng's group of 4 took out the Guardian Soldier, an indescribably complex atmosphere filling the hall. After looting the Guardian Soldier, Feng turned to Blood Oath, a smile appearing on his face as he asked, "Commander Blood, you've been watching for quite some time now. Are you planning to leave on your own? Or do you want me to send you off?" Although Blood Oath and the others had reached Tier 3, they still were not much of a threat to Feng. After all, he possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. He would, at most, be wary of Warbloods and Starlink's hidden trump cards. After all, as Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, Warblood should have come across plenty of fortuitous opportunities. The strength it concealed definitely could not be underestimated. At Feng's words, Blood Oath's complexion turned ashen. For a moment, the Berserker wavered over his decision. If he chose to fight, he would have to go up against Feng, someone whose strength rivaled Dragonheart Island's 3 peerless monsters. If he chose to retreat, he would be abandoning an excellent opportunity to obtain a Tree of Life. In addition, Warblood's reputation would most likely take a hit. After all, it would be impossible to keep such a huge incident under wraps. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, when Heaven's Blades members saw this scene, they could not help but look at Feng in reverence. Ever since Warblood became Dragonheart Island's #1 adventurer team, it had remained in the limelight of Dragonheart Island. No superpower dared to offend it. Aside from Feng, there were most likely only a handful of individuals that could push Warblood to such an extent. Right then, however, another commotion occurred in the inner corridor. Immediately, everyone turned to look at the altar hall's entrance. In the next moment, a team consisting of 50+ members walked out of the monster-infested inner corridor and into the hall. The powerful aura the team exuded surprised everyone present. Meanwhile, every one of these players sported 13 Thrones Guild emblem. Leading these 13 Thrones members was an elderly man, Elder Wu, one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders. Chapter 24-25, At the Brink of War. With the appearance of Elder Wu's team, the silent atmosphere grew tense once more. Commander, this is bad. Elder Wu actually made a personal trip here, Prison Tiger said, his expression turning grim when he saw Elder Wu and the two neat rows of 13 Thrones experts standing behind the elderly man. Every one of the 13 Thrones members present was a Tier 3 player. They outnumbered Warbloods and Starlink's Tier 3 experts combined, a clear display of a super guild strength. Meanwhile, Elder Wu was someone every power operating on Dragonheart Island knew about. After all, this elderly man was one of 13 Thrones Grand Elders and major shareholders. He had watched 13 Thrones grow from nothing into a super guild. Even 13 Thrones' current guild leader had to listen to Elder Wu's words. He was someone with authority within the super guild 13 Thrones. In addition, Elder Wu had full control over 13 Thrones' development on Dragonheart Island. Even 13 Thrones guild leader could not casually interfere in the guild's development here. To save itself, Heaven's Blade had had no choice but to make a transaction with 13 Thrones. Of course, the precondition for this transaction was for 13 Thrones to reach Heaven's Blade in the inner corridor ahead of Zero Wing. Whichever guild managed to reach Heaven's Blade first would receive the Tree of Life's main branch. The main branch should have gone to Zero Wing, as Feng's group of 4 had reached Heaven's Blade's team first. However, with 13 Thrones Elder Wu having personally made the trip to rescue Heaven's Blade's team, the situation was now much more complicated. It doesn't matter who they sent. A deal is a deal, Zwei said calmly. She remained utterly unfazed by the appearance of Elder Wu and 13 Thrones experts. We can only let 13 Thrones waste a trip here this time. Upon hearing Zwei's words, Heaven's Blade's members could not help but gaze at her in awe and reverence. Her overwhelming strength and absolute justice were precisely the reason why they had chosen to join Heaven's Blade. However, despite their sentiments, Heaven's Blade's members still felt their heads aching because of the current situation. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Having dispatched such a grand force to save Heaven's Blade, 13 Thrones was unlikely to tolerate returning empty-handed. Not to mention, a prestigious individual like Elder Wu was even leading the Super Guild's team this time. If this matter was not handled properly, chances were high that 13 Thrones would decide to annihilate Heaven's Blade. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Blood Oath saw 13 Thrones' arrival, his pale complexion suddenly brightened into a smile. Nice timing. I want to see what Zero Wing is going to do in this situation. Blood Oath thought as he turned to look at Feng, his excitement apparent for all to see. Blood Oath knew about the agreement between Heaven's Blade and 13 Thrones. If 13 Thrones had reached Heaven's Blade before Zero Wing, he would indeed have considered the situation hopeless. After all, Warblood and Starlink's joint team stood no chance against the 50+ Tier 3 experts 13 Thrones had dispatched. Moreover, Elder Wu's left and right hands were also on this team. They were none other than the masked man and woman standing behind Elder Wu. Although this pair did not have any fame or achievements on Dragonheart Island, Blood Oath had had them secretly investigated and learned that both of them were more than capable of ranking among the top 10 experts of Dragonheart Island. After all, both of them had secretly fought Demon Palace's evil Qilin in a one-on-one fight before, with the result being a draw. The presence of these two great experts, in addition to the 50 other Tier 3 experts, meant this team from 13 Thrones could move through Dragonheart Island completely unhindered. Even the three peerless monsters of Dragonheart Island would not be willing to clash with such a team unless absolutely necessary. However, under the current circumstances, not only would 13 Thrones not become Warblood's enemy, but it would also serve as Warblood's greatest helper. Unless Feng was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, what awaited him would be 13 Thrones' sanctions. At that time, Blood Oath would not mind lending a hand to 13 Thrones. During the time Heaven's Blade and Warblood were pondering over this matter, Elder Wu got a clear look at the situation inside the altar hall. Zero Wing arrived first. Elder Wu's complexion turned slightly ugly when he saw Feng. The peak experts present were able to detect Elder Wu's change in complexion instantly. After all, the physique of Tier 3 players was incredibly powerful, allowing peak experts and above to perceive even the smallest changes in a person's expressions. Immediately, the atmosphere in the hall chilled. So, they're planning to fight. Prison Tiger's head ached when he sensed the change in the atmosphere. He then glanced at Cleansing Flame, who stood beside him, and said quietly, "Flame, can you try persuading Black Flame? A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. We stand no chance against 13 Thrones and Warblood's teams." Prison Tiger knew very clearly that with Zvi's personality, it was utterly impossible to dissuade her from a decision she had made. Hence, their only hope now was to change Feng's mind. If Feng was willing to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch, then they could avoid fighting a futile battle. However, if Feng was adamant in keeping the main branch, then a battle against 13 Thrones and Warblood would be inevitable. "You want me to persuade him?" Cleansing Flame revealed a bitter smile upon hearing Prison Tiger's words. "Big Brother Tiger, I'm afraid that will be very difficult." Through her journey with Feng, she had gotten a clear idea of the man's personality. Similar to Zvi, Feng would persist with his decisions regardless of the cost. Moreover, the decision to give up on the Tree of Life's main branch was for Zero Wing to make. An outsider like herself had no place in the decision-making process. As Heaven's Blade's members racked their brains over this matter, Blood Oath and his team took the initiative to approach Elder Wu. "Greetings, Elder Wu. I am Blood Oath, Warblood's commander," Blood Oath said, smiling. "I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time now. Since you have made a personal trip here today, Warblood and Starlight will withdraw from the struggle for the Tree of Life. So, you're Warblood's commander. Younger people really are growing increasingly stronger with each generation." Elder Wu nodded his head approvingly at Blood Oath's respectful attitude. "If Elder Wu requires Warblood's help, please feel free to say so. We will definitely assist you to the best of our abilities," Blood Oath offered, smiling. He then glanced at the distant Feng and continued, "If there's anybody that dares disrespect you, Warblood will definitely teach them a lesson." Blood Oath's attitude immediately made the Heaven's Blade members present nervous. They had never thought that Blood Oath would give up on the Tree of Life so decisively and even choose to side with 13 Thrones. This situation wasn't beneficial to Heaven's Blade or Zero Wing at all. "Allow this old man to thank you, then," Elder Wu said, chuckling. He then stopped paying attention to Blood Oath and started walking toward Feng's group of 4, together with his subordinates. As Elder Wu's group approached Feng, the anxiety Heaven's Blade's members felt ramped up. At the same time, the atmosphere also grew increasingly tenser. It felt as if a war would break out at any moment. "Hopefully, Guild leader Black Flame won't be too persistent," Cleansing Flame prayed inwardly. Although the Tree of Life was important, there were still plenty of opportunities inside the Molten Ruin. If Zero Wing started a fight with 13 Thrones now, it would not gain any benefits. After all, 13 Thrones possessed far greater strength on Dragonheart Island than Warblood and Starlight combined. Meanwhile, Blood Oath, who was watching this scene play out from a short distance away, wore a sneer on his face. Now, so long as Feng made one wrong decision, Zero Wing would face the full wrath of Warblood, Starlight, and 13 Thrones. Even if Feng chose to compromise today, Zero Wing would still lose the Tree of Life. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Regardless of Feng's decision, Zero Wing would not be gaining any benefits. During the time everyone was anticipating a fight breaking out, Elder Wu arrived before Feng and quietly observed the young swordsman for a short moment. Guild leader Black Flame, we meet again. I have to congratulate you this time. You actually reached this place so quickly from the Molten Ruin's outer corridor. This old man really cannot help but admire you. If you have some spare time in the future, you should pay a visit to 13 Thrones residence. You remember Happy Art, right? That little girl has been pestering me to form a partnership with Zero Wing, Elder Wu said with a friendly smile, his behavior making it seem as if he had just met an old friend. Meanwhile, upon hearing Elder Wu's words, whether it was War Bloods or Heaven's Blades members, they could not help but gape at this scene, unable to wrap their heads around this situation. Chapter 24-26, He is a Peerless monster, what's going on? Why is Elder Wu treating Black Flames so politely? Everyone in the hall stared at the old man in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Elder Wu was a great authority in 13 Thrones, which even the guild leader had to bow to. Moreover, he was one of the most influential figures on Dragonheart Island. What possible reason would he have to act so friendly with a pseudo-superpowers guild leader? What is going on? Is 13 Thrones giving up on the Tree of Life? Shock and confusion overcame Blood Oath as he watched Elder Wu. The Tree of Life was a treasure that could tempt any superpower. It was capable of producing water of life, after all, which was necessary for resurrecting NPCs. A Tree of Life nurtured from a main branch could also bear fruits of life, which could increase personal guard's growth potential. A source of such valuable items would be a significant boon to any superpower. Blood Oath had been clear about his offer to help 13 Thrones eliminate Zero Wing's few players for free, yet Elder Wu had decided to give up on this golden opportunity. It was utterly baffling. Warblood and Starlink's team wasn't the only one confused. Heaven's Blades members were just as astonished by the situation. What kind of person is he? Prison Tiger muttered as he gazed at Feng. Elder Wu was famed for using force to get what he wanted on Dragonheart Island. He never even showed the other superpowers guild leaders any respect. Furthermore, he had fought 2 superpowers over a treasure at sea. The incident had shocked everyone on the island. That treasure had only been an epic item, which wasn't even in the same league as a main branch from the Tree of Life. Prison Tiger had been certain that Elder Wu would move against Zero Wing, and Heaven's Blade wouldn't be able to do anything about it. 13 Thrones had never promised not to steal the branch from Zero Wing if the guild's team won it. If Elder Wu ordered an attack, he wouldn't be breaking any promises. But not only hadn't Elder Wu attacked Feng's 4-man party. Rather, he had personally congratulated the swordsman. For a moment, Prison Tiger even wondered if Feng weren't actually Zero Wing's guild leader, but the leader of some super guild. In truth, Elder Wu's amicable greeting had even surprised Feng. He had never expected the old man to take such a friendly tone with him. After a moment of silence, Feng smiled and replied, "Elder Wu, your praise is too generous. If I have time, I will certainly pay 13 Thrones a visit. I believe there are many ways a partnership between our guilds could benefit us in God's domain." Based on Elder Wu's attitude, Feng realized that he wanted to form an alliance regarding the Tree of Life, which was wonderful news for Zero Wing. Not only was 13 Thrones a veteran super guild, but it also dominated a large section of the eastern continent. A partnership with 13 Thrones would greatly benefit Zero Wing's development. Moreover, nurturing a Tree of Life's main branch wasn't, by any means, easy. Doing so would require many precious resources. Even if Heaven's Blade kept its main branch, the adventurer team didn't have enough resources to grow it into a Tree of Life. In the end, it would only be a very expensive decoration. It's a deal, then. Little Art will be overjoyed to hear this, Elder Wu said, his smile becoming even more companionable with Feng's agreement. Of course. Zero Wing has always been open to working with 13 Thrones, Feng said, nodding. He wasn't joking about his interest in forming a mutually beneficial relationship with the Super Guild. 13 Thrones territory on the eastern continent was one of flatlands and mountainous regions. Because of that, the Super Guild had access to all sorts of well-known ores, including materials required to produce level 100+ weapons and equipment. This was the very reason that 13 Thrones had enjoyed such an advantage in acquiring level 100+ weapons and equipment during his previous life. If Zero Wing could negotiate for a stable supply of materials from 13 Thrones, it could surpass other superpowers when it came to equipment production, and the guild wouldn't have to worry about a lack of materials due to limited territory. Zero Wing still relied on the public market and the secret pavilion's connections as its main source of materials, but neither source was reliable. The materials available on both markets depended on how willing the various powers were to sell their materials. If the various powers refused to sell, securing the materials Zero Wing needed would be considerably challenging. Because the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically after level 100, the materials necessary for producing such items had reached astronomical prices, and supply had been extremely limited during Feng's previous life. Most of the market's items had come from independent players, and there hadn't been enough to support a guild's development. This was also why first-rate guilds hadn't been able to outcompete superpowers after mainstream players had reached level 100. Meanwhile, everyone's jaws hung open as they watched Feng and Elder Wu's pleasant conversation. As experts, they could all determine a player's emotional state. If Elder Wu had only been performing for the sake of propriety, he was now truly treating Feng as a friend and speaking with the swordsman as an equal. Not even Blood Oath, Warblood's commander, qualified to receive such treatment. After conversing for a short while, Feng and Elder Wu parted ways. Keeping with his agreement with Heaven's Blade, Feng then guided the adventurer team's members out of the Molten Ruin. Black Flame. Blood Oath gnashed his teeth as he watched Feng leave the hall alongside Heaven's Blade's team, his rage spilling forth and causing the players around him to shudder. Blood Oath had already suffered a massive blow to his reputation after Feng had slain him in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, and now, he had to stand aside and watch the man lead Heaven's Blade's members out of his grasp. It was unprecedentedly humiliating. Commander Blood, you need to calm down. 13 Thrones people are still here. Taking action now wouldn't be appropriate, Sword Demon quietly advised Warblood's leader. Feng's most recent display had proven that he could nearly rival Dragonheart Island's 3 Peerless monsters, and the man had just solidified a relationship with 13 Thrones. If Warblood and Starlink attacked Zero Wing's small party now, they'd be digging their own graves. With Sword Demon's warning, Blood Oath calmed immediately. He then shifted his gaze toward 13 Thrones members, who stood a short distance away. He realized that all of 13 Thrones members were staring at his team, and based on their postures, they were clearly prepared for battle. It left no room for doubt that 13 Thrones' team would attack his if he tried to pull anything against Zero Wing. Blood Oath was stupefied. He could understand if 13 Thrones had simply intended to give up on the fight for the Tree of Life's main branch and maintain a neutral stance, but the Super Guild's players chose to side with Feng. Blood Oath even wondered if they were putting on an act. Since when had Zero Wing and 13 Thrones been so friendly with each other? Once Feng's group was out of sight from the altar hall, Blood Oath shifted his gaze toward Elder Wu. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what is the meaning of this, Elder Wu? Blood Oath boldly demanded. Even if you hadn't come for the Tree of Life, was it necessary to do this to us? Blood Oath knew that even if they combined their strength, Warblood and Starlink were no match for 13 Thrones, but that didn't mean that they couldn't stand up to a super guild. Normally, he would have shown 13 Thrones the respect it deserved and let the matter slide. However, he couldn't care less if he were being disrespectful to Elder Wu right now. Besides, 13 Thrones wouldn't start a war with Warblood and Starlink over a simple question. I am doing this for your own good, Elder Wu answered. Surprisingly, he wasn't insulted by Blood Oath's rudeness. He actually chuckled and shook his head. What do you mean? Blood Oath's anger grew. By protecting Zero Wing, Elder Wu had basically slapped him in the face, yet the old man was saying it had been for his own good. This was laughable. I know Demon Palace is supporting Warblood, so you think that you have nothing to fear on Dragonheart Island, Elder Wu said as he shot Blood Oath a sidelong glance. Sneering, he continued, however, I'm afraid that you aren't aware that not long ago, Black Flame defeated Demon Palace's main force members, who had been led by evil Qilin himself. In fact, Black Flame very nearly killed evil Qilin with one move. Now, Black Flame has been publicly acknowledged as a peerless monster. I'm sure the news will spread across Dragonheart Island soon. Now that you know, do you still wish to pick a fight with that swordsman? Chapter 24-27, Dragonheart shocked when they heard Elder Wu's explanation, Warblood and Starlink's members gasped, filled with shock and disbelief. Elder Qilin's team lost. Blood Oath muttered, stunned. It was hard to believe, but Elder Wu had no reason to lie to him. He was also aware that evil Qilin had led some of Demon Palace's main force members into the Molten Ruin. However, not only was evil Qilin one of Demon Palace's elders, but he also ranked among the top 10 experts on Dragonheart Island. Not even Sword Demon was as powerful. Moreover, evil Qilin had his two vice-commanders from Demon Palace's third trump card legion to support him in combat, and Blood Oath had experienced their strength personally. Both could even put up a good fight against Sword Demon. Although the rest of evil Qilin's team was slightly weaker, they were all Tier 3 experts with the demonic Hell Word special legacy. Aside from Dragonheart Island's 3 Peerless Monsters teams, no power on the island should be able to defeat evil Qilin's team. And yet, Elder Wu had just informed them that Feng had done just that. Moreover, Feng had nearly instant-killed evil Qilin. How could Blood Oath believe something so outlandish? I know you don't believe me, but I have the battle video of that encounter. You can take a look for yourself, Elder Wu said, smiling at Blood Oath's frozen expression. He then sent the video to Warblood's commander. In truth, Elder Wu was a little annoyed that Warblood had ignored 13 Thrones' warning and continued its pursuit of Heaven's Blade's team. Hence, he hadn't minded letting Blood Oath and his team learn their true worth. For now, Feng's battle video wasn't available to the public, but Warblood should be capable enough to acquire it, which was why Elder Wu didn't mind revealing this secret. How is this possible? Blood Oath watched the video, utterly stupefied. The battle's outcome was even more unbelievable than he had imagined. Not only did the video show Feng nearly instant-killing evil Qilin, but it also displayed Demon Palace's retreat as the team fled like rats from a sinking ship. The battle between Feng and Demon Palace's experts had been completely one-sided. With the players you have here, your team isn't enough to take on Black Flame alone. Of course, if you think you can defeat Dragonheart Island's peerless monsters, you can challenge the man, Elder Wu said, still smiling as he saw Blood Oath's expression shift to one of horror. It's no wonder why he ignored us. So, he already this powerful. Even Sword Demon paled when he saw the video. Sword Demon knew that he was just slightly stronger than Dark Scorpion, and that was only because he had superior combat standards. Feng, however, had killed Dark Scorpion in one move. Sword Demon doubted that he would have fared any better if he had been in Dark Scorpion's place. Even if he activated his battle array, he would, at most, rival evil Qilin's power. The outcome of a battle with Feng wouldn't be any different for him. Complex emotions swam within Blood Oath. He felt both terrified and fortunate. The fact that Feng had become a peerless monster after reaching Tier 3 petrified him, and he celebrated the fact that he hadn't rushed into a fight with the swordsman. Warblood would have suffered so severely that it might have been forced to use its trump cards, which Blood Oath wanted to avoid more than anything. I've already done you a kindness in warning you. I've heard that Warblood has a grudge against Zero Wing. If that's the case, you should be careful in the future, Elder Wu said, chuckling before he left the hall with his team. Warblood had disregarded 13 thrones after gaining Demon Palace's support, but now that Zero Wing had a peerless monster like Feng, Warblood would have a tough road ahead. That despicable old fox. Blood Oath inwardly cursed as he watched Elder Wu's departing figure. Elder Wu hadn't told him this out of kindness, but as a warning to Warblood. Now that the adventurer team's backer had made such a powerful enemy, Warblood had lost its reason to act so arrogantly. Commander, I'm afraid that our future is going to be challenging now that Black Flame is so strong, Inkfeather said. They had clashed with Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island frequently. If Feng disregarded his reputation and moved against Warblood's experts personally, the adventurer team would suffer grave losses. Warblood would be utterly helpless before the swordsman. It seems I'll have to have a chat with Demon Palace and Starlink, Blood Oath said. He, too, understood that the situation had grown beyond Warblood's capabilities. A peerless monster had astonishing strength and influence. Warblood's only hope of survival was to rely on the two superpowers. Meanwhile, news of Feng's victory over evil Qilin's team spread like wildfire. The strength he had displayed had particularly shocked Dragonheart Island's various superpowers. Only the island's 3 peerless monsters had the strength to defeat a team of that caliber single-handedly. This incident had also begun to change the various superpowers' attitudes regarding Zero Wing. The various superpowers had only felt that Zero Wing's peak combatants could rival those from ordinary superpowers, but when it came to overall strength, the guild couldn't compare. However, after this event, the various superpowers began to view Zero Wing as an equal. At the very least, they intended to treat Feng, Zero Wing's guild leader, as respectfully as they did guild leaders of actual superpowers. And this was all because of Feng had been recognized as a peerless monster now that he had reached Tier 3. It wasn't easy to reach Tier 3 in God's domain. Even peak experts had less than a 50% chance to succeed. Although more players would complete their Tier 3 promotion quests as they reached higher levels and obtained better equipment, they would still be a minority among God's domain's player base. Moreover, there would be a huge difference in players' strength depending on what difficulty they completed. All of the game's superpowers acknowledged this fact. Based on the fighting combat power Feng had displayed, it was clear that Feng had completed a very high difficulty setting with his Tier 3 promotion quest. His potential growth and strength couldn't be underestimated. While Dragonheart Island's denizens reeled over Feng's strength, he had safely escorted Heaven's Blades members out of the Molten Ruin. During their journey, the various superpowers experts they had encountered had stared at Feng as if they had seen a ghost, and they promptly made way for the team. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The spectacular scene had dumbfounded Heaven's Blades members. It also reaffirmed that in God's domain, strength was everything. Commander Zvi was extremely powerful and ranked among Dragonheart Island's top MTs, but not even she could instill such fear and command such respect from the various superpowers. Thank you for escorting us out personally, Guild Leader Black Flame. According to our previous agreement, this main branch from the Tree of Life is yours, Zvi said when she sensed the seal on her lift. She then took a dark gray crystalline tree branch out of her bag and said, however, this branch has already withered. I'm afraid returning it to life will be very difficult. Regardless of how precious the Tree of Life's main branch was, it had withered. Unlike the side branches, she couldn't sense a trace of life energy from the main branch. Although Feng had earned it, whether or not he could nurture it into a Tree of Life was uncertain. It's dead. When he received the crystalline branch, Feng inspected it with omniscient eyes. Chapter 24-28, Tree of Life's quality. Feng didn't know how Zvi had verified that the main branch had withered, but his omniscient eyes wasn't an ordinary appraisal skill. His omniscient eyes would reveal more detailed information. He might still have a chance of nurturing the branch. The moment Feng activated omniscient eyes, a 30-second loading bar appeared before him. Even a withered main branch from the Tree of Life is such an amazing item. Feng stared at the crystalline branch in astonishment. For epic items, omniscient eyes only required 21 or 22 seconds, yet appraising this crystalline branch would require half a minute. Obviously, the Tree of Life main branch was even more valuable than an epic item. Furthermore, this was only a branch from the Tree of Life, not the actual tree. Moreover, Zwei insisted that the branch had already withered, which meant it shouldn't be nearly as valuable as a living branch. In God's domain, the elven race considered the Tree of Life a holy relic. It wasn't a true divine artifact, but its abilities and value were close. Of course, not all Trees of Life were that valuable. Trees of Life were special items that contained life energy. They generally ranked between epic and legendary rank. The most powerful Tree of Life belonged to the elven race and was rumored to be on the cusp of becoming a true divine artifact. Despite its lack of life energy, the withered branch in his hand was more powerful than an epic item, which proved that it had great potential. Please don't let it be garbage. Even if it doesn't have any life energy, please have less than a 95% withered rate. Feng silently prayed as he watched the loading bar fill. The Tree of Life was not a unique item. Many superpowers had obtained them in the past, but only a few had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life of their own. Naturally, a branch's withered rate. Based on the various powers research, a branch had no chance of surviving if it had a 95% or higher withered rate, regardless of whether it was a main or side branch. The lower the withered rate was, the greater the chances of survival the branch would have. Branches that were empty of life energy generally had an 80% or higher withered rate, which included the main branch in Feng's hands. Feng knew that the main branches the various powers had obtained during his previous life hadn't usually contained life energy. However, these branches were incredibly valuable, and as long as one could grow them, they'd be at least as valuable as several fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were some of the rarest and most valuable treasures in God's domain. Not even first-rate guilds had had more than 15 of them, on average, in the past. First-rate guilds had held full control over entire kingdoms and over 1 million guild members, but despite the resources in their grasp, they had only secured a small number of fragmented legendary items. Time passed slowly for Feng as he grew increasingly nervous while he watched the seconds pass. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. While Feng stared intently at the crystalline branch, Zwei spoke up. Guild leader Black Flame, Heaven's Blade has only dodged a tragedy because of your timely arrival. If you are interested, we will trade you a side branch for one level 100 plus epic item, Zwei suggested as she watched the focused man before her. Zero Wing had certainly helped Heaven's Blade a great deal. Had Feng's group arrived just a few minutes later, Heaven's Blade would have lost everything. She simply wasn't satisfied with repaying Feng by offering a withered main branch from the Tree of Life. There's no need to feel bad about this, Commander Zwei. A deal is a deal. In fact, Zero Wing has greatly benefited from this transaction. Nurturing a Tree of Life from a side branch isn't easy, and Heaven's Blade has suffered considerable losses in the Molten Ruin. If you sell another branch, your expedition will have been a complete waste of time, Feng said, shaking his head as he refused Zwei's well-intentioned offer. How about this? If you have any rare materials you wish to sell, Zero Wing would like to buy them at market price. A Tree of Life's side branch was worth several level 100 plus epic items. If he accepted Zwei's offer, Zero Wing would massively profit. However, the Tree of Life's side branches weren't that important to Feng. Rather than profit from a one-time trade, he preferred to deepen the relationship between Heaven's Blade and Zero Wing. Heaven's Blade was the 5th-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and although it couldn't compare to the various superpowers, its naval prowess shouldn't be underestimated. It also had several dozen powerful adventurer teams under its command. Overall, Heaven's Blade had just as much access to the ocean's resources as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As God's Domain's players progressed in the game, the various powers would turn their focus toward the sea. God's Domain was more ocean than land, after all. Even if Zero Wing eventually grew its naval strength, it would only be able to secure a small fraction of the available resources, which was why, despite having superior naval prowess, Starlink had chosen to ally with Warblood. If Zero Wing could secure an alliance with Heaven's Blade and gain a stable source of materials, this partnership would be worth far more than a side branch from the Tree of Life. Alright, if you insist. From now on, we will sell all of the rare materials that we would have otherwise sold on the market to Zero Wing, Zwei agreed, somewhat taken aback. She had never thought that Feng would refuse her offer. The Tree of Life's side branches were also highly sought after, even by the various superpowers. She then turned to Cleansing Flame and said, "Flame, from now on, you'll be the vice commander in charge of materials. You'll also be responsible for handling transactions with Zero Wing." Cleansing Flame was stunned. She hadn't expected Zwei to promote her to vice commander so suddenly. However, she quickly recovered from her daze and nodded, understood. Heaven's Blade's other members couldn't help but envy their companion. Heaven's Blade might not be a superpower, but it was a top adventurer team with tens of thousands of members and several dozen large-scale adventurer teams under its commander. Even Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers had to treat Heaven's Blade's current 4 vice-commanders with respect. Why wouldn't they be jealous that Cleansing Flame had just become the adventurer team's 5th vice-commander? Of course, despite their envy, nobody objected to the promotion. Cleansing Flame was a bona fide Void Realm expert. She merely been unlucky during her Tier 3 promotion quest, failing it. Her combat standards, however, definitely qualified her for the position. The only reason she hadn't been promoted previously was because she hadn't contributed enough to the adventurer team. After this expedition to the Molten Ruin, however, that was no longer the case. Their main force had only avoided utter destruction thanks to Cleansing Flame's success in acquiring Feng's help. That major achievement was more than enough for her to earn the position of vice commander. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even Yuluo was a little jealous of Cleansing Flame. She had gotten lucky running into a peerless monster like Feng, becoming a vice commander before Yuluo. Yuluo had been surprised when her team encountered Zwei and Feng's group halfway through their journey into the inner corridor. She had never expected Feng to reach her commander successfully, and based on what Zwei's team members told her, it seemed that Feng had suppressed Warblood and Starlink's 32 Tier 3 experts with his presence alone. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll become a vice commander through my own strength. Yuluo inwardly swore as she glanced at Feng. While Heaven's Blade's members envied Cleansing Flame, the loading bar before Feng completed. The Crystalline Branches attribute panel then appeared before him. What? This is a Tree of Life branch that has survived since the Great Destruction. Chapter 24-29, Divine Artifact Ranked Tree of Life. Feng stared at the attribute panel before him, stunned, and he even wondered if he were dreaming. Withered Tree of Life's main branch, special fragmented legendary rank, a withered main branch from the Tree of Life. This branch contains a trace of the world energy that has survived since the Great Destruction, which is why it continues to exist, even now. Withered rate, 94%. The branch's introduction was simple and brief. Players new to God's Domain wouldn't see any value in the crystalline branch, but Feng, who knew plenty about this world, was a different story. The Elven race's Tree of Life was the oldest Tree of Life still alive in God's Domain. It was also the highest quality Tree of Life, yet it had only grown after the Great Destruction. However, the main branch in Feng's hand was even older. It was unbelievable. Before the Great Destruction, God's Domain had enjoyed the era of the gods, an age when even gods roamed the continent. One could only imagine how amazing the world had been. It was no exaggeration to say that even an ordinary item that had survived since the Great Destruction was an absolute treasure in the present day. Feng couldn't even begin to imagine what the rank the trees of life that had existed at that time had been. For all he knew, those trees of life might have been divine artifacts. Divine artifacts could determine the prosperity or death of an entire race. Such items had been like the ancient gods' children. Feng had only seen 2 divine artifacts attribute panels in the War God's Temple due to a legendary ranked main storyline quest. The War God's Temple was one of the strongest powers in God's domain, not a single kingdom or empire could rival it. And yet, despite such power, the War God's Temple only had 2 divine artifacts in its possession. Before today, Feng hadn't understood the true strength of divine artifacts. In fact, he had even wondered if players could actually get their hands on one. Even after a decade in God's domain, no one had ever heard of a player acquiring a divine artifact. The strongest items he had heard of players obtaining were legendary rank. A legendary item could allow a player to transcend tiers. If a player stumbled across a divine artifact, they'd gain unimaginable strength. Although the Tree of Life was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment, it could produce valuable items, such as the Water of Life, Fruits of Life, and Nuclei of Life. The higher the Tree of Life's rank was, the more of these items it could produce, and the shorter its production cycles would be. At the fragmented legendary rank, a Tree of Life had a 1-month production cycle, which would only yield 3 of each item. A Tree of Life at legendary rank could produce 3 to 5 items every fortnight. Its withered rate is so high, at 94%. It's just 1% away from becoming useless. I'll have less than a 10% chance of restoring it to life. Feng could not help but frown at the branch's withered rate. He knew that a branch would be useless if it had a 95% or higher withered rate, but only one power had successfully nurtured a Tree of Life from a 94% withered branch. Moreover, that had only been a side branch. Of course, there was no difference between restoring a main branch or side branch. Both would need a steady supply of materials that contained high-purity mana and life energy to restore the branch's life force, allowing it to grow naturally. Not even the various superpowers were guaranteed to return life to a fragmented legendary ranked branch with a 94% withered rate. Restoring life to the branch would require legendary ranked materials with exceptional mana and life energy. Such legendary materials were painfully rare. One would have to rely on luck to obtain them. After giving the matter some thought, Feng found the situation reasonable. Compared to a divine artifact ranked Tree of Life, legendary materials were insignificant. It seems I'll have to prepare for my trip to the Western continent properly, Feng inwardly decided. As far as he knew, there were only 2 legendary materials that filled the criteria to restore the branch in his hand. The first was the World Core, an item that would only appear when a world was destroyed. Only 3 World Cores had ever appeared during Feng's previous life, and at least a dozen superpowers had fought desperately over each one. The World Core was the best material for producing legendary items. Players had even considered them divine artifact level items back then. The second material Feng knew of was the Star of Light. The Star of Light was a super rare material that could only be found inside massive stars that fell on the Western continent. Players had only found 6 stars of light in the past. Although they weren't as rare as World Cores, they were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. One could use a Star of Light as the core of a city's magic array. Not only would this substantially increase a city's defenses and mana density, but the city's magic array would also absorb starlight at night, automatically replenishing its mana reserves and reducing the city's magic crystal cost. Stars of Light were the ideal energy core for guild cities. After inspecting the crystalline branch, Feng parted ways with Heaven's Blades members and left the Molten Ruin with Kola and his comrades. He didn't want to waste even a second more. The Molten Ruin might have a lot of treasures and flying mount eggs, but they were nothing compared to the Tree of Life. Furthermore, Zero Wing already had the Crimson Dragon flying ship design. As long as the guild had enough materials, it could mass-produce flying ships for its members, which would be a much more reliable method of obtaining flying mounts. Most importantly, if he could restore life to the main branch he now owned, he would have a source of fruits of life. Not only would he be able to increase the growth potential of the guild's personal guards, but he could also increase their flying mounts potential. In God's domain, a flying mount's rank made the difference in how much it could help players. Feng would also have a source for nuclei of life, a super rare material that he could use to forge epic weapons and equipment. Just as Feng was about to return to White River City with his party, however, he received a call request. The caller was none other than Phoenix Rain, whom Feng hadn't been able to contact while the Molten Ruin was still sealed. Phoenix Pavilion Master, has something happened in the ruin? Feng asked. He had initially planned to meet up with Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team to prevent Warblood and Starlink's members from ambushing them, but since his victory over Evil Qilin's team had come to light, he was confident that his enemies wouldn't cause more trouble. Hence, he had decided there was no point in convening HMD1 continue exploring the Molten Ruin. He had other concerns right now, and Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's team should be strong enough to handle anything the Molten Ruin could throw at them. Nothing's wrong in the Molten Ruin. In fact, Warblood and Starlink's members have chosen to leave us alone, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. We've also gotten quite lucky. So far, we've found 2 horned eagle eggs. You've already found so many. Feng was surprised to hear it. Although the Molten Ruin was a treasure trove, obtaining so many flying mounts in it shouldn't be possible. He figured the ruin would have, at most, 20 horned eagle eggs. Otherwise, flying mounts would have been widely available in his previous life, not the luxury items they had been. With so few eggs available, Fire Dance and Phoenix Rain's group would be fortunate to find a single one. And yet, after only spending a few hours in the Molten Ruin, they had already found 2 eggs. Even if luck played a role, their harvest was astounding. Moreover, Phoenix Rain and her team had only explored the outer corridor. They'd likely find even more abundant treasures in the inner corridor. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Ew, we got lucky and stumbled across a hidden room, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. Jokingly, she continued, however, I didn't call you just to brag. I've just received a message from headquarters stating that Mythology's representatives have visited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main residence. The Great Pavilion Master has recalled both Pavilion Masters. I don't think Mythology is visiting with good intentions, so I'd like to invite Lord Peerless Monster to make the trip back with me. With you by my side, I'll have more leeway. Mythology. Feng frowned at the mention of the name. He hadn't expected Feng Shihan to act so soon and lock on to Phoenix Rain. Alright, I'll head your way immediately. He wasn't sure if Mythology was trying to wound Zero Wing by pressuring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but he didn't mind using this opportunity to show off Zero Wing's strength. After disconnecting the call, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile. Melancholic, how is the production for the Crimson Dragon flying ships coming along? Chapter 2430, Mythology Dawn Ridge, Twilight City. The Dawn Ridge was located right next to the level 100 neutral map closest to the Apocalypse Empire, and it had long since become a hub for mainstream players. Many superpowers had established guild towns and cities in the area, but of all the towns and cities in the map, the most popular was Twilight City. Twilight City had a player population of 3 million and was in no way inferior to NPC cities. The Dawn Ridge was located between a mountainous region and the sea, and Twilight City had been established on a hill near the shore. Not only did players have easy access to the sea from the city, but they could also reach a level 100 neutral map quite quickly. The location was a convenience for players that occasionally operated on the ocean, which was why the city was so popular. Aside from the city's convenient location, Twilight City was so popular because it was home to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters. It was the most well-developed guild city the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion owned, and it was far safer than any other guild towns or cities in the Dawn Ridge. Meanwhile, several flashes of light illuminated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall as Phoenix Rain and her team returned to the residence. The moment the idling guild members noticed her group, they adopted a respectful attitude, particularly the young men and women who had recently joined the pavilion. When they saw Phoenix Rain's alluring, mysterious figure clad in bright red robes, they were mesmerized. The pavilion master is amazing. Not only is she so charismatic, but she also completed her high-difficulty Tier 3 quest in one attempt. She's even level 103 already. I wish I could join her personal security team. I'd get to play God's Domain with her every day, a level 100 female elementalist gushed, watching Phoenix Rain with starry eyes. Stop dreaming. You've just joined the guild, yet you want to become the pavilion master's personal bodyguard. Only the top-ranked newcomers have a chance to earn such a position. You should have seen those monstrous players. Even if our basic attributes were equalized, they could single-handedly take out several dozen of us. A male berserker, the elementalist's team leader, rolled his eyes. Once upon a time, he, too, had dreamed of earning such a high position in the guild, but since he had begun to participate in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's training sessions and began to grow stronger, he fell into even greater despair. The difference between him and the guild's geniuses was more than just a matter of basic attributes. In ordinary guilds, a refinement realm expert would be considered a part of the guild's backbone, but in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was the minimum requirement to become a core member. Players would only become a pillar of strength once they reached the Void Realm. Usually, only the top 10 players of the several thousand internal members the pavilion recruited each year would have a chance of reaching the Void Realm. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a veteran super first-rate guild, and it required much of its internal members. Experts who were well known among the public meant nothing in the pavilion. While the guild's members quietly conversed, another commotion erupted in the guild hall. A dozen or so players descended the stairs from the second floor, led by a beautiful woman. Beside the woman stood 9 Dragons Emperor. The strange woman wore dark blue leather armor and carried a crimson short sword, which hung from her waist toward her back. The sword's sheath was decorated with ancient ruins that attracted the ambient mana. As if the mana in the first floor hall had found its master, it fell under the strange woman's control as she appeared. A special bloodline legacy. Surprise flashed in Phoenix Rain's gaze when she noticed the stranger. As an elementalist, Phoenix Rain's perception of mana was keen, and she had gained a newfound understanding of mana after she had reached Tier 3. She could sense that, despite being a Tier 3 assassin, the woman had just as strong mana affinity as she did. It almost seemed like the beautiful assassin was mana's favored child. The players behind the woman caused a similar phenomenon, only the ambient mana's reaction to them wasn't as strong. Rain, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mythology's Vice Guild Leader, Cold Shadow, 9 Dragons Emperor, introduced with an exceptionally pleased expression as Phoenix Rain emerged from the teleportation hole. He had been startled when he had heard that Mythology's upper echelons intended to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He had assumed that the pavilion was in major trouble. Mythology was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds, all of which had maintained their positions for many years. No guild could threaten their standings. There were even rumors that the 5 great super guilds were no longer on the same level as other super guilds. Greetings, I am the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Phoenix Rain. Phoenix Rain introduced herself. I've heard of you before, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Cold Shadow said, smiling. Your efforts at sea are a large part of the reason that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's naval prowess is what it is today. You also secretly supported Zero Wing in exchange for a large percentage of the Candlelight trading firm's shares. Now, Candlelight has influence in multiple kingdoms and empires and earns significant profits each day. Very few in God's domain can match your exceptional insight, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Your praise is too generous, Phoenix Rain calmly replied. May I know what business you have with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Vice Guild Leader Shadow? Phoenix Rain was suspicious of Mythology's visit and clueless about the Super Guild's intentions. Mythology had focused its development on the Western continent, yet it had come to visit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which was limited to the Eastern continent, so suddenly. This was just as significant as an international corporation seeking out a small, domestic company, and Phoenix Rain didn't know what to make of it. However, based on the Great Pavilion Master's tone when he had requested her return to the main headquarters, it seemed that Mythology had come to find her. Something about the situation didn't feel right to Phoenix Rain, and seeing Nine Dragons Emperor's attitude, she was certain that Mythology wasn't here with good news. "Oh, it's nothing major, really," Cold Shadow said, chuckling. Mythology simply wishes to extend its reach to the Eastern continent and wants to investigate the situation first. Zero Wing's Candlelight trading firm is one of the potential partners we'd like to consider, but everyone knows that Zero Wing almost never sells its shares. Hence, we wish to purchase your shares of the trading firm. We're willing to offer you double the market price, in addition to selling some of the Western continent's unique materials and merchandise to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. We believe the transaction will benefit all involved. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. I have already spoken with the Great Pavilion Master about this, but he insists that Candlelight's shares belong to you personally and that I'll have to speak with you about the situation. Of course, as long as you're willing to sell your shares of Candlelight, he'll be more than willing to ally with Mythology. Thus, I've come to negotiate with you, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Rain, this is the first time the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will get to cooperate with Mythology. Many of the guild's Grand Elders are looking forward to this. You mustn't let this opportunity go and disappoint the Guild Elders and Great Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor earnestly advised. Blue Phoenix gave Nine Dragons Emperor a cold glare from behind Phoenix Rain. She wanted nothing more than to strangle the bastard. Whether or not Phoenix Rain sold her Candlelight shares was her problem, but Zero Wing must have a reason for being so stingy. If Phoenix Rain sold her shares, the decision would affect her relationship with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Nine Dragons Emperor was trying to force Phoenix Rain's hand by using the excuse of a guild interest. Regardless of what Phoenix Rain decided, it was clear that the Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't benefit. Chapter 2431, Commotion at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Nine Dragons Emperor didn't bother to keep his voice down, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the first floor hall heard him. His statement immediately caused a commotion in the hall. What? That Mythology wants to work with our guild. Mythology is one of the 5 great super guilds. If we can form a partnership, our guild will gain more strength and influence than ever before. Even super guilds will have to respect us. That's not all. Many powers from the other worlds have begun to arrive in the Apocalypse Empire and are competing with us for resources. If news of our partnership with Mythology spreads, even those powers will fear us and won't dare to attack us in the field so casually. Mythology was merely a famous super guild to most ordinary players, but the pavilion's members, particularly its internal members, knew that Mythology wasn't that simple. The virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds had been established at the birth of virtual reality games. Every one of them had more than a century of history, and they were responsible for hosting many international virtual competitions. Generally, players had to give an outstanding performance in these competitions to become an internal member in one of the 5 great super guilds. Ordinary experts had no hope of being recruited. Although the 5 great super guilds had relaxed their recruitment requirements considerably since God's Domain's launch, one still had to be a refinement realm expert at the very least. It was easy to imagine how powerful those super guilds' foundations were. The fact that Mythology was actively interested in forming a partnership with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was unbelievable. Every pavilion member in the hall turned toward Phoenix Rain. Nine Dragons Emperor had clearly stated that whether or not their guild worked with Mythology depended entirely on Phoenix Rain's decision. Naturally, they all assumed they knew what her response would be. Big Sis Rain, 9 Dragons Emperor is doing this on purpose. Blue Phoenix hissed, grinding her teeth when she saw everyone's anticipatory looks. Although the Great Pavilion Master and Grand Elders were responsible for choosing the next Great Pavilion Master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was also incredibly important that the guild's members approved of the candidate. If the majority of the guild's members disliked the candidate, that individual would never become the next Great Pavilion Master. The pavilion's members had no doubt that partnering with Mythology was far more important than Candlelight's shares. Only a fool would turn down this opportunity. The benefits the pavilion could gain from an alliance with Mythology were immeasurable. Just holding the Super Guild's banner would deter every superpower in the Apocalypse Empire from provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Mythology could also supply plenty of precious materials and merchandise from the Western continent. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had far more to gain from an alliance with Mythology than from the Candlelight trading firm. If Phoenix Rain decided against selling her shares of Candlelight, she would earn every guild member's resentment. Blue Phoenix was sure that 9 Dragons Emperor had deliberately publicized the matter because he knew Phoenix Rain's general disposition. She valued contracts and favors, and he knew that she wouldn't just give away her shares of the trading firm. Hence, he had intentionally led Cold Shadow to the first floor hall the moment Phoenix Rain returned to the residence. He might have pretended to lead their guest to the meeting room, but in truth, he wanted everyone to see the two women meet. If you think Mythology's offer is insufficient, Phoenix Pavilion Master, you may state your demands. As long as it is within my authority to do so, I will give them careful consideration, Cold Shadow added after Phoenix Rain hadn't said anything for a long moment. Smiling, she continued, I'm even willing to sell some of the combat runes that are unique to the Western continent. With Cold Shadow's last statement, a tall, robust man behind her stepped forward. Silver runes flashed on his equipment, drawing in the surrounding mana and increasing the intensity of his aura to a new level instantly. Even the Tier 2 peak experts in the hall took a step back, staring at the man with fear in their gazes. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? Even Blue Phoenix, now a Tier 3 player, was shocked by the transformation. Although she had sensed that the man was very dangerous, she had felt confident that she could hold her ground against him, but now, she felt powerless before him. However, she could tell that the difference between them wasn't one of basic attributes, but from their different mental capacities. So, this is the Western continent's rumored combat rune. The situation even surprised 9 Dragons Emperor. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no power on the Western continent, it had investigated it. The pavilion had even dispatched quite a few internal members to the Western continent, and although their efforts hadn't yielded many results, they had more than nothing. According to the pavilion's reports, combat runes were a special type of tuk that was similar to enchantments found on the Eastern continent. However, the combat runes offered stronger control over mana. The combat runes couldn't offer bonus basic attributes, but they could increase players' affinity with mana. They could even improve a player's mental capacity. In 9 Dragons Emperor's initial opinion, the combat runes weren't all that impressive. Basic attributes and combat standards were far more important than mana control and mental capacity. However, he had realized how mistaken he was after reaching Tier 3. Both mana control and mental capacity were incredibly important for players' combat power because they influenced a player's ability to manipulate their mana body. The more control of one's Tier 3 mana body one had, the greater their overall combat power would be. Now that he had seen the combat runes in action himself, he realized how horrific they were. If he could secure a large collection of weapons and equipment with combat runes for him and his subordinates, no one on Dragonheart Island or in the Black Dragon Empire would have the power to threaten his position. The combat rune we've researched is quite impressive, isn't it? It's only a Tier 2 advanced rank, which can't compare to the Tier 3 combat runes we've researched, but it can double Tier 2 players' combat power. It can also provide a significant boost to Tier 3 experts' combat power, Cold Shadow explained, grinning smugly when she saw everyone's reactions. This isn't even the best they've got. 9 Dragons Emperor could not help but gasp. This revelation was terrifying. Although the robust man beside Cold Shadow had reached the domain realm, Nine Dragons Emperor could sense that he was only as strong as Martial Dragon, but after he activated his combat rune, not even Martial Dragon would last long against him. And yet, Cold Shadow informed them that the robust man's combat rune was only at Tier 3 advanced rank. Nine Dragons Emperor didn't even want to fathom how powerful the robust man would become if he were armed with a Tier 3 combat rune. It was at this moment that Nine Dragons Emperor, more or less, realized how Mythology had survived as one of the 5 great super guilds, even in a game like God's Domain. On paper, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might only be 1 rank weaker than Mythology, but the true difference was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. Naturally, the robust man's display with his combat rune sent the pavilion's members into another uproar. This is amazing. If I could equip that combat rune, too, I might be able to contend with Tier 2 peak experts. With that combat rune, I could complete a higher difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. Many of the refinement and flowing water realms experts glowed as they gazed at the robust man. They all waited eagerly for Phoenix Rain to agree to Cold Shadow's offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, as her comrade's desire for Mythology's combat runes grew, Phoenix Rain's expression darkened. She had never dreamed that Mythology would be so desperate for Candlelight's shares that they'd sell guild treasures like the combat runes. If she rejected Mythology's offer now, she'd become the guild's #1 enemy. Just as she was about to speak, however, another commotion broke out outside of the guild hall. As the seconds passed, the players outside made even more noise. Curious, many of the members in the guild hall ran out of the building. "What's wrong with all of you? What's going on outside?" Blue Phoenix demanded an answer from one of her nearby guildmates. "There are flying ships. 3 flying ships have arrived above our residence," a Tier 2 ranger close to the entrance shouted back. Chapter 2432, Frightening Foundations, Flying Ships. Could it be Zero Wing? When Nine Dragons Emperor and the pavilion's other members heard someone mention flying ships, they immediately thought of Zero Wing. When Zero Wing's Crimson Dragon flying ship had first appeared in God's Domain, it had caused a huge commotion among the various powers. At that time, the name Zero Wing had engraved itself in the superpowers' minds. In an era when flying mounts were still exceedingly rare, a flying ship could be immensely beneficial. Moreover, a flying ship would rule the skies with the combat power it possessed. If players didn't have sufficiently powerful anti-aircraft weapons, encountering an enemy flying ship could be devastating. However, Nine Dragons Emperor and his comrades shook the thought away. This time, there were 3 flying ships at their door. Obtaining a single flying ship was already incredible, but a guild like Zero Wing could never secure 3 of them. When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard the announcement, they were confused. They had expected Zero Wing to make the trip to Twilight City, but they couldn't have come with 3 flying ships, could they? Is it not Zero Wing? Phoenix Rain frowned at the thought. A force of 3 flying ships was no trivial matter. Based on the information the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had acquired thus far, 1 ship would be more than enough to give the ruler of a guild city a headache. If 3 flying ships attacked a guild city together, they'd likely destroy the city's infrastructure by the time they finished, even if they didn't capture the city. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Twilight City would have a difficult time against 3 flying ships. This was why the various superpowers were so desperately trying to obtain their own flying mounts. Without an aerial unit, a guild would be at an overwhelming disadvantage against a flying ship. Although guild towns and cities had defense turrets and arrow towers, these defensive structures would struggle to land a hit on the highly mobile flying ship. The battle would merely be a one-sided beating. 3 flying ships. Cold Shadow was also curious about the situation. The Eastern continent already has a power that has developed to such a standard. The Western continent had flying ships as well, but they were exceptionally challenging to obtain. Although some of the Western continent's powers had discovered clues that could lead to a flying ship, they'd still need a considerable amount of time before they actually got their hands on it. This was another reason for her decision to annex Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor, and Cold Shadow left the guild hall with their subordinates in tow. They all wanted to know who owned these 3 flying ships. 3 steel giants hovered above the residence's plaza, the roar of their magic engines blasting throughout the area. Even players outside of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence could feel the gale the ship stirred up. The Pavilion's experts, who had fought in many large-scale battles, were shocked. Although the flying ships didn't seem aggressive and simply hovered in the air, the experts' instinct screamed at them to flee. Staring at those flying ships, they felt as if they stood before 3 colossal beasts. This was why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Legion, which was stationed in Twilight City, had allowed the flying ships to enter the city and rest above their guild's residence. They hadn't even bothered to warn the flying ships or try to chase them off. They had only been able to stare as the steel giants passed, wary and afraid. When Phoenix Rain and her group emerged from the guild hall, the flying ship in the lead began to descend. The pavilion's members in the plaza promptly made room for the ship to land, afraid of provoking whoever piloted the steel giant. Not a single player in the plaza could wait to find out who commanded these 3 flying ships. Not even super guilds had this kind of air power. While everyone wondered which superpower controlled the flying ships, the side hatch on the ship that had landed opened. A dozen figures then disembarked. Not only were they all Tier 3 players, but they had also reached level 105, and most importantly, they all wore 6 winged emblems. Zero Wing. How is this possible? The revelation stunned every pavilion member in sight. The fact that Zero Wing had somehow procured 1 flying ship had already been astounding, yet now they discovered that the guild had 2 more. Some of the crowd even wondered if their eyes were playing a trick on them. But no matter how much they rubbed at their eyes, the fact that these dozen players wore 6 winged emblems didn't change. There was no doubt that it was Zero Wing's guild emblem, and based on the information in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's database, the cloaked man, who had disembarked last, was none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. This is impossible. How can Zero Wing have 3 flying ships? 9 Dragons Emperor stared at Feng, astonished. Flying ships were incredibly rare. Not even super guilds had one right now. So, how had Zero Wing obtained 3 flying ships? Phoenix Rain was similarly dumbfounded. She had never thought these 3 flying ships would belong to Zero Wing. Those were 3 flying ships they were talking about. With this kind of air power, Zero Wing could move through God's domain without contest, and transporting goods across the sea wouldn't be an issue. When Zero Wing had only had 1 flying ship, it had only proven to be a deterrent to the various naval powers. The sea was large, and even with the Crimson Dragon flying ship's mobility, it couldn't protect all of the naval routes Zero Wing used. However, with 3 flying ships, Zero Wing could safely deliver its merchandise wherever it needed to. As long as Zero Wing had safe and reliable transportation at sea, it wouldn't have any issues earning money or resources. The various superpowers knew this, or they wouldn't have invested astronomical sums of money and resources to increase their naval power. They did so precisely to ensure the safety of their transportation routes. The ocean had far more resources to offer than the land, and a stable transportation route at sea meant that one would have a steady source of naval resources. Once Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor overcame their shock at seeing Zero Wing's flying ships, they noticed something else that gave them goosebumps. All 3 flying ships looked exactly the same. At first, they had been too shocked by the 3 ships to notice the flying ships' details. As they calmed down, they took the time to get a better look and realized that all 3 flying ships were identical. This meant that Zero Wing had not simply gotten lucky and stumbled across 3 flying ships. How could the guild have possibly found 3 identical ships by chance? Flying ships were similar to speedboats found at sea. their designs would vary depending on where they were found. Since Zero Wing's flying ships looked the same, the guild must have obtained them through the same means, and the 3 flying ships before them hinted that as long as Zero Wing fulfilled whatever conditions there were, it could obtain even more. A force of 3 flying ships was practically invincible at this stage of the game. If Zero Wing could construct a full fleet in the future, not a single player in the plaza could even imagine what kind of air power Zero Wing could control in the future. Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor weren't the only players to realize this. Many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experts in the plaza thought of the possibility, as well. They all stared at Feng as if he were a monster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. If Zero Wing could truly establish a full fleet of flying ships, no superpower would dare provoke the guild. I apologize for being tardy, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Feng said as he approached Phoenix Rain. He glanced at Cold Shadow and the players behind her before he continued with a smile, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. He had wanted to keep his flying ships a secret as Zero Wing continued to develop its air power, but to ensure that Phoenix Rain continued to hold her position and influence in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had been forced to change his plans. Not only had Zero Wing exhausted all of its coins to craft these 3 flying ships, but it had also borrowed money for materials from the secret pavilion. The guild wouldn't be able to construct another ship anytime soon. Furthermore, the market didn't currently have enough materials to construct another flying ship. Based on everyone's shocked expressions, Feng decided that he had achieved his goal. Chapter 2433. Foundations revealed. One after another 9 Dragons Emperor responded to Feng's statement with a hateful glare. The force Zero Wing had mobilized had sent Twilight City on high alert. How could this be interpreted as anything other than an interruption? Moreover, Feng's grand arrival had ruined 9 Dragons Emperor's efforts to interest his guild members in a partnership with Mythology. Not only had Zero Wing's show of strength shocked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, but it had chased away any thoughts about Mythology. No, you haven't interrupted us, Guild Leader Black Flame. You're right on time, Phoenix Rain said, a rare smile gracing her lips at Feng's greeting. She then turned toward Cold Shadow and firmly stated, Vice Guild Leader Shadow, although I am very interested in a partnership with Mythology, I'm afraid that I cannot sell Candlelight's shares. When Phoenix Rain rejected Mythology's offer, silence filled the plaza. Every member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion turned to stare at Phoenix Rain, complex emotions flashing in their eyes. Surprisingly, however, no one stepped up to object. If she had rejected Mythology's offer earlier, they would have fought her decision as illogical and doubted her ability to act as a pavilion master, but with Zero Wing's 3 flying ships before them, no one could find a reason to argue with her decision. They were talking about flying ships, and it was clear that Zero Wing had some method to secure multiple ships. Now that Zero Wing ruled the skies, no superpower would dare offend the guild. With Zero Wing's help, the Dragon Phoenix could ensure the safety of its transportation routes in the future. In fact, the pavilion could even rely on Zero Wing's reputation to secure even more sea zones, which they could develop, and in turn, fuel the guild's growth. However, if Phoenix Rain sold her shares of the Candlelight trading firm to Mythology, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would likely lose Zero Wing's assistance. The difference between an ally with shares and one without was massive, after all. Furthermore, everyone knew how stingy Zero Wing was with its shares. If Phoenix Rain sold Candlelight's shares without Zero Wing's consent, no one would be surprised if Zero Wing became an enemy. Rain, you should think this through carefully. You are aware of the guild situation in the Apocalypse Empire. Many otherworld powers have already begun to set their sights on our guild, and you know better than I why we took the risk of transferring Twilight City to the Dawn Ridge, 9 Dragons Emperor loudly proclaimed when none of his guildmates spoke up. If we can form a partnership with Mythology and obtain combat runes, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion can quickly establish a foothold in level 100 neutral maps. With the resources and equipment we can acquire from those maps, we'll be able to stabilize our position in the Empire. Are you really willing to throw this opportunity away? Before Zero Wing's flying ships had arrived, he had merely hoped to reduce Phoenix Rain's popularity within the pavilion, but now, he steeled himself to tear her from Zero Wing, no matter what it took. Phoenix Rain and Zero Wing had become firm allies long ago. Zero Wing's strength was Phoenix Rain's strength. But Mythology was a different story. The potential alliance with Mythology might drastically elevate Phoenix Rain's position, but it would be temporary. Mythology wasn't interested in a partnership with Phoenix Rain specifically, it wanted an alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This would leave room for him to take advantage of plenty of opportunities, but if she stuck with Zero Wing, he'd have nothing. Fortunately, Mythology had offered something that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion urgently needed. There was no way the Grand Elders could ignore the temptation of Mythology's combat runes. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, its strength was only considered average among the many superpowers in God's domain. Now powers from the various otherworlds had begun to invade the main continent. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's position in the game was under threat. To alleviate some of the pressure the guild faced, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had decided to gamble and transfer Twilight City, the guild's strongest city, to Dawn Ridge to secure its hold over the neighboring level 100 neutral map. However, the other superpowers in the Apocalypse Empire weren't idiots. They had also invested plenty of resources and stationed their players in the Dawn Ridge. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a powerful tool like the combat runes, it would have a much easier time exploring level 100 neutral maps. This was the Grand Elder's ultimate goal. Hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's comment, several nearby Grand Elders frowned and turned toward Phoenix Rain, their expressions hinting that she needed to make her decision carefully. The combat runes would be significantly helpful when the guild's members explored level 100 neutral maps. The benefits these combat runes offered were just as impactful as Zero Wing's flying ships could be. In fact, the combat runes might be even more beneficial to the guild. Zero Wing owned those flying ships, after all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not. Moreover, rejecting Cold Shadow's offer would be on par with slapping Mythology in the face. Mythology was one of the virtual gaming world's 5 great super guilds, and it had already shown the pavilion a lot of respect by approaching the smaller guild for an alliance. If the pavilion rejected Mythology, the super guild would offer nothing. It might even move against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Although Mythology was focused on its development on the Western continent, it was still one of the 5 great super guilds. Causing trouble for the pavilion would be child's play. Phoenix Rain's expression turned grim. She had never expected Nine Dragons Emperor to pander to the guild's Grand Elders after failing to rouse their guildmates. The Grand Elders didn't normally meddle in the competition for the position of Grand Pavilion Master, but they were from the same generation as Qilin. Their influence in the guild couldn't be underestimated. Even Qilin had to weigh their words carefully. What a smart move. It's no wonder how he maintained his hold on the Black Dragon Empire in the past. Many planar passages were connected to the Black Dragon Empire, which led to intense competition in the Empire. Normally, only super guilds were confident in stopping so many otherworld powers from invading, but during Feng's previous life, Nine Dragons Emperor's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had successfully defended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territories, only losing insignificant sections. Don't be in such a hurry to reject my offer, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Mythology is sincerely interested in an alliance. If we can negotiate a partnership, I can even speak with my guild leader about selling some of our Tier 3 combat runes to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Tier 3 combat runes will grant the pavilion an absolute advantage when exploring level 100 neutral maps, Cold Shadow said sweetly, smiling. As she spoke, she glanced at Feng. Cold Shadow was familiar with the predicament the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found itself in. As long as she could purchase Candlelight's shares, she didn't mind letting Nine Dragons Emperor borrow her power to suppress Phoenix Rain. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't hope to compete with the terms Mythology could offer. When Cold Shadow finished speaking, the nearby Grand Elders watched with bated breath. Although they didn't know much about the Western continent, they knew a thing or two about Tier 3 combat runes. Only 3 super guilds were capable of producing the tools, and they didn't sell them to outsiders. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Tier 3 experts could equip Tier 3 combat runes, then the guild would be unstoppable in the Hill of Ruins, the level 100 neutral map neighboring the Dawn Ridge. Moreover, these combat runes would ensure that the pavilion had an easier time developing its navy. Just as the several Grand Elders were about to step forward to persuade Phoenix Rain, Feng retrieved an ancient magic array scroll from his bag and handed it to her. The moment Feng revealed the scroll, it drew everyone's gaze. The magic array scroll's mana was extraordinarily dense, nothing like the scrolls players typically saw. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. This is the sample of what we spoke about earlier. If you find it acceptable, we can negotiate prices, Feng calmly stated as he gestured to the magic array scroll now in Phoenix Rain's hand. Cold Shadow only grinned at Feng's play. She found it simply laughable that he wanted to use a magic array scroll to compete with her guild's Tier 3 combat runes. However, when one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders, who possessed a master-ranked appraisal skill, curiously appraised the scroll, he couldn't help but gasp. An advanced, ancient barrier scroll. Chapter 2434, Ascending to Heaven. When they heard the Grand Elder's exclamation, everyone stared at the scroll Phoenix Rain held, astonished. Zero Wing is actually selling such an item. Magic barrier scrolls were insanely rare on the market. The various powers even hoarded basic magic barrier scrolls, only allowing their main forces access to the tools. Level 100 plus Grand Lords were simply too difficult to deal with for current players. If one of these Grand Lords possessed special skills, not even Tier 3 MTs would be able to tank it, let alone Tier 2 MTs. To help their main forces explore level 100 neutral maps, the various powers relied on magic barriers to defeat these level 100 plus Grand Lords. Unfortunately, due to how scarce these scrolls were, the various powers didn't even have enough to arm their main forces sufficiently. As a result, the team's exploration speed was still quite slow. The best magic barrier scrolls on the market were only intermediate rank. There were practically never advanced magic barrier scrolls available. Although the various superpowers had even offered to trade level 100 dark gold equipment for the advanced ranked scrolls, no one was willing to sell what they had. And yet, not only had Feng revealed an advanced magic barrier scroll, but it was also an ancient barrier scroll. In God's domain, intermediate magic arrays could only affect level 100 plus Grand Lords. They were nearly useless against level 100 mythics. Only advanced magic arrays would prove effective against such high-ranked monsters. With a complete set of advanced magic barrier scrolls, one could even slay a level 100 plus mythic monster. It was easy to imagine how much a set of those scrolls was worth. Ancient magic arrays were generally stronger than ordinary magic arrays of the same rank, and fewer players were required to channel the magic arrays. This allowed more of the team to participate in the actual fight. If a team used an advanced magic barrier, they'd still need around 30 Tier 3 experts to take down a level 100 plus mythic monster. However, if the team had an advanced ancient barrier, they'd be more than capable of slaying a level 100 plus mythic monster as long as they had a Tier 3 metric tons, advanced ancient barrier scrolls. The revelation even surprised Cold Shadow. She had never thought Feng would be capable of obtaining such a treasure. If what Feng had suggested were true, and Zero Wing could sell large quantities of the 12 elemental pillars, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would easily be able to dominate the Hill of Ruins. No superpower in the Apocalypse Empire would be able to contend with the pavilion. All of the various superpowers were nursing headaches over the issue level 100 plus mythic monsters presented, including Mythology. Although the Tier 3 combat rune was powerful, it could only help players exhibit more of their combat power. It didn't offer a boost to players' basic attributes. Unless players met the minimum basic attribute requirements to raid level 100 plus mythic monsters, the Tier 3 combat rune wouldn't be particularly useful. Advanced magic barriers, on the other hand, would be. They might not increase players' combat power or basic attributes, but they could limit a monster's strength. With a set of such scrolls, a team that normally wouldn't have a chance against a level 100+ mythic monster would have hope of defeating it. With an advanced ancient barrier like the 12 elemental pillars, even a tier 2 team could raid level 100+ mythic monsters. Those scrolls were well worth several times more than ordinary advanced magic barriers. At this stage of the game, superpowers still didn't have enough tier 3 players to form a full team, but forming a tier 2 team was a piece of cake. Of course, not only was level 100+ mythic monsters loot bountiful, but it was also the foundation necessary to raid level 100 team dungeons. If even tier 2 expert teams could slay level 100+ mythic monsters, their power could prepare to raid level 100 team dungeons much sooner than others. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could secure a large stock of 12 elemental pillar scrolls, its development speed regarding tier 3 players and equipment standards would reach new highs. The pavilion would easily be able to surpass the Apocalypse Empire's various superpowers. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain stared at the scroll in her hands, dazed. Nine Dragons Emperor broke the silence with a laugh, saying, "Guild Leader Black Flame, this is an advanced ancient barrier scroll we're talking about, yet you're suggesting that you can sell them in bulk. Do you take us for fools?" Nine Dragons Emperor instinctively denied Feng's claim. The swordsman must have gone to great lengths to secure a single 12 elemental pillar scroll and was lying about Zero Wing's interest in selling Phoenix Rain a bulk order just to make her look good in front of the pavilion's grand elders. The strongest magic barriers the various superpowers could craft were intermediate rank. Furthermore, not only were the required materials incredibly valuable, but no more than 5 superpowers were actually capable of crafting intermediate magic barrier scrolls. How, exactly, was Zero Wing supposedly capable of mass-producing advanced ancient barrier scroll? Is that so? Feng chuckled, pulling 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, the scrolls he had found in the magic temple, from his bag. Feng tossed one scroll after another on the ground, quickly forming a small mound. As he did, everyone sensed the mana density around them increase considerably. Nine Dragons Emperor had been prepared to mock Feng further, but seeing the magic array scrolls, he turned deathly pale and couldn't bring himself to utter a single word. Everyone in the plaza fell silent, and the pavilion's members gazed at Feng with admiration. Nine Dragons Emperor was a true hero in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not only was he individually powerful, but he was also an excellent commander. He had even led the pavilion's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire to prosper, despite the various otherworld powers' invasion. But the moment he had accused Feng of lying, the swordsman had revealed 10 sets of the 12 elemental pillars. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader tossed them on the ground as if they were worthless pebbles. This was a slap in the face to Nine Dragons Emperor and had been done before the pavilion's members. To top it off, Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't find anything kind of rebuttal. He wouldn't dare. The only thing coming out of his mouth should be compliments for Feng. If he said anything else, he might even lose his position as a pavilion master, not to mention his chance to become the great pavilion master. Not even superpowers guild leaders could subject Nine Dragons Emperor to such humiliation. So, that's the case. Cold Shadow grit her teeth. When Nine Dragons Emperor said nothing more, she knew that the situation was no longer in her favor. She then turned to look at Phoenix Rain and said, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, your insight truly is impressive. Since it seems that a partnership between our guilds is no longer possible, I won't interrupt your discussions with Guild Leader Black Flame. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Cold Shadow decisively led her subordinates away from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. She didn't show the slightest hint of anger or disappointment, as if her negotiations with the pavilion had meant nothing to her. Meanwhile, none of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were surprised by the outcome. It was clear that Zero Wing had more to offer than Mythology, which was based on the Western continent. Even a fool would recognize the stronger potential ally. Cold Shadow wouldn't linger to suffer further embarrassment. Rain, Guild Leader Black Flame has taken time out of his busy schedule to visit our main headquarters. As a Pavilion Master, how can you leave him standing out here for so long? You are being impolite, a white-haired Grand Elder berated Phoenix Rain after Cold Shadow had left the guild residence. The old man had been loud, but everyone could tell that he wasn't angry in the least. Rather, his tone contained joy and excitement. He had obviously chosen to support Phoenix Rain's side. The Grand Elder's comments shook Phoenix Rain from her daze, and she addressed Feng, "My mistake. Guild Leader Black Flame, please come in." Phoenix Rain had never dreamed that Feng would be so powerful as to reveal one trump card after another. Not only had he sent Mythology's Cold Shadow packing, but he had also managed to drag the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to her side. The situation had developed so quickly that she was at a loss. Once Phoenix Rain led Feng and his entourage into the guild hall, the Grand Elders in the plaza shot 9 Dragons Emperor piteous looks. After expressing their helplessness, they, too, returned to the guild hall, dismissing the other Pavilion Master. "We're in trouble now, Pavilion Master." Thanks to Black Flame, the Grand Elders now support Phoenix Rain, Martial Dragon said, frowning as he watched the Grand Elders walk away without a word. After today, 9 Dragons Emperor's chances of becoming the next great Pavilion Master were non-existent. Trouble. 9 Dragons Emperor shot back with a sinister sneer. Wrong. This is our chance. Phoenix Rain might have ascended to heaven thanks to Zero Wing's potential and foundations, but possessing wealth without the strength to protect it is a crime. Zero Wing shouldn't have revealed its flying ships and advanced ancient barrier scrolls so early. What do you think the various superpowers will do if they find this out? Approach Zero Wing in hopes of cooperation? Martial Dragon guessed after considering the question. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, and if that fails? 9 Dragons Emperor asked, smiling at Feng's departing figure. They'll do everything in their power to destroy Zero Wing. Martial Dragon exclaimed as realization dawned on him. He also realized why Cold Shadow had left so quickly. Zero Wing might be fine with its flying ships, but the advanced ancient barrier scrolls could change the status quo in God's domain. If the various superpowers couldn't get their hands on the 12 elemental pillar scrolls, they wouldn't be content to let a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing hold on to them. Today's events would certainly reach the various superpowers, and once it did, they would take action. Even if Zero Wing allied with a few superpowers, they couldn't protect the guild. The 12 elemental pillar scrolls touched on the foundations and futures of every superpower. Unless the various superpowers were willing to bow to Zero Wing in the future, they would try to destroy the smaller guild now, ensuring that the status quo remained the same. While 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon whispered amongst themselves, news of Zero Wing's 3 flying ships and its ability to mass-produce advanced ancient barrier scrolls spread like wildfire, soon reaching the various superpowers' upper echelons. Chapter 2435. Structural change. On the top floor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall, 3 people were sitting inside the luxurious reception hall, which could easily accommodate 50 people. Aside from Phoenix Rain and Feng, only Blue Phoenix was present. The degree of privacy for the meeting was even greater than that for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elder meetings. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Grand Elders who had been in the plaza before, they wisely stayed away, having no intention of participating in the discussions between Feng and Phoenix Rain. Moreover, with Kola, Tiexin, and Zero Wing's other Tier 3 experts standing guard outside the reception hall, anyone who wished to spy on the meeting couldn't do so. Guild Leader Black Flame, I really have to thank you this time. If not for your help, those Grand Elders would have sided with 9 Dragons Emperor, Phoenix Rain said as she looked at the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars on the table. These advanced ancient barrier scrolls are extremely precious, so you should quickly store them. Although magic array scrolls won't suffer any damage from exposure, these scrolls are quite ancient. If you don't store them properly, the magic arrays drawn on them might deteriorate. If that happens, it'll be a huge loss. In God's domain, magic array scrolls normally wouldn't deteriorate. However, some ancient magic array scrolls were a different story. The march of time would compromise the durability of some ancient magic array scrolls. When durability fell to a certain point, it would affect the performance of the magic array scroll itself. Meanwhile, moving the scrolls could reduce their durability by a certain amount. Previously, Feng had nonchalantly tossed these ancient barrier scrolls on the ground to humiliate Nine Dragons' Emperor. Now, he had even casually placed them on the table. These actions would undoubtedly affect the ancient barrier scrolls' durability. As for selling these ancient barrier scrolls, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, he had said those words just to take control of the situation. After all, advanced ancient barriers were not ordinary advanced barriers. Collecting even one complete set of scrolls for an advanced ancient barrier was extremely difficult. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had yet to collect a complete set, much less 10 sets. Meanwhile, at this stage of the game, 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars would be extremely helpful to any superpower. If Zero Wing actually sold these ancient barrier scrolls, it would suffer an immense loss. No need. I originally planned to sell these 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars to you, Phoenix Pavilion Master, Feng said, shaking his head. You really plan on selling them? Phoenix Rain was a little surprised at the serious expression on Feng's face. She then tried to dissuade him, saying, "These are 10 sets of advanced ancient barrier scrolls we are talking about. You can kill a minimum of 10 level 100 mythics with them. If you properly locate these bosses, Zero Wing's main force will receive a huge improvement in strength. If you're worried about Nine Dragons' Emperor's side, you can rest assured. I still have a few sets of advanced barrier scrolls. With them, I should be able to head him off." The entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could easily tell that Feng was only conducting the transaction this time out of respect for Phoenix Rain. As for how many she purchased and how she used them, outsiders wouldn't have a say. She could simply sell the few precious sets of advanced barrier scrolls she had to the guild to buy herself some time. Once she hatched the homed eagle egg from the Molten Ruin, she would be able to secure much more resources from level 100 neutral maps. As for the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, nobody would really know if she had used the scrolls or not. She didn't need to worry about the secret getting out as her main force consisted solely of her trusted aides. With the resources she could gain with the help of a flying mount, tricking the guild's grand elders should be feasible. Standing at a side, Blue Phoenix nodded in agreement with Phoenix Rain's words. She felt that Feng had already helped them a great deal this time. They naturally couldn't let him suffer any more losses. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, you're overthinking things. I'm really here to do business," Feng said, a bitter smile forming on his face when he saw Phoenix Rain's and Blue Phoenix's reactions. From the very beginning, he had intended to sell the 12 elemental pillars, though not on such a large scale. Instead, he merely planned to sell it to Zero Wing's partners to ensure that the ancient barrier would not land in the hands of outsiders and aid his enemies. At the same time, it would also earn his guild a large amount of resources and coins. The production of 12 elemental pillars scrolls required a large number of elemental crystals and magic cores, which were treated as strategic resources by guilds. Guilds normally wouldn't sell them. As a result, it was impossible to purchase these materials in bulk. Hence, if Zero Wing wished to mass-produce the 12 elemental pillars, it would have to exchange for these materials with the various powers. Moreover, Feng was currently in extreme need of magic crystals and coins. This was especially true for magic crystals. Even though he had 2 ore veins capable of producing magic crystals, his demand for magic crystals was still far above what the 2 ore veins and Zero Wing could supply. As to why he was in dire need of magic crystals, it was because the teleportation gate linking the eastern and western continents cost a lot of magic crystals to operate. Moreover, magic crystals were far rarer and more valuable on the Western continent. Hence, magic crystals could be considered a very powerful currency there. To purchase the rare materials over there in bulk, he had to have a large number of magic crystals. Of course, there was also the option of selling the Eastern continent's unique materials on the Western continent. However, these unique materials were similarly precious on the Eastern continent. Moreover, the various superpowers had a monopoly on them, and Zero Wing could get its hands on only a limited amount. After all, superpowers capable of traveling between the two main continents generally traded with superpowers that possessed these unique materials. In the end, Feng had concluded that he could only conduct transactions using magic crystals. Guild leader Black Flame, can you really supply these 12 elemental pillars in bulk? Blue Phoenix blurted out in surprise when she saw the bitter smile on Feng's face. These were advanced ancient barrier scrolls they were talking about. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could purchase them in bulk, then the pavilion's development would definitely skyrocket. Of course. However, you should know how precious the 12 elemental pillars are. I cannot sell them too cheaply. In fact, they can't even be weighed using coins, Feng said, chuckling when he saw Blue Phoenix's excited expression. A complete set of 12 elemental pillars will cost 5,000 magic crystals, 500 gold, 500 elemental crystals, and 500 magic cores. That much? Blue Phoenix gasped when she heard Feng's words, her excitement dimming considerably. Based on the price he quoted, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be capable of purchasing that many sets, not when the total value of each set of scrolls exceeded 4,000 gold. Moreover, magic crystals, elemental crystals, and magic cores were all strategic resources. Obtaining these items in large numbers wasn't easy. After taking into consideration the guild's own use, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be able to take out only a small number of these items for exchange. This would also be the case for other superpowers. Sure enough, the price really isn't low. Phoenix Rain also revealed a bitter smile as she gazed at the 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars on the table. I'll buy 30 sets first, then. Although she had long since prepared herself for a high price, when she heard Feng's quote, she still could not help a little heartache. However, the 12 elemental pillars were an advanced ancient barrier. Compared to the barrier's value, the price wasn't particularly high. After all, intermediate barrier scrolls normally sold for roughly 800 gold per set. Most importantly, these things rarely appeared on the market, as no power would be willing to sell them. Moreover, so long as she properly chose which mythic bosses to raid and her luck wasn't too bad, she would still be able to profit a lot. Not to mention, she would also get a lead on the other superpowers. This could be considered the greatest benefit of the 12 elemental pillars. That won't be a problem. I'll have someone deliver the remaining 20 sets by tomorrow, Feng said. He was not at all surprised to see a pained expression appear on Phoenix Rain's face. On the contrary, he very much understood her feelings. This was also the reason why he wanted to seek a partnership with several superpowers. The mana stones required weren't much of a problem. A set of 12 scrolls required only 12 mana stones. Even a master alchemist would need only 1,200 magic crystals to synthesize the mana stones. However, it was a different story for the elemental crystals and magic cores. Producing one set of 12 elemental pillars consumed 144 elemental crystals and magic cores. With Zero Wing's current stockpile, it couldn't create many sets at all. Needless to say, it definitely couldn't supply the scrolls to the guild's Tier 2 teams. After Phoenix Rain confirmed her transaction with Feng and Blue Phoenix was about to head to the guild's warehouse to retrieve the necessary materials, Phoenix Rain's expression suddenly turned grim. Guild leader Black Flame, why don't we just forget about the transaction for now? We caused a huge commotion in the Residence's plaza this time. Not to mention, Mythology's vice guild leader was present as well. News of this matter will definitely reach the ears of the various superpowers. To make matters worse, you really are capable of mass-producing the 12 elemental pillars. If the various superpowers find out about this, they won't let Zero Wing off the hook. They might even cooperate to force you to hand over the method for obtaining the 12 elemental pillars, Phoenix Rain said. After giving the matter some thought, she still concluded that it wouldn't be wise to purchase the 12 elemental pillars. In God's domain, the various superpowers would always plant spies in other superpowers. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception. Hence, news of today's matter had most likely reached the ears of the various superpowers already. It might be fine if Feng had simply been using the 12 elemental pillars to trick 9 Dragons Emperor. At worst, her reputation in the guild would plummet, and many of the guild's grand elders would switch to 9 Dragons Emperor's side. However, since this matter was true, things had become troublesome. There would be no problem if the 12 elemental pillars transaction involved only a small amount of materials. With her status as a pavilion master, she could secretly conduct the transaction without anybody finding out about it. However, the amount of materials the 12 elemental pillars required was simply too much. If she took out that many materials from the guild warehouse, people would definitely notice. If she used the 12 elemental pillars, the likelihood of discovery would be even greater. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The various superpowers might be able to ignore the fact that Zero Wing had a reliable method for obtaining flying ships, as flying ships could, at most, allow Zero Wing to stabilize its rule over the territories it currently possessed. These flying ships wouldn't budge the various superpowers' foundations at all. However, the 12 elemental pillars were a different story. If Zero Wing supplied the advanced ancient barrier scrolls in bulk, the structure of the current god's domain would change drastically. The various superpowers definitely wouldn't cotton to Zero Wing restraining them or a pseudo-superpower deciding their future. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't sit still and watch this happen. In that case, there would only be 2 possible outcomes to this situation. The first would be the various superpowers joining hands to annihilate Zero Wing and maintain the status quo. The second outcome would be Zero Wing being forced to hand over its method for obtaining the 12 elemental pillars and submit itself to the various superpowers. Both of these outcomes would be fatal to Zero Wing's development. Hence, Phoenix Rain decided that it was best to treat today's incident as Feng tricking 9 Dragons Emperor. That way, Zero Wing would be able to avoid destruction. Chapter 2436, Zero Wing's craziness. Upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words, Blue Phoenix, who had just stood up from her seat, immediately came to a realization. Big Sis Rain, does this mean that 9 Dragons Emperor and that Vice Guild leader from Mythology understood that something like this would happen from the very start, and that's why they gave up and left so peacefully? Blue Phoenix felt a sense of dread when she recalled how calm 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow had been after failing to force Phoenix Rain to sell her Candlelight shares. Previously, when Feng stated that he could supply advanced ancient barrier scrolls in large quantities, the benefits the 12 elemental pillars could bring had occupied Blue Phoenix's thoughts. She had failed to consider the potential problems that the 12 elemental pillars would bring. She also never imagined that 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow would think of this problem so quickly. Meanwhile, judging by how decisively Cold Shadow had left the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, she might have already started planning how she could capitalize on this matter. That's most likely the case, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. However, we can still salvage this situation. So long as we can falsify this matter, the 2 of them won't be able to take action even if they want to. Although Feng had publicly revealed that he possessed 10 sets of 12 elemental pillars, he didn't actually prove that he was capable of supplying the ancient barrier in bulk. At the very least, none of the people that knew about his ability to do so was an outsider. Hence, it wouldn't be difficult to convince the various superpowers that he couldn't. If those superpowers discovered that this matter was fake, then 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow's plan to target Zero Wing would naturally fall through. After all, the strength 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow possessed on the eastern continent couldn't shake the current Zero Wing's foundations. You really don't need to hide this matter. If they wish to take action, they are free to do so. If they are capable of doing so, that is, Feng said, chuckling when he saw Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix worrying about the problems that the 12 elemental pillars would bring Zero Wing. In the current God's domain, nobody knew better than Feng what influence the 12 elemental pillars would have. Compared to the benefits the 12 elemental pillars could bring Zero Wing, the consequences of publicizing it were insignificant. After all, the current Zero Wing was no longer as weak as it was before. In God's domain, the period when players were transitioning from level 100 to Tier 3 was the longest and most difficult for players to get through. In the past, a massive gap had formed between the various powers because of this period. Some unknown guilds had become superpowers, and some superpowers had faded out of existence as a result of this period. Although Zero Wing currently had a tremendous advantage when producing Tier 3 players, the guild's lack of experts prevented it from capitalizing on this advantage. Meanwhile, it was only a matter of time before the various superpowers caught up to Zero Wing in this regard. Hence, what Feng needed to do now was expand Zero Wing's advantages and utilize these advantages to allow Zero Wing's experts to break free from this problem. Phoenix Rain hesitated when she saw Feng's confident expression. Zero Wing's current strength indeed could not be underestimated, especially with it having 3 flying ships. The presence of these 3 flying ships made it practically impossible for anybody to threaten Zero Wing's air superiority. However, the various superpowers were not easy opponents either. If the various superpowers banded together, even the 5 great super guilds would have to compromise. Moreover, this matter was all because of her. In reality, Feng could have conducted this transaction in secret and slowly developed Zero Wing's strength in God's domain. There wouldn't have been any need for Zero Wing to become enemies with the various superpowers at all. Actually, before I came here, I had Aqua contact a few other guilds and arrange for a meeting with them 3 hours later. At that time, I'll be selling the 12 elemental pillars to them as well, Feng said, smiling. So, even if the incident just now hadn't happened, the various superpowers would still find out about this matter. There is no need to blame yourself, Phoenix Pavilion Master. So long as he started selling something like the 12 elemental pillars, he would definitely draw the attention of all superpowers. Hence, he had not hesitated to use the 12 elemental pillars to humiliate 9 Dragons Emperor and Cold Shadow. By doing so, not only would he elevate Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, but it would also serve as a small promotion to the several guilds he had invited. At that time, he could save himself the trouble of proving that he was capable of supplying the 12 elemental pillars in bulk. After all, the madness of the various superpowers was the best proof. After hearing Feng's explanation, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix felt that he was simply crazy. Feng was basically forsaking his life for money. Selling the 12 elemental pillars might bring him a lot of benefits, but even super guilds would not dare risk becoming enemies with the various superpowers just for this much profit. After all, the current era was different. Tier 2 experts were no longer as useful as before. Only Tier 3 experts could be considered a guild's true combat power. Meanwhile, the various super guilds might have a lot more Tier 3 experts than an ordinary super first-rate guild, but the total number of Tier 3 experts of just 3 or 5 super first-rate guilds could easily surpass that of a super guild, what more all of the Eastern Continent superpowers. Since you have already said so, then I'll represent the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in purchasing 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars from Zero Wing. Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know if you can supply this many? Phoenix Rain asked seriously after taking a deep breath. After seeing how crazy Feng was behaving, she decided to take a leap of faith. The current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was in a very awkward position, ranking neither very highly nor lowly among the various superpowers. Since Zero Wing was already doing its best, she naturally had to try her best as well and gamble all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's available materials and magic crystals. The 12 elemental pillars were very expensive. In the off chance that the loot of the level 100+ mythic monsters the guild hunted was not ideal and failed to allow the guild to recoup its investment, the other superpowers in the Apocalypse Empire were likely to surpass the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, a guild's development required plenty of resources. This was especially true for magic crystals. However, if her gamble paid off and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion managed to secure enough top-tier equipment to arm a 100-man raid team within a short period, at that time, not only would the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion attain absolute dominance over the Hill of Ruins, but it could also start raiding level 100 team dungeons much sooner than other superpowers. With these advantages, the losses the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer from expending so many resources would no longer be a problem. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix gaped in shock upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. She never thought that Phoenix Rain would take such decisive action. With the invasion of the otherworld powers having greatly intensified the competition in the Apocalypse Empire, just purchasing 30 sets of 12 elemental pillars would have already put a heavy strain on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's resources. Purchasing 100 sets would basically empty the guild's stockpile. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion failed to secure dominance over the Hill of Ruins with the 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars, then the guild would suffer immense losses. At that time, Phoenix Rain would lose all hope of becoming the next great pavilion master. That won't be a problem. However, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow for all 100 sets to be delivered, Feng said. He, too, was surprised at the amount that Phoenix Rain requested. Purchasing 100 sets of 12 elemental pillars would cost 500,000 magic crystals, 50,000 gold, 50,000 elemental crystals, and 50,000 elemental cores. This was no trivial amount of resources. There was no superpower that would not feel strain from spending so many resources. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Blue, start making the necessary preparations. Once Phoenix Rain received Feng's confirmation, she immediately had Blue Phoenix collect the required materials from the guild warehouse. When Blue Phoenix visited the residence's warehouse, her actions immediately created an uproar among the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons. The request for 50,000 gold was fine, as that wasn't a significant amount of money for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the number of magic crystals, elemental crystals, and magic cores that Blue Phoenix requested was another matter altogether. These were all materials necessary to produce potions needed for exploration, yet Blue Phoenix had put in a request for more than 90% of the guild's stockpile for these materials. However, neither Ku Rong nor the Grand Elders of the guild tried to stop Blue Phoenix. On the contrary, they immediately approved Blue Phoenix's request and instructed the warehouse manager to supply Blue Phoenix with all of the requested materials. They also didn't bother questioning her purpose for these materials. After all, in the current Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Phoenix Rain could already be considered the pseudo-great pavilion master. She was well within her authority to make use of these materials. Meanwhile, this shocking piece of news also entered the various superpowers' ears immediately. Chapter 2437, Shocking All Sides. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Currently, over 50 players were seated inside the spacious top-floor reception room. Close observation would reveal that every one of these players had reached Tier 3. Even a superpowers guild leader would turn grim upon seeing this scene. After all, at this stage of the game, only a few superpowers had more than 50 Tier 3 players under their command. Dragon Pavilion Master, why did you call us here today? A level 104, Tier 3 male shield warrior with a thin and short body asked, frowning. He showed not the slightest bit of respect for Nine Dragons Emperor. Meanwhile, no one in the reception room found the shield warrior's attitude surprising. On the contrary, everyone considered it completely reasonable because this thin and short, middle-aged man was Stubbornheart. Not only was Stubbornheart the guild leader of Grim Reaper, the Black Dragon Empire's #1 dark guild, but he was also nicknamed Steel Hammer. Although Grim Reaper was not a superpower, it still wasn't an existence ordinary first-rate guilds could go up against. In addition, dark players were a bunch of lunatics with only slaughter on their minds, and dark guilds had a completely different development path from ordinary guilds. Hence, Grim Reaper did not fear any of the superpowers operating in the Black Dragon Empire. Naturally, Stubborn Heart wouldn't bother behaving politely around Nine Dragons Emperor. Upon hearing Stubborn Heart's question, everyone present turned to look at Nine Dragons Emperor curiously. After all, this was also the question they all wished to ask. Everyone in the room was a person of respectable standing in the Black Dragon Empire. They were either the guild leaders of dark guilds or the commanders of top adventurer teams. There were even a few guild leaders of first-rate guilds present. This was basically a gathering of the Black Dragon Empire's top brass. Naturally, it's good news, Nine Dragons Emperor replied with a calm smile. Haven't you all been wishing to develop in the Cold Spring Forest? Your chance has come. Cold Spring Forest was the level 100 neutral map closest to the Black Dragon Empire. However, due to Zero Wing Stone Forest City, the Black Dragon Empire's various major powers could only watch helplessly as Zero Wing and its partners monopolized the entire map. After all, if even superpowers were helpless against Stone Forest City, how could the various major powers do anything against it? What are you trying to say? Stubborn Heart asked, somewhat tempted by Nine Dragons Emperor's words. Cold Spring Forest was a level 100 neutral map. Even dark guilds like Grim Reaper could not avoid grinding in such maps. If Grim Reaper could gain some benefits from Cold Spring Forest, then the guild's development would definitely take a leap forward. I believe you more or less know about the matter that happened over at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion recently, Nine Dragons Emperor said. To be precise, I'm referring to Zero Wing taking out advanced ancient barrier scrolls. That's right. We know a little about that, but what of it? Is Zero Wing willing to sell us some? Stubborn Heart asked, chuckling. Not to mention, nobody knows if that information is actually true or not. At this stage of the game, any power would consider the 12 elemental pillars an absolute treasure. Nobody would not be tempted by it. However, how could Zero Wing possibly sell such a precious treasure to outsiders? Moreover, that was an advanced ancient barrier they were talking about, technology passed down from ancient times. It shouldn't be possible to procure many of it. I can tell you now that Zero Wing is indeed capable of supplying a large number of those ancient barrier scrolls, Nine Dragons Emperor said with some excitement. Moreover, I have solid proof of this matter. How is that possible? The technology necessary to produce ancient barrier scrolls should have been lost in ancient times. Everyone reacted in surprise when they heard Nine Dragons Emperor's confident reply. They had never thought that this piece of information was true. As for Nine Dragons Emperor lying to them, the chances of that happening were close to zero. After all, Nine Dragons Emperor wouldn't gain any benefits from doing so. What does this have to do with us? Even if we make a fuss about this, we still won't get our hands on those scrolls, Stubborn Heart stated. While it was indeed frightening that Zero Wing could supply advanced ancient barrier scrolls in bulk, that was a matter that concerned only the various superpowers. Major powers like theirs weren't qualified to interfere in this matter at all. That's why I have gathered you all here, Nine Dragons Emperor said as he swept a glance around the room. Smiling, he continued, you might not be strong on your own, but combined, even current super guilds cannot ignore your strength. Meanwhile, because of the ancient barrier scrolls, the various superpowers definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook this time. It won't matter even if Zero Wing possesses Stone Forest City. Under the might of a Tier 3 army, only destruction awaits Zero Wing. At that time, if we form an alliance, we might not be able to obtain those ancient barrier scrolls, but we can get a share of Stone Forest City's benefits. Are you all not interested in Stone Forest City? Nine Dragons Emperor's words seemed replete with infinite temptation since everyone's breathing quickened after listening to his speech. The eyes of some of those present even started glowing. Who wouldn't be interested in the current Stone Forest City? Even now, Stone Forest City was still the only city established in a level 100 neutral map on the eastern continent. It allowed players to not only recover from exhaustion rapidly but also save up on plenty of travel time. Many Tier 3 experts were willing to spend astronomical amounts of money just to rent a house there. Even then, actually renting a house in the city remained an extremely difficult proposition. If they became the rulers of Stone Forest City, the profits they could rake in would be unimaginable. Everyone present immediately signed a contract with 9 Dragons Emperor and formed a powerful alliance of interests. Meanwhile, the purpose of this alliance was to provide its members with greater authority when negotiating with the various superpowers. At the same time, inside one of the VIP rooms of an advanced restaurant in Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, Vice Guild Leader, we have already verified Black Flame's words. In order to purchase a large number of those ancient barrier scrolls, Phoenix Rain has gone as far as to empty out the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stockpile of materials and magic crystals, a tall and robust man too. 4 meters tall, reported respectfully to the beautiful, short-haired woman before him. This short-haired woman was none other than Cold Shadow, one of Mythology's Vice Guild leaders. After leaving Twilight City, she had immediately made her way to White River City. At the same time, she had also tasked her spies with monitoring the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's every action. I never thought that Zero Wing would actually possess such a foundation. It seems I really underestimated it before. When Cold Shadow heard her subordinate's report, her lips curled up into a smile, as if she had just found an interesting toy. In addition, we have also received news that Zero Wing has invited the Secret Pavilion, 13 Thrones, Giant's Heart, and Unyielding Soul for a meeting. By the looks of it, Zero Wing is planning to rope these guilds in, using the ancient barrier scrolls to form a common front. Not a bad decision. If Zero Wing has the full support of these guilds, things will indeed become more troublesome, Cold Shadow said, smiling. Unfortunately, it is useless, even if these guilds band together. Proceed according to the plan. Whether it is those ancient barrier scrolls or Zero Wing's secret, we must obtain them all. In her opinion, Feng's action of using the 12 elemental pillars to suppress mythology was simply too immature. He just wasn't aware of the consequences of distributing the 12 elemental pillars in bulk. Let alone the secret pavilion, even if the 5 great super guilds worked together, they still wouldn't be able to stop an army of several thousand Tier 3 experts. At the same time, inside a lush, green, primeval forest, a 100-man team consisting of more than 40 Tier 3 experts was resting below a large tree. Meanwhile, lying around this team were the corpses of level 105+ monsters. Many among them were at the Great Lord rank, and one of them was even a Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Meanwhile, the leader of this team was none other than the Secret Pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. Black Flame must be insane. How can he possibly do this? Yuan Tiexin's complexion paled after he read the report his subordinate sent him. He is making an enemy out of every superpower on the eastern continent. Originally, Yuan Tiexin thought that Feng was inviting the Secret Pavilion for a meeting because of some good news. He never imagined that Feng would pull such a huge stunt. Uncle Yuan, are we still attending the meeting? Purple Jade asked, a gloomy expression forming on her face after she read the report. Zero Wing had truly gone overboard this time. Previously, the matter regarding Stone Forest City's transfer to the bottomless abyss was still acceptable. After all, back then, even the strongest player was at Tier 2. At worst, Stone Forest City's transfer would make a few superpowers envious. No superpower would choose to go for broke. However, Zero Wing's actions this time touched upon the foundations of the various superpowers. To protect themselves, the superpowers would definitely do everything they could to destroy Zero Wing. This time, even the Secret Pavilion would not be capable of shielding Zero Wing. Of course. Moreover, we need to hurry over immediately. If we wait until the various superpowers form an alliance, everything will be too late. Yuan Tiexin said. Immediately, he organized his team and made his way to White River City, planning to persuade Feng to hand over the 12 elemental pillars acquisition method. After that, the secret pavilion would take responsibility for negotiating with the various superpowers. Otherwise, only death awaited Zero Wing. Elsewhere, after Feng received the payment from Phoenix Rain, he promptly returned to White River City as well. However, he did not start production of the 12 elemental pillars. Instead, he made a trip to the Adventurers Association in order to register his Night Division's members for their Tier 3 promotion quest. Originally, he should have conducted these registration procedures long ago. A Night Division's members were considered the private soldiers of players. They were not exactly the same as personal guards. Although knights would still automatically challenge their Tier 3 promotion quests once they reached level 100, after succeeding in their promotion quest, they still needed their lord to pay a procedural fee to the Adventurers Association to complete their promotion. Previously, as Feng had been tied up with one problem after another, he had not had the time to take care of this matter. Now that all his affairs were settled, he naturally had to get this matter done. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open Stone Forest City to the public and turn the city into a true gold mine. After all, if a guild city wished to earn money, it needed a large player population. After transferring Stone Forest City to the Cold Spring Forest, in order to ensure Zero Wing's advantage, Feng had decided to give access only to Zero Wing's allies and a small number of outsiders. However, now that the number of Tier 3 players in the game was increasing, Stone Forest City's advantages were continuously shrinking. In addition, it cost an enormous amount of money to maintain Stone Forest City's daily operations. There was also the economic war with Starlink. Due to these factors, Zero Wing was currently barely making ends meet. Hence, it became necessary for Zero Wing to open Stone Forest City to the public. Previously, with Zero Wing's current strength, Feng wouldn't have dared open Stone Forest City to the public. Fortunately, however, he was a lord and possessed a 5,000-man Night Division, which was the reason why he dared to publicize the 12 elemental pillars. Although he felt that only 200 or so of his 5,000 knights were capable of reaching Tier 3 this soon, NPCs were far stronger than players. Given those Tier 3 NPCs, in combination with the strength of the Tier 2 knights and Stone Forest City's defenses, current superpowers would have a very difficult time threatening Stone Forest City. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, if the various superpowers didn't pose a threat to Stone Forest City, they naturally couldn't deal Zero Wing a heavy blow. Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? Administrator Lorraine asked with a smile after walking into the VIP room Feng occupied. I wish to see the list of my knights that have completed their promotion quest, Feng said. Very well. Lorraine nodded before leaving to search for the necessary information. A short moment later, she returned and handed a list to Feng, saying, currently, 556 of your knights have completed their promotion quest. Do you wish to conduct the registration procedures for all of them? Chapter 2438, Frightening Night Division 556. Why are there so many? Feng stared at the list in his hands in disbelief. By his estimates, even though the knights he recruited were of high quality, not that many of them should have been able to complete their Tier 3 promotion quest this soon. After all, Tier 3 was a significant turning point, even for NPCs. Normally, Bronze Tier 2 knights would have less than a 5% chance of completing their Tier 3 promotion quest, while Mysterious Iron Knights' odds would be less than 10%. Only after reaching the Secret Silver rank would knights have an 80% chance of completing their Tier 3 promotion quest. This was also the reason why players had treated knights at the Secret Silver rank or above as treasures in his past life. Hence, of the 5,000 knights he recruited, he would be fortunate if even 200 of them had succeeded in their Tier 3 promotion quest. Now, however, the actual number was more than double his estimates. Those were 556 Tier 3 NPCs they were talking about. Normally, only 2 Star Lords had so many Tier 3 knights. In order to become a 2-star lord, players needed to possess 200 lord popularity points, twice the amount required to become a 1-star lord. Meanwhile, after becoming a 2-star lord, players could command an additional 2,000 knights, raising the total to 7,000. Compared to 1-star lords, 2-star lords would be much more attractive to NPCs. However, even under such a situation, 2-star lords would generally have around 600 Tier 3 knights. Moreover, achieving this number required the investment of a lot of time and resources. Developing knights couldn't be accomplished within just a few days or weeks. After all, in God's domain, many ordinary players couldn't even reach Tier 3. Those that reached Tier 3 would only be considered subpar among Tier 3 existences. Even Bronze Tier 3 knights could suppress them easily. Normally, a team of 200 Bronze Tier 3 knights would be more than sufficient for maintaining the security of a guild city with a player population of around 3 million. In fact, such a guild city might even be much safer than NPC cities. In minor NPC cities, Tier 3 players were fully capable of killing players in the city and then fleeing with their lives. After all, minor NPC cities were generally guarded by high-level Tier 2 NPCs at most. However, it was a different story with Tier 3 knights. Even Tier 3 peak experts couldn't outrun a Bronze Tier 3 knight. Hence, during Feng's previous life, very few experts had dared to cause trouble inside cities guarded by Tier 3 knights unless they were prepared to suffer mutual destruction or worse, failing to kill their targets and losing their lives. This was the amazing aspect of 1-star lords. If a guild were to rely on its members to defend its guild city, the guild wouldn't achieve such a deterrent effect. Meanwhile, now that Feng had 556 Tier 3 knights, let alone safeguarding a guild city with a player population of 3 million, he wouldn't have any problems protecting 2 such cities. In fact, with this number of Tier 3 knights, he could even guarantee the safety of an advanced city. Could my knight's growth potentials be very high because I am the first 1-star lord to draft NPCs from the various kingdoms and empires? After giving the matter some thought, Feng found this to be the only possible explanation. Back then, he had spent a lot of money to recruit knights in various major NPC cities. Both the quantity and quality of the knights that answered his draft had exceeded his expectations. He suspected that the knights he recruited had considerably high growth potentials as well. For example, a bronze knight's growth potential was generally between 31 and 50. However, a bronze knight with 50 growth potential would have a considerably better chance of reaching Tier 3 than a bronze knight with 31 growth potential. If his speculation was correct and the knights he recruited all possessed very high growth potential, then it wasn't unreasonable that so many of them had succeeded in their Tier 3 promotion quests. Lord Bronze Legatee, do you wish to conduct the procedures now? Lorraine prompted once more as she looked at Feng's dazed expression. Yes. Of course. Feng replied hurriedly. These were 556 Tier 3s they were talking about. Moreover, they were Tier 3 NPCs. Currently, a superpower would be fortunate to have even 50 Tier 3 experts under their command. 500 would definitely be an astronomical amount for the various superpowers. Not to mention, Tier 3 NPCs were generally much stronger than Tier 3 players. If he revealed these Tier 3 knights to the public, he would scare a lot of people to death. Unfortunately, unlike personal guards, knights could operate only within their lord's territories. Otherwise, with over 500 Tier 3 NPCs under his command, he could easily trample any of the current superpowers in God's domain. Very well. The Tier 3 registration procedures cost 10 gold per person. The total bill is 5,560 gold, Lorraine said. All right. Feng nodded. He then added, I also wish to replace the equipment of these people. Please upgrade the equipment of all those that aren't equipped in fine gold equipment to the fine gold rank. The registration fee was a small price to pay. If he could upgrade all 5,000 of his knights to Tier 3, let alone 10 gold per person, he would be willing to pay even 100 gold each. However, that was only a dream. After all, knights at the secret silver rank or above were far too rare. Being able to recruit even one was already a fortunate matter. Take the current situation, for example. Even now, Feng was still issuing draft orders in the various major NPC cities and replacing his weaker knights with better ones. However, even after so many days, he had only managed to get some new mysterious Iron Knights. He still hadn't recruited any new secret silver knights. One could see just how difficult it was to come across secret silver knights. Meanwhile, after reaching tier 3, although the basic attributes of knights would vary, depending on their growth potential, their overall combat power was still contingent on their weapons and equipment. There was a massive difference in combat power between a knight geared in bronze equipment and a knight geared in epic equipment. Moreover, unlike players, NPCs were much easier to gear. One just needed sufficient funds. Of course, there was a limit to the weapons and equipment lords could purchase for their knights, and that limit was the epic rank. Gearing knights in fragmented legendary or legendary items required special means. Currently, Feng's greatest wish was to gear every one of his knights in a full set of epic equipment. However, this was something he only dared dream of. After all, one set of level 100 to level 150 epic equipment cost 4,000 gold. If he wanted to arm his entire knight division in epic equipment, it would cost him 20 million gold. 20 million. This was an astronomical amount even for superpowers, let alone Zero Wing. Currently, the best he could do was to gear his secret silver and fine gold knights in epic equipment and the remaining tier 3 knights in fine gold equipment. As for the tier 2 knights, most of them still used secret silver equipment. Although Zero Wing had constantly been upgrading the knights' weapons and equipment, the amount invested wasn't a lot, and the upgrades were generally done in very small batches. Feng only dared to upgrade the equipment of more than 500 people because he had some spare funds on hand. Of the 556 people in question, 478 require a change in equipment. Each set of level 100 fine gold equipment is priced at 100 gold. Including the registration fee, your total comes to 53,360 gold, Lorraine said, smiling after taking a look at the list. When Feng heard the price Lorraine quoted, he involuntarily winced slightly as he took out most of the coins he had on hand. It seems I'll have to earn even more money now. Otherwise, I won't be able to nurture these tier 3 knights. Feng revealed a bitter smile when he saw that he had only around 400 gold left in his bag. He had gone to great lengths to earn 50,000 gold from Phoenix Rain. Just when he thought he had become slightly rich again, all of his money disappeared in the blink of an eye. If not for him having close to 4,000 gold before his transaction with Phoenix Rain, he wouldn't have been able to afford to replace the equipment of his tier 3 knights. Although 400 gold was a huge sum of money to expert players, Feng was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Having just 400 gold on him was extremely shabby. Moreover, after his knights officially reached tier 3, their weekly salaries and nurturing fees had also increased. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU as an example, bronze tier 3 knights demanded a weekly salary of 200 gold and cost 100 gold per week to nurture. These numbers could basically rival those of fine gold tier 2 knights. Meanwhile, nearly 300 of the 556 tier 3 knights were bronze knights. Just nurturing these bronze knights would cost almost 90,000 gold per week. After including the tier 3 knights that were at the mysterious iron rank and above, nurturing these 556 tier 3 knights would cost more than 200,000 gold per week. After Feng footed the bill, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, Yuan Tiexin and his entourage have arrived at Stone Forest City. Yuan Tiexin has quite an ugly expression on his face and says that he has urgent business to discuss with you, Aqua Rose said. They're here so soon. Have them wait in the city lord's mansion. I'll head over right away, Feng said, chuckling. He then took out a guild transfer scroll for Stone Forest City and disappeared from the VIP room. Chapter 2439, Commotion at Cold Spring Canyon, Stone Forest City. Under Aqua Rose's lead, Yuan, Tiexin, and Purple Jade reached the city lord's mansion. Just as they were about to enter it, a group of level 100 players, who had just arrived at Stone Forest City, happened to walk by, their eyes filled with shock and wonder as they took in the players around them. Are there so many Tier 3 experts here normally? Isn't Stone Forest City a little too amazing? A level 100 female elementalist exclaimed. Tier 3 experts were currently the strongest combatants in the game. Even first-rate guilds would be fortunate to have a dozen Tier 3 experts under their command. Since there were only a few first-rate guilds in every kingdom and empire, it was incredibly difficult to come across Tier 3 players. Normally, it would be rare to encounter a handful of Tier 3 players even on the main street of an empire's capital. Now, however, there were easily more than 24 Tier 3 players walking along Stone Forest City's main street. However, the resident players of Stone Forest City were behaving as if this situation was normal. Everyone was doing their own thing and paid no attention to the Tier 3 players. There's nothing to get surprised about. Do you know what kind of place Stone Forest City is? The level 102, Tier 3 Shield Warrior, who was the female elementalist's team leader, said. In a low tone, he continued, remember to be extra careful when you're here in the future. Even if the 100 Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild in the Dark Knight Empire, it still can't ensure your safety here. You can only let your guard down after you have reached Tier 3 as well. Currently, Stone Forest City was the only guild city established in a level 100 neutral map, so it held a powerful attraction for players. However, aside from Zero Wing's partner guilds, other players and powers that wished to enter the city could do so only by renting the city's private houses. Meanwhile, Stone Forest City's private houses were both incomparably rare and expensive. Ordinary experts couldn't afford them at all. One could say that every player residing in Stone Forest City either possessed powerful backing or was an extremely powerful individual. Due to this reason, if one accidentally offended someone in Stone Forest City, particularly the Tier 3 players of the city, then one would be in for an absolute nightmare. Players might be safe inside Stone Forest City, as there were NPC knights and Zero Wings experts patrolling it. However, once players left the city, it was a different story. Tier 3 players ruled the fields outside. One would not receive any respect even if they originated from a first-rate guild. Upon hearing this level 102, Tier 3 Shield Warrior's words, the 100 Flowers Palace's dozen or so talented newcomers promptly nodded their heads and no longer dared to speak casually. Right now, they could clearly sense the attention and auras coming from the people around them. The gazes of the Tier 3 experts, in particular, carried a hint of killing intent. It was as if these people were hunters that had just found their prey. Fortunately, there were level 115 plus, Tier 2 NPC knights, as well as Zero Wing and Secret Pavilion experts, maintaining order in the city. There was also the fact that their team leader was a Tier 3 Shield Warrior. Otherwise, these Tier 3 experts would no doubt find opportunities to kill them in the city and plunder the level 100 top-tier weapons and equipment their guild had prepared for them. It seems the situation in Stone Forest City is becoming increasingly unstable. Yuan Tiexin frowned grimly as he looked at the Tier 3 experts roaming the main street. He felt that he had still underestimated the difficulty of developing and managing Stone Forest City. Although Zero Wing already had more than 50 players that had reached Tier 3, that number was still far from comparable to the total number of Tier 3 experts in a single kingdom or empire. Moreover, as more time passed, the number of Tier 3 players in the various kingdoms and empires would only increase at a pace that far outstripped Zero Wing's. Take the current Stone Forest City, for example. Previously, Zero Wing was capable of suppressing all of the Tier 3 players operating within the city with just 24 Tier 3 experts. Now, however, it was no exaggeration to say that the total number of Tier 3 experts Zero Wing commanded couldn't even rival the number of Tier 3 experts dwelling in the city. As more time passed, this gap would only widen. After all, Cold Spring Forest was a leveling heaven for players. More and more Tier 3 experts would seek to develop here in the future. Meanwhile, as Stone Forest City's Tier 3 expert population increased, the city's security would also become a big problem. Although the secret pavilion had garrisoned plenty of its own Tier 3 experts in the city, security remained a problem. After all, Tier 3 experts were powerhouses capable of committing crimes and escaping from even major NPC cities, let alone a guild city like Stone Forest City. Take the current situation, for example. The Tier 3 experts operating in Stone Forest City no longer bothered to hide their killing intent. After all, they understood that managing them was already a challenge for Zero Wing. The guild no longer possessed absolute might and authority in the city. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Tier 3 experts started secretly taking action within city limits. Yet, despite Stone Forest City falling into such a predicament, not only did Feng not try to think of ways to stabilize the city's situation and properly develop Zero Wing in secret, but he had even gone and aggravated the various superpowers, leaving the superpowers with no choice but to annihilate Zero Wing. Now that the situation had come to this, even the secret pavilion would have a very difficult time guaranteeing Zero Wing's safety. However, Yuan Tiexin did not put too much thought into the matter. Instead, he promptly followed Aqua Rose through the city lord's mansion's entrance. Right now, his priority was to persuade Feng to hand over the 12 elemental pillars' benefits. Otherwise, the secret pavilion would have nothing to negotiate with to fend off the various superpowers. However, just as the trio were about to enter the inner courtyard of the city lord's mansion, a regional system announcement suddenly sounded in their ears. Cold Spring Forest Region System Announcement: the seal on Stone Forest City has been lifted, and the city is now officially open to the public. All players may now enter the city to rest after paying an entrance fee. The system announcement repeated 3 times. Although the main god system's mechanical voice contained no emotions, its words thoroughly stunned Yuan Tiexin. Is he insane? Looking at the system announcement, Yuan Tiexin even wondered if he had heard and seen wrong. Even when Stone Forest City was sealed, Zero Wing was already having difficulties managing the city. If the city was open to the public, Yuan Tiexin did not dare to imagine what it would become. After all, the various superpowers were keeping a close eye on Zero Wing. They might have even started forming alliances already. Opening Stone Forest City to the public now would be no different from gifting the city to the various superpowers. Vice Guild Leader Aqua, what is Guild Leader Black Flame trying to do? Is he really planning to forsake his life for money? Purple Jade could not help asking Aqua Rose after seeing the system announcement. In Purple Jade's opinion, Feng was already plenty crazy for selling a treasure like the 12 elemental pillars in bulk. Now, he had actually gone a step further and opened the insecure Stone Forest City to the public. At this rate, even if the various superpowers did not take action, Stone Forest City would still fall into ruin from the large number of experts that would swarm into the city. At this moment, let alone Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade, even the players operating within the Cold Spring Forest were stunned by this announcement. None of them had thought that Zero Wing would actually allow the public into Stone Forest City. After all, current Tier 3 players were no longer the same as before, no longer existences that ordinary NPC soldiers could suppress. If a large number of Tier 3 experts swarmed into Stone Forest City, the city might still belong to Zero Wing, but the guild would no longer be its absolute ruler. Following a brief moment of surprise, the players operating within the Cold Spring Forest were ecstatic at this piece of news. Stone Forest City's opening meant that they could operate freely in the Cold Spring Forest in the future. They no longer had to waste time traveling between the neutral map and an NPC city. They would also have a much easier time challenging their Tier 3 promotion quest. Meanwhile, all they had to pay in exchange for these conveniences was a small entrance fee. No, I definitely cannot let him mess around like this. The secret pavilion is also a shareholder in Stone Forest City. We need to seal Stone Forest City again right away. If we wait until all of Cold Spring Forest's experts enter the city, then the entire city will fall into ruin. Yuan Tiexin felt that Feng had truly gone insane this time. After saying so, he immediately dashed toward the city lord's mansion's inner courtyard, planning to make his way to the city lord's office, as players could choose to open or seal the entire city only in the office. However, as soon as he opened the doors to the inner courtyard, a tsunami-like aura immediately struck him, driving an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness into him. Both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade abruptly jumped back, instantly putting a huge distance between themselves and the inner courtyard's entrance. They wore extremely grim expressions as they looked warily at the inner courtyard's plaza, which rivaled the size of a football field. Tier 3, NPCs. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, what is going on here? When Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade first arrived at the small plaza, confusion had momentarily overwhelmed them. Afterward, they gasped reflexively. Their reaction was because the plaza was filled with level 115 plus NPCs, all of whom had actually reached Tier 3. Moreover, these NPCs radiated incredibly powerful auras, with the strongest NPCs inspiring despair even in experts like Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. At this moment, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade felt as if he had just opened Pandora's box. Meanwhile, the most frightening thing was that all of these Tier 3 NPCs were staring at them right now. Chapter 2440, Yuan Tiexin's shock being the focus of attention from hundreds of Tier 3 NPCs placed immense pressure on Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. For a moment, they even felt the urge to turn around and flee. Although both of them had reached Tier 3 already, they were still far from comparable to Tier 3 NPCs in terms of strength. This difference wasn't only in basic attributes. Recently promoted Tier 3 players like them had no way of competing against Tier 3 NPCs in this regard. Moreover, Tier 3 NPCs were existences capable of serving as the magistrate of minor NPC cities. At this point, there was no player in God's domain that did not fear the might of an NPC city's magistrate. This remained the case even after Tier 3 players came into existence. Meanwhile, several hundred magistrate-level NPCs were staring at Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade. One could easily imagine how much pressure they were under. Have the Dark Forces NPCs occupied Stone Forest City already? Yuan Tiexin's mind gave birth to such a thought as he gazed at the Tier 3 NPCs before him. Since the launch of God's domain until now, many instances of the Dark Forces NPCs occupying neutral maps had already occurred. These situations were similar to events triggered by players. If players managed to resolve this crisis in time, then they were rewarded handsomely. If not, then the Dark Forces would take over the neutral map completely. At this moment, Stone Forest City might have come across a similar event. There was no explanation for why so many Tier 3 NPCs had suddenly appeared in Stone Forest City, otherwise. It would also explain why Stone Forest City was suddenly open to the public. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? These NPCs have already locked onto our auras, Purple Jade asked anxiously. At this moment, she did not have the slightest intention whatsoever of conquering this event. After all, this situation could no longer be considered an event, this was practically a natural disaster. Escaping from just one level 100, Tier 3 NPC would already be difficult for her. Now, however, there were hundreds of level 115 plus, Tier 3 NPCs standing inside the plaza. How was she to escape in such a situation? We don't have any other options. I'll try to block them in a moment. Use that chance to activate a Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll and leave this place. Be quick. These Tier 3 NPCs have reaction speeds and combat standards far superior to those Great Lords and Grand Lords we've faced. They won't give us any opportunities to take advantage of, Yuan Tiexin said. At this moment, he understood that it was impossible for both of them to escape. They could only sacrifice one person to create an opportunity for the other. In God's domain, NPCs were far more intelligent than monsters. They were also much more experienced and sharper than players when it came to combat. Moreover, the higher their tier, the more intelligent NPCs became. After reaching Tier 3, NPCs basically wouldn't give players a chance to use magic tools. In a situation where NPCs had the advantage in combat power, even Tier 3 peak experts like them would have a very difficult time retrieving a magic tool from their bags, much less activating it. This was because the brief lapse in defense this action would create would be more than enough for Tier 3 NPCs to instantly kill them. Meanwhile, as a Tier 3 metric tons, if Yuan Tiexin activated all his life-saving skills, he could more or less hold off these NPCs for a brief period. However, it was a different story for Purple Jade, who was a Tier 3 Sword King. If she tried to block these Tier 3 NPCs, she would most likely end up vaporized in an instant. After all, their opponents weren't just 2 or 3 Tier 3 NPCs, but several hundred Tier 3 NPCs instead. I understand. Purple Jade nodded. Although she felt reluctant, she understood that this was their best option. Otherwise, both of them would die here. Losing a level might not be a huge deal for Tier 3 players like them, but the top-tier equipment they would lose as a result of death was. Once Purple Jade nodded, Yuan Tiexin immediately raised his shield and prepared to activate his life-saving skills. However, just as Yuan Tiexin was about to charge into the inner courtyard and attract the NPC's attention, a familiar voice suddenly came from the inner courtyard. "Elder Yuan, why are you here? Didn't Aqua lead you to the reception room?" This voice stunned both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade, because it sounded incredibly familiar. However, they also felt that it should be impossible for them to hear this voice at this place. Both of them reflexively turned toward this voice. In the next moment, the rows of Tier 3 NPCs suddenly parted, opening up a path for a cloaked man standing in the middle of the inner courtyard's plaza. At the same time, every one of these NPCs assumed a respectful pose, their actions suggestive of vassals welcoming their ruler. When Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade saw the cloaked man, they were again stunned. Are you really Guild Leader Black Flame?" Purple Jade asked in an astonished tone as she looked at Feng. Tier 3 NPCs were existences that players like herself viewed with dread. After reaching Tier 3, she became even more aware of just how powerful Tier 3 NPCs were. Now, however, the several hundred Tier 3 NPCs standing in the plaza were actually acting subservient to Feng. In such a situation, how could Feng still be considered a player? He was basically the king of a country. "Of course I am Black Flame," Feng replied, chuckling. "If not, who do you think I am?" Feng found Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade's shock completely understandable. After all, there were over 500 Tier 3 NPCs standing before them. Even an NPC kingdom did not boast of so many Tier 3 NPCs under its command. Now that all of these NPCs were assembled, it was no exaggeration to call them an unstoppable force. At this moment, let alone Tier 3 experts like Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade, even Tier 4 experts would have to flee for their lives when facing such an army. After all, Tier 3 NPCs were different from monsters. When working together, they could boost their combat power exponentially. If they use large-scale combination spells and skills, the combat power they could exhibit would far exceed what was apparent on the surface. This was also the reason why the 10 Saints Empire's 7 Mythic Knight divisions were capable of pacifying the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, upon hearing Feng's teasing, both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade relaxed visibly. "Guild Leader Black Flame, who are these NPCs behind you?" Yuan Tiexin asked. Although he now understood that these Tier 3 NPCs were not hostile, he still couldn't ignore the fact that so many Tier 3 NPCs were gathered in a single place. Them. Meeting Yuan Tiexin's fearful and curious gaze, Feng pointed at the Tier 3 NPCs behind him and said, "They belong to my personal night division. They're similar to the Tier 2 knights you see patrolling outside. Only, the ones behind me have just been promoted to Tier 3. They belong to your night division." Although Feng had spoken very casually, both Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were flabbergasted by his words. They might not have a clear idea of what a night division was, but judging by Feng's tone, they could tell that these Tier 3 NPCs were under Feng's command. These were several hundred Tier 3 NPCs they were talking about. The various superpowers did not have a lot of personal guards that had been promoted to Tier 3 even now. Normally, only personal guards at the secret silver rank or above had a 100% chance of completing their Tier 3 promotion quest. As for personal guards of a lower rank, their chances were very low. However, secret silver personal guards and better were incredibly rare. Most superpowers had less than a handful of them. Meanwhile, from what Yuan Tiexin could tell, there should be at least 500 Tier 3 NPCs standing inside the inner courtyard. With such a force, Zero Wing could annihilate any power it wished. "Right, Elder Yuan, why were you in such a hurry to find me? Do you have some urgent business to discuss?" Feng asked when Yuan Tiexin remained in a daze even after some time had passed. "I did, originally." Looking at the Tier 3 knights filling the courtyard, Yuan Tiexin revealed a bitter smile and said, "But now, it seems I don't anymore." What a joke. Right now, Stone Forest City's defenses were even more frightening than those of a kingdom's capital city. Even if all of the Eastern Continent superpowers worked together and formed an army of several thousand Tier 3 experts, they would still be far from capable of capturing a kingdom's capital city. Needless to say, they wouldn't be capable of capturing Stone Forest City either. Meanwhile, if the various superpowers couldn't do anything against Stone Forest City, then Zero Wing's foundations would not be affected no matter what. If the various superpowers still insisted on attacking Stone Forest City, the only ones that would suffer would be them. Right now, Yuan Tiexin was even hoping that the various superpowers would come and attack Stone Forest City quickly. Following which, Feng conducted a transaction for the 12 elemental pillars with Yuan Tiexin. Afterward, Feng had to admit that the secret pavilion was indeed rich, as Yuan Tiexin had purchased 200 sets just to test the magic barrier's efficiency. This transaction had instantly turned Feng into a wealthy man again. During the time Feng and Yuan Tiexin were doing business, the various superpowers received news of Stone Forest City being open to the public. For a time, the superpowers were surprised by this situation. They never anticipated such a crazy stunt from Zero Wing. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Black Dragon City. "Pavilion Master, what do you think Black Flame is trying to do?" Martial Dragon asked, his face filled with confusion as he read the report in his hand. Is he really trying to make a quick buck, now that he knows that he is going to lose Stone Forest City? In Martial Dragon's opinion, this was the only explanation for this situation. After all, as soon as the various superpowers finished negotiating a partnership with each other, an army of several thousand Tier 3 experts would march on Stone Forest City. Moreover, once the superpowers allied with each other, they definitely wouldn't be satisfied with just obtaining the 12 elemental pillars. They would surely aim for Stone Forest City and even possibly the entirety of Zero Wing. At that time, it would be useless even if the secret pavilion tried to protect Zero Wing. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I don't know, but everything is already over. I received news that quite a few superpowers have started negotiating with each other in secret. There is nothing Zero Wing can do to salvage this situation now, Nine Dragons Emperor said, shaking his head. Although he was similarly confused by Feng's actions, he deemed this matter no longer important. How are things coming along on Stubborn Heart's side? They are already making their way to Stone Forest City. They have close to 100 Tier 3 experts on their side, and it won't be long before they sneak into the city. Once the various superpowers' army arrives, they will coordinate their attacks with the armies, and Stone Forest City should fall very easily, Marshal Dragon reported. Good. Your side should get ready, as well. We'll be meeting with Lu Xingluo in a moment. At that time, we'll have to discuss with him how we are going to distribute Stone Forest City spoils, Nine Dragons Emperor said. Understood. Marshal Dragon responded, a rare smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, as Nine Dragons Emperor was paying Lu Xingluo a visit, Stubborn Heart's group arrived before Stone Forest City's entrance and queued up to enter the city. Chapter 2441, Zero Wings Tyranny. Stone Forest City's public opening had shaken the Cold Spring Forest. Many expert players and teams within the area had dropped what they were doing and ran toward the city. As a result, a long line had formed outside of the city's entrance. At a glance, one could easily spot over 10,000 players lined up, and the line continued to grow as time passed. Many of the players in line were here to witness the rumored sacred leveling ground in Cold Spring Forest, while a small number were waiting to verify if Stone Forest City had truly opened to the public. Although the system would not lie, nobody was certain that Zero Wing wouldn't just close its city again. After all, Stone Forest City offered a massive number of benefits. A struggle ensued between the various major powers and wealthy players every time Zero Wing held a leasing auction for the city's private houses, and as a result, every house was rented for astronomical sums. If Zero Wing had really opened Stone Forest City to the public, players wouldn't have to rely on renting private houses to enter the city. As long as they paid the entrance fee, they could rest within the city's walls, which would drastically reduce the value of Stone Forest City's private houses. The powers Zero Wing had allied with also paid a certain price to access Stone Forest City, and now that the city was open to the public, those powers wouldn't have to continue paying the guild. Most importantly, by opening Stone Forest City to the public, Zero Wing would be sharing its leveling advantage with outsiders, greatly reducing the advantage the guild held. Hence, closing the city again wouldn't exactly be possible for Zero Wing. Zero Wing's gone mad with greed. It's charging 10 silver per person to enter the city. That's practically daylight robbery, a Tier 3 female cursemancer radiating a dark aura complained, frowning. She wanted nothing more than to slay the Tier 2 NPC knight that collected the entrance fees. Ordinary guild cities only charged several dozen copper as entrance fees. Even the guild cities that had been established near level 100 neutral maps only charged 2 silver per person. Yet, Stone Forest City charged 5 times that. Although current players had already reached very high levels and found more avenues to earn money, they also had to bear more expenditures. When players fought level 100 plus monsters, in particular, their equipment lost durability at an alarming rate, even if they were fully geared in top-tier equipment. As a result, the repair fees were excruciating. Furthermore, players had to purchase potions and tools for grinding. Once these costs were deducted, players could only save a small number of coins each day. Currently, even level 100, Tier 2 experts only made a net profit of 40 or 50 silver per day, and that was limited to ranged experts. Melee experts would be lucky to earn 30 silver each day in net profit. Unless players were extremely lucky and obtained a precious item or material, they wouldn't make much money. Although players could grind low-level monsters for materials and earn more money, doing so was putting the cart before the horse. If the various major powers experts removed themselves from the front line, they'd quickly be left behind. Catching up would be incredibly difficult, and they might even miss some fortuitous opportunity as a result. Hence, no matter how poor frontline players were, they wouldn't walk away from the front line just to earn a little money. At the moment, players were only entering the city, not renting hotel rooms, yet they had to pay 10 silver per person. If the city charged each player so much to enter the city, it would earn 100,000 gold for every 1 million players. 100,000 gold. At this stage of the game, not even first-rate guilds could earn that much money in a day. Of course, Zero Wing would only earn that much if 1 million players visited the city on a daily basis, but with the advantages Stone Forest City had to offer, attracting 2 or 3 million daily visitors should be a piece of cake. In other words, Stone Forest City could generate 200,000 or 300,000 gold per day in entry fees alone. Moreover, as more players visited Cold Spring Forest, this number would increase. Flower. Now isn't the time to take action. Entering the city is our first priority. Stubborn Heart reminded the female Cursmancer from beside her. Once the superpowers, combined army arrives, you can fuss all you want. The Cursmancer, Flower Rain, exasperated Stubborn Heart. Flower Rain had already reached Tier 3, and 10 silver was insignificant to an expert of her caliber. She could join any random team and earn several dozen gold, yet she complained about 10 silver coins. If not for this operation, Stubborn Heart wouldn't have recruited an independent expert like Flower Rain. However, he had to admit that Stone Forest City was tyrannical. Just by existing here, the city could earn enough income to sustain several first-rate guilds. Relax, I'm aware of our priorities. That being said, I want 50% more in remuneration, Flower Rain demanded. Despite the fact that Stubborn Heart was the guild leader of the Black Dragon Empire's #1 Dark Guild, she showed him no respect. On the contrary, she demanded a higher price. In response, several of Grim Reaper's Tier 3 experts gave Flower Rain cold glares. Fine. As long as you can maintain your domain as agreed, I'll increase your pay, Stubborn Heart said, assenting. Interestingly, he didn't seem angry in the least. None of the other major powers experts were surprised, however. Flower Rain was the only player in the Black Dragon Empire to possess a Tier 3 domain skill. She was also a bona fide Void Realm expert, and when she activated her domain skill, even the Empire's first-rate guilds were helpless against her. This was precisely the reason that Stubborn Heart had enlisted Flower Rain's help. Although every member of his team was a Tier 3 expert, Stone Forest City was full of level 115+, Tier 2 NPC knights, which would be a challenge to get through. Hence, they needed Flower Rain's help. With a Tier 3 domain skill to suppress the knights, defeating the NPCs wouldn't be a problem. Even if a large number of Zero Wing's Tier 3 experts joined the fray, they could complete their task and capture the City Lord's mansion. Once Stubborn Heart agreed to her price, Flower Rain stopped wasting time and gave the Tier 2 knight her 10 silver. As Flower Rain entered the city, a Tier 3 berserker beside Stubborn Heart spoke up, "Boss, that's 50%. If you give her that much, we'll have significantly less profit." "It's fine. As long as 9 Dragons Emperor's negotiations with Starlink are successful, and we're the first group to capture the City Lord's mansion, we can negotiate for more. With Stone Forest City under our control, 9 Dragons Emperor and Starlink won't be able to refuse our demands," Stubborn Heart said, grinning as he looked at the long line of players behind him. He had known for a long time that Stone Forest City was a goldmine, but after seeing it for himself, he realized how limited his imagination had been. How was this a goldmine? This was basically a diamond mine. The city could collect over 300,000 gold in entrance fees alone. Once the various superpowers took over, even a small share would greatly benefit Grim Reaper. The other powers' Tier 3 experts couldn't help but think the same as they gazed at Stone Forest City with hungry eyes. At the same time, they felt their hatred for Zero Wing grow. Normally, their guilds had to go to great lengths to earn a few thousand gold more than usual, but despite its lack of backers and a short history of less than a year, Zero Wing earned more income than their guilds could dream of. Moreover, Zero Wing earned so much without having to lift a finger. "Alright, let's head inside," Stubborn Heart commanded as the players behind him urged their team to move. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Stubborn Heart and his team then paid their entrance fees and entered Stone Forest City. However, as they crossed the threshold into the city, they found Flower Rain standing stiff as a statue in the middle of the road. Flower, what's wrong? Stubborn Heart asked. When he made it to her side, however, he, too, was stunned. His expression shifted to one of horror when he saw the 2 rows of NPC knights before him. Tier 3. This. How is this possible? Chapter 2442, Frightening City, Guild Leader Heart. Stubborn Heart's words and his subsequent pause confused the various major powers Tier 3 experts behind him. They could not understand what had made him stop. So what if there was a Tier 3 NPC guarding the gate? Was that really such a major issue? Currently, every guild city had a few Tier 3 NPCs as guards. Tier 3 NPCs might be very powerful and practically invincible against Tier 3 players one-on-one, but if dozens of Tier 3 experts worked together, they could even take down level 100 mythic bosses, not to mention Tier 3 NPCs. However, when the various major powers Tier 3 experts caught up to Stubborn Heart, they, too, were stunned. What's going on? Why are there so many Tier 3 NPCs? 200 Tier 3 knights stood in 2 neat rows at the end of the road, all wearing pitch-black armor and radiating incredibly powerful auras. The Tier 3 knight captain in the lead radiated such a powerful aura that it felt stifling to the players. The moment these Tier 3 experts appeared, the knights promptly turned toward them, the NPC's asterisk-piercing gaze sending chills down the experts' spines. They won't attack without reason, right? A Tier 3 assassin nervously muttered. We haven't done anything yet. Their team had nearly 100 Tier 3 experts and was a force that could even threaten God's domain superpowers, but they were nothing before the 200 Tier 3 NPCs. Those knights could quickly and effortlessly annihilate every one of them. As the various major powers' anxiety spiked, someone shouted at them. You bunch! Why are you just standing there? This is the city entrance. Players aren't allowed to loiter. The voice shook Stubborn Heart and his companions from their daze, and they spun toward the players shouting at them. They all wanted to know who would be so bold. They spotted a level 102, Tier 2 Berserker wearing Zero Wings Guild emblem. Tier 3 experts like them would have no issues destroying a Tier 2 Berserker. And yet, despite sensing Stubborn Heart and his team's killing intent, the Tier 2 Berserker didn't back away. He actually grinned and asked, What? You want to start a fight here? The moment the Berserker asked that, the Tier 3 knights unsheathed their weapons and scrutinized every move Stubborn Heart's group made. The intensity of their auras more than doubled as they did. This punk, a Tier 3 ranger radiating intense bloodlust, gnashed his teeth as he glared at the arrogant Tier 2 Berserker. However, when the ranger saw the Tier 3 knights readying, his scalp went numb. If we were anywhere else, I'd teach him a lesson. As a dark player, he had slain plenty of experts in the fields, including several dozen peak experts from first-rate guilds. With his strength, even the various superpowers had to tread lightly. And yet, a Tier 2 Berserker from Zero Wing dared to look down on him. It was humiliating. Alright, enough. Let's head inside. This isn't the place for a fight. Stubborn Heart warned the ranger softly, his gaze glued on the Tier 3 knights. They had nearly 100 Tier 3 experts, but if they picked a fight with those knights, the NPCs would annihilate them in under a minute. They had only recently reached Tier 3, while the Tier 3 NPCs had them outmatched in weapons, equipment, and Tier 3 skills and spells. It seems you're morons, after all. Remember, this place is Stone Forest City. This is no place for your shenanigans, the Zero Wing Berserker said, nodding in satisfaction as Stubborn Heart obediently led his team into the city. Amazing! Zero Wing's patrol member is so awesome. He even dares to berate Tier 3 experts. It seems Stone Forest City is a different world. If that had happened in any other guild city, that Berserker would have died for treating Tier 3 experts so disrespectfully. Of course, Stone Forest City is different. Don't you see those Tier 3 NPCs? If those Tier 3 experts had attacked, none of them would leave the city alive. It seems we won't need to worry about Tier 3 bullies in Stone Forest City. The Tier 2 experts new to Stone Forest City couldn't help but gape after seeing Zero Wing's Tier 2 Berserker scold Stubbornheart's group. They had never thought that Stone Forest City would be that safe. Tier 2 players had to be extremely careful around Tier 3 experts in other guild cities and most NPC cities. Accidentally provoking a Tier 3 expert would seal their fate. It didn't even matter if they had done so in the middle of the city. In Stone Forest City, however, Tier 3 experts couldn't act so arrogantly. They would have to follow the city's laws accordingly. At this stage of the game, Stone Forest City was likely the only guild city in God's domain with such stability and security. This incident gave many Tier 2 players a more optimistic view of the city. Many of them even considered making Stone Forest City their new home and focusing their development around it. No one wanted to reside and develop somewhere unsafe, constantly having to worry about losing whatever treasure they'd obtained, after all. Zero Wing certainly knows how to get the upper hand. It has stationed 200 Tier 3 NPCs at the gate to shock people. It's even used us Tier 3 players as a promotional tool. Flower Rain growled as she glanced back at the Tier 3 knights by the city gates. She then turned to Stubbornheart, smiling bitterly as she said, "I'm afraid our plans have been foiled, Guild Leader Heart." By stationing so many Tier 3 NPCs by the city's gate, Zero Wing had essentially warned Tier 3 players like them from misbehaving in the city, and there was nothing they could do about it. Those were 200 Tier 3 NPCs they were talking about. Not even 1,000 Tier 3 experts had a chance against such a force. That's not necessarily true. These 200 Tier 3 knights are pretty scary, but the superpowers combined army has several thousand Tier 3 experts. A measly 200 Tier 3 NPCs can't stop that force, Stubbornheart said, sneering. Once the army begins the siege, Zero Wing will send its Tier 3 NPCs to defend the city. We can use that opportunity to attack the City Lord's mansion. That's right. Even if Zero Wing sends Tier 3 NPCs to defend the mansion, it won't send many. We still have a chance. The several first-rate guild leaders around Stubbornheart nodded. Since everyone thinks that the plan is still viable, let's scout the City Lord's mansion. Once the army arrives, we can make our move, Stubbornheart said. Even after seeing the 200 Tier 3 knights, he refused to give up. They wouldn't get another opportunity like this. Even if Zero Wing was more powerful than he had expected, it couldn't stop the various superpowers' combined might. With their discussion finished, Stubbornheart and his comrades made their way toward the City Lord's mansion. However, the shock and anxiety they had felt upon entering the city only grew on the way to the mansion. They constantly spotted patrol squads led by more Tier 3 NPCs. These patrol squads might not have been very large, with only 3 Tier 3 knights among the 12-man squads, but they had encountered more than 30 patrol squads. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Once they reached the City Lord's mansion, Stubbornheart and his team fell into utter despair. They found another 200 Tier 3 knights guarding the City Lord's mansion and surrounding area. Moreover, the several Tier 3 knights leading the patrol were no weaker than the Tier 3 knight captain they had seen by the city gate. "Guild leader, are we still proceeding with the plan?" a Tier 3 assassin asked when he saw Stubbornheart's dazed look. "Are you stupid? Tell 9 Dragons Emperor he can do whatever he wants, but Grim Reaper is out." Stubbornheart snapped, rolling his eyes. Stone Forest City had over 500 Tier 3 NPCs and over 200 high-level Tier 2 NPCs. How were they supposed to fight such a force? Chapter 2443, Unshakable Zero Wing Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City, Starlink's residence, which should have been prosperous and lively, was extraordinarily quiet. A large number of Starlink's experts stood guard outside the guild hall. There were even Tier 3 experts among them. Not even guild members were allowed in the guild hall, much less outsiders. It was an unprecedented level of security. Only 3 people were currently in the guild hall: Lu Xingluo, 9 Dragons Emperor, and an unknown player wearing a cloak. Since the 3rd member of the group had hidden their identity with a black cloak, it was even impossible to tell whether the player was male or female. Not only was 9 Dragons Emperor unhappy about the 3rd member's concealment during such a crucial meeting, but he was also shocked by how respectfully Lu Xingluo treated the 3rd member of their party. Lu Xingluo led Starlink, a guild that had the power to develop on both main continents simultaneously. Although Starlink wasn't as powerful as a super guild, it had even more potential than ordinary super guilds. And yet, Lu Xingluo was letting someone lord above him. It was unbelievable. Now that we've concluded our discussion, does your side have any problems? Lu Xingluo asked 9 Dragons Emperor. None. Those people should be inside Stone Forest City by now. Once the combined army lays siege to Stone Forest City, they'll use everything they have to secure the City Lord's mansion. Once they've done their job, our alliance will have an advantage in the negotiations with the various superpowers, 9 Dragons Emperor confidently replied. To capture Stone Forest City and topple Phoenix Rain from her pedestal, 9 Dragons Emperor had invested much in this upcoming operation. He had even offered huge concessions to the Black Dragon Empire's dark forces and gathered nearly 100 Tier 3 experts. He had vetted the experts thoroughly, ensuring that they were in no way connected to other superpowers. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about Zero Wing stopping the group outside of Stone Forest City. Zero Wing's relationship with the various superpowers was quite tense, after all. No one would be surprised if the guild denied entry to members of non-allied superpowers. However, Zero Wing would lose public favor if it didn't allow these Tier 3 experts, who weren't associated with the various superpowers, into the city. By doing so, it would upset the various ordinary powers Tier 3 experts and independent Tier 3 experts. If that happened, the guild situation would become even more precarious. Not only would it have to face the various superpowers, but it would also have to worry about the game's ordinary powers and independent experts. As 9 Dragons Emperor finished his statement, the mysterious player beside him received a message. 9 Dragons Emperor watched the cloaked player's atmosphere change as they read it. Although he couldn't see the mysterious person's appearance, he was more than capable of sensing someone's emotional shifts as a peak expert. Dragon Pavilion Master, you've worked hard for this, but I'm afraid that Starlink will be withdrawing from the operation, the mysterious person declared without bothering to discuss the situation with Lu Xingluo. What do you mean? The declaration confused 9 Dragons Emperor. Have you given up on Stone Forest City? They had already laid the groundwork to cut off Stone Forest City's profits. They were only waiting for the various superpowers' combined army to siege the city, yet this mysterious person had suddenly decided that Starlink would stay out of the fight. This cloaked player had to be toying with him. The announcement stunned Lu Xingluo as well. He couldn't understand why the mysterious person had chosen to forsake the opportunity to secure a gold mine like Stone Forest City. No, I simply doubt this operation's chances of success, the mysterious person explained, shaking their head. How can it fail? I admit that Zero Wing is very strong, but it's nothing compared to the various superpowers' joint army. Once my people secure the City Lord's mansion, Stone Forest City will be ours for the taking. 9 Dragons Emperor snarled, furious. I don't mind allying with the other superpowers if Starlink intends to give up, but you'd better not regret your decision. Regret? The mysterious person could not help but chuckle. If you think you can find a new partner, Dragon Pavilion Master, feel free, but I'm sure that no superpower in God's domain will want to work with you. Just as 9 Dragons Emperor was about to argue, he received a message from Martial Dragon. The message was simple: Stubborn Heart and the others have abandoned their partnership. 9 Dragons Emperor could only stare at the message, dumbfounded. What, exactly, had happened? As soon as Starlink gave up on their alliance, Stubborn Heart's group had informed him of the same. Was Zero Wings so heaven-defyingly powerful that it had bought off both groups? Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't think of another explanation for the sudden development. This was an excellent chance to capture Stone Forest City. Why would anyone ignore such temptation? Don't overthink things. The reason we've decided against this operation is simple. As if the mysterious person had read Nine Dragons Emperor's mind, they calmly continued, no power in God's domain can do anything against Stone Forest City. How is that possible? Nine Dragons Emperor instinctively refuted the idea. Even if Black Flame and the secret pavilion are protecting the city, they can't stop several thousand Tier 3 experts. But what if the city is protected by 500 Tier 3 NPCs, the mysterious person asked. 500 Tier 3 NPCs. That. Impossible. How can Zero Wing possibly have so many Tier 3 NPCs? Not even Kingdom's capital cities are protected by so many Tier 3 NPCs. Nine Dragons Emperor shouted. He was now sure that this mysterious player had to be messing with him. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself, the mysterious person said, and they sent Nine Dragons Emperor a recording from inside Stone Forest City. By the time Nine Dragons Emperor finished the video, he was dazed. The recording included two segments. The first half showed 200 Tier 3 NPCs guarding Stone Forest City's entrance, while the second half displayed the 200 Tier 3 NPCs patrolling around the City Lord's mansion. Although he wasn't there in person, Nine Dragons Emperor could sense the NPCs' incredible pressure. Those knights could even eliminate an army of several thousand Tier 3 experts. Meanwhile, news quickly reached the various superpowers, including Twilight City's Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, a guild city that's protected by over 500 Tier 3 NPCs. Isn't guild leader Black Flame a little too impressive? Who would dare attack Stone Forest City now? Blue Phoenix's jaw dropped when she heard about Stone Forest City's knights. Not even an NPC Kingdom's army could stand against 500 Tier 3 NPCs, it's no wonder why he didn't mind revealing the 12 elemental pillars. The various superpowers will have to consider their next move carefully. If they act rashly, they'll be the next to be eliminated from the competition, Phoenix Rain said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she read her subordinate's report. Not only did Zero Wing possess the 12 elemental pillars, but it had also proven strong enough to safeguard the advanced ancient barrier scrolls. As of today, the Eastern Continent's status quo would undergo a huge shift. As Phoenix Rain marveled at Zero Wing's foundations, a Tier 3 assassin knocked on her office door and entered the room. The assassin then reported, Phoenix Pavilion Master, the Great Pavilion Master requests your presence to discuss an important matter. Chapter 2444, Power expands as the sun began to set, players flocked to the streets of White River City, with some players choosing to set up or browse through street stalls and some meeting up with friends to visit bars and restaurants. Everyone was merely going through their daily life. The only thing different today was that practically everyone in the city was discussing the same topic, Stone Forest City. Hey, have you heard? Stone Forest City actually has over 500 Tier 3 NPCs guarding it, a level 101 Guardian Knight enjoying a glass of beer in a bar said to his companion beside him. Who wouldn't know that? The video showing the city's internal situation has long since gone viral on the official forums, a level 102 Elementalist retorted as he rolled his eyes at the Guardian Knight. I'm not referring to that, the level 101 Guardian Knight said, waving his hand. I have a good friend who managed to become the core member of a superpower, and he told me a juicy secret. Originally, the superpowers were planning to launch a joint attack on Stone Forest City. However, because of those Tier 3 NPCs, they all decided to give up on the endeavor. Now, some of these superpowers are even thinking of partnering with Zero Wing. Although the current Zero Wing is not comparable to actual superpowers in many aspects, due to the advantages of Stone Forest City, some superpowers are already acknowledging Zero Wing as a superpower. If Zero Wing really gains a few more superpowers as partners after this incident, I believe it won't be long before it actually becomes a superpower in God's domain. My friend also said that now is a good time to join Zero Wing. If we wait until Zero Wing becomes an actual superpower, it will be much more difficult to join then. My friend is planning to withdraw from his guild and has invited me to join Zero Wing together with him. After giving the matter some thought, I decided to go with him. Why don't you come with me? With your strength, once we join Zero Wing, we'll definitely have a great time there. We might even become one of Zero Wing's main force members. Really? The level 102 elementalist asked. At this moment, let alone this elementalist, even the other experts inside the bar who had overheard the Guardian Knight's words were tempted. The conditions to join a superpower were extremely stringent, and the conditions to rise through the ranks in a superpower were more stringent. Moreover, the various superpowers generally had their important positions reserved for particular people already. Even if players had the required strength and talent for a specific position, they wouldn't have the opportunity to get promoted to said position. However, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Although Zero Wing wasn't a superpower yet, it had already gained the recognition of many superpowers. With the massive advantages Stone Forest City provided, it was only a matter of time before the guild became a superpower. In other words, Zero Wing's influence would still expand rapidly in the future. After all, the amount of territory Zero Wing currently held was only at the standard of first-rate guilds. There would be plenty of empty positions to fill in the future. Now was the best time for independent experts like themselves to join Zero Wing. Of course. Why would I lie to you? According to my friend, quite a few superpowers have sent representatives to negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing already. Once the actual negotiations are over, this piece of news will become impossible to hide. While not many players know about this matter, we should use this opportunity to join Zero Wing. If we're lucky, we might get assigned directly to a good team, the level 101 Guardian Knight said earnestly. Truthfully, if not for our close relationship and you being strong enough, I wouldn't have asked you to come with me. Zero Wing's recruitment standards had always been very high. Its requirements for becoming a core member were even higher, the half-step refinement realm standard. Meanwhile, although the level 102 elementalist was an independent player, he served as the vice commander of one of the Twin Towers Kingdom's top adventurer teams. As for his strength, he had already reached the refinement realm standard and would be considered an absolute expert in first-rate guilds. He would have no problem joining the main force of first-rate guilds. However, as he wished to join the main force of superpowers and not first-rate guilds, he had only been mingling with adventurer teams all this time. Alright, I'll contact my commander afterward. Once I've settled my affairs, we'll apply with Zero Wing, the level 102 elementalist said, nodding after seeing the earnest look on the Guardian Knight's face. At the same time, desire and anticipation also surfaced in his eyes. After overhearing the level 102 elementalist agree to the Guardian Knight's suggestion to join Zero Wing, the other experts inside the bar were tempted by the proposition as well. Zero Wing's strength and foundations had already received the recognition of many superpowers. This was an excellent opportunity for independent experts like themselves to elevate their position in God's domain. If they seized this opportunity, they could become famous individuals in kingdoms and empires. They might even get to become the ruler of a city, at which point, their lives would thoroughly change. After all, many major corporations were investing astronomical sums into God's domain right now. Moreover, God's domain had also started affecting the various industries in the real world. Meanwhile, during the time White River City's expert players were gravitating toward joining Zero Wing, an heroic woman was currently observing Zero Wing's residence from an advanced restaurant nearby. Vice Guild Leader, those people have stated that they are powerless over this matter. Unless we have some way of dealing with those Tier 3 NPCs, they aren't willing to take action, a tall man exceeding 2 meters in height reported after entering the private room the beautiful woman occupied. How interesting. It seems Zero Wing really has kept a lot of secrets hidden. When Cold Shadow heard her subordinate's report, not only did she not react in rage, but she even smiled. Since that is the case, we'll shift to Plan B. We'll give up on purchasing Zero Wing for now and search for a replacement on the eastern continent to fulfill the guild's task first. At the same time, notify the old instructor about this matter. Have him figure out a way to deal with Zero Wing in Fenglin City. Even if he can't deal with Zero Wing in God's domain, I refuse to believe that he can't do anything in the real world either. Although she did not know how Zero Wing managed to secure so many Tier 3 NPCs, no power in God's domain was capable of stopping Mythology's progress, not super guilds, much less Zero Wing. Moreover, although many superpowers had chosen to partner with Zero Wing after this incident, even more superpowers had secretly started taking action against Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing had touched upon their profits. Meanwhile, during the time Zero Wing's position and the number of experts the guild possessed were continuously rising, Feng was frantically producing the 12 elemental pillars in the Candlelight trading firm. Due to Stone Forest City's display of strength, Giant's Heart, Unyielding Soul, and 13 Thrones, which were originally planning to buy only a small number of the advanced Ancient Barrier, decided to place huge orders instead. Including the secret pavilion's order, Feng now had to supply a total of 700 sets of 12 elemental pillars, far beyond his expectations. As a result, Feng had become rich overnight. Including the income Stone Forest City generated, only a few superpowers in existence could rival the liquid funds he currently had on hand. This was especially true in regard to magic crystals. Currently, Feng had 4 million magic crystals on hand. Even after expending some on the 12 elemental pillars production, he would still have a frightening amount left. Guild leader, thus far, 3 superpowers have come to seek a partnership with us. They're willing to use a portion of their realms of refinement legacies to exchange for the 12 elemental pillars. Moreover, during this period, a large number of experts have applied to join the guild. Currently, we have accepted over 2,000 experts, among which, over 30 are in the refinement realm. A few Tier 3 experts have also joined us. At this rate, it won't be long before we have more than 100 Tier 3 experts and 200 refinement realm experts, Aqua Rose reported excitedly as she looked at Feng. 200 refinement realm experts. This number might not be comparable to what superpowers possessed, but this many refinement realm experts would resolve Zero Wing's manpower shortage. Moreover, the guild could also field many more exploration teams in level 100 neutral maps. We have so many already. Feng was surprised to hear Aqua Rose's report. He never thought that revealing his Night Division's strength would bring such excellent results to the guild. Originally, he had only planned to use the Night Division as a deterrent against the various superpowers. After all, if Zero Wing truly fought against the various superpowers' joint army, the best result would be a Pyrrhic victory since Tier 3 NPCs were not invincible. Moreover, they were as difficult to resurrect as personal guards. Players, on the other hand, were different. Even if players died, they would be as good as new in less than an hour. At worst, they would lose some combat power. However, they would still be Tier 3 players, and their combat power would still triumph over Tier 2 players. This was also the reason why expert players were the true representation of a guild's foundations and strength, while NPCs only served as a supporting tool and could never become a guild's true power. Meanwhile, if the number of refinement realm experts Zero Wing had reached 200, then Zero Wing would have the capital to truly contest with the various superpowers over hegemony in God's domain. However, just like you've anticipated, the various superpowers have also started taking joint action in level 100 neutral maps. Not only have they started targeting our people, but they've also placed restrictions on materials for high-level potions and tools. This situation has forced us to purchase materials from the secret pavilion at a high price, Aqua Rose said, frustrated. Although Zero Wing had won the war without shedding any blood and received acknowledgement as an equal from many superpowers, it had also become an eyesore for many other superpowers. Now, these superpowers no longer treated Zero Wing as a negligible existence but as a competitor. They sure have moved quickly. Feng smiled bitterly, shaking his head. Have Fire dance and the others get ready. Once I'm done making the 12 elemental pillars, we'll head over to the western continent. Feng was not surprised by the actions the various superpowers took. After all, there was only so much profit to go around in God's domain. It was only natural for Zero Wing to face heavy resistance when trying to get a larger cut of the cake. However, he did not pay much heed to this matter, because he had a much more worrisome problem to deal with, which he had been ignoring due to the guild's inadequate strength. Now that Zero Wing possessed a city in a level 100 neutral map and he had become a lord himself, he had no choice but to worry about the aggression of the dark forces. When that time arrived, dark players would thoroughly shed all pretenses with normal players. The dark forces were still inactive right now only because dark players had yet to truly start exploring level 100+ neutral maps. However, as more dark players reached Tier 3 and explored the various level 100+ neutral maps, they would come across dark forces that had been banished by the various kingdoms and empires to level 100+ neutral maps. At that time, dark players' development would skyrocket, and city sieges and territorial battles between dark players and normal players would become commonplace. Without sufficient strength, guilds wouldn't even be able to survive out in the fields. This was also the reason why some superpowers had gone out of existence after mainstream players started reaching level 100 and beyond. To ensure Zero Wing's continued development in level 100+ neutral maps, he had to nurture a large number of Tier 3 experts as soon as possible. Moreover, the guild also had to be capable of mass-producing level 100+ top-tier weapons and equipment. Simply relying on field bosses and team dungeons would not keep the guild alive. Hence, sufficient materials were necessary. I'll notify them right away. Upon hearing Feng's words, Aqua Rose could not help rejoicing. She had always been very curious about the western continent. Following which, Feng spent the next few days working in his special forging room and ended up producing as many as 3 sets of 12 elemental pillars. At the same time, his efforts had also brought him to level 110, his leveling speed not the slightest bit slower than that of players grinding out in the fields. Of the 3 sets, 800 sets were meant to fulfill the orders from the secret pavilion and Zero Wing's other partners, while the remaining 500 sets were reserved for Zero Wing's expert teams. During the time the various superpowers were making use of their 12 elemental pillars to achieve extraordinary results in level 100 neutral maps, Feng led Aqua Rose and other members of Zero Wing's core upper echelon to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range's teleportation gate. After spending 20,000 magic crystals, Feng's team of 10 transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the Silver Gate. The intercontinental teleportation took several minutes to complete. When everyone opened their eyes again, what appeared before them was a desert completely devoid of life. So, this is the Western continent. Aqua Rose was surprised as she looked at the endless desert around her. The reason for her surprise was the scarcity of mana in this place. The ambient mana was actually thinner than even the mana in the eastern continent's forbidden lands. She could tell that she would have great difficulty casting Tier 3 spells here despite her high-ranking mana body. Weaker Tier 3 players might not even be capable of using their Tier 3 skills and spells and might be limited to skills and spells of weaker tiers. Sure enough, the mana density here is much lower than on the eastern continent. When Feng sensed the ambient mana, he was similarly overwhelmed by a sense of discomfort. It had already been a long time since he had experienced such a low mana density environment. However, he did not dwell on the matter, just immediately recorded the coordinates of the teleportation gate here and summoned his Thunder Eagle. He then took a look at the system map and brought everyone toward the nearest NPC city. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The desert that housed the teleportation gate was much larger than Feng initially expected, taking more than 2 hours of flight to exit. During their journey, they had discovered plenty of level 100+ Great Lords and Grand Lords and even level 120 mythics. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle was sufficiently fast, so they were able to escape these mythics' attack range in time. Had they been using land mounts, they would have most definitely suffered annihilation. Guild Leader, there's a battle involving tens of thousands of players over at that demonic silver mine, Aqua Rose said, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she gazed at a nearby mine from the Thunder Eagle. A demonic silver mine was merely a grade 3 vein, yet it had actually incited a battle between tens of thousands of players. Moreover, not only were the participants of this war level 105+ experts, but there were even 100-odd tier 3 experts among them. This was practically a war between two superpowers. The Azure Chamber of Commerce. When Feng studied the players fighting below, he noticed that the commander of the mine's defenders was someone he was familiar with, Yan Xiaoqian, a genius on the Azure Chamber of Commerce's fast track. Chapter 2445, You have two choices, Guild Leader. Is it someone you're familiar with? Aqua Rose asked curiously when she saw Feng muttering to himself. The Western continent was utterly foreign to Eastern continent players like themselves. Although the distance separating the two main continents was not as great as the distance between the main continents and the various other worlds, in God's domain, it was as if a barrier existed between the two main continents. Not only was information on the two main continents segregated, but even the cultures of the two continents differed significantly. For example, players of the same class would give the impression that they possessed a completely different class depending on which continent they played on. Their combat styles would be quite dissimilar. On the Eastern continent side, battles were fought using mainly a combination of combat techniques and skills or spells, with mana control playing only a supporting role. Meanwhile, on the Western continent, battles were fought using mainly a combination of mana control and skills or spells, while combat techniques were only for support. Aside from the difference in combat styles, the greatest contrast between the Eastern and Western continents was the management styles that the various kingdoms and empires adopted. On the Eastern continent, NPC kingdoms and empires relied on their national armies to manage their cities. On the Western continent, however, NPC cities were managed by the Adventurers Association. The various kingdoms and empires' armies only served to maintain the safety of their respective countries' borders and fend off the main forces of the demonic creatures. As there existed many demonic creatures on the Western continent, armies of demonic creatures regularly invaded kingdoms and empires. In fact, these demonic creatures would launch attacks on towns and cities once every 2 or 3 days, which was much more frequent than the monster sieges on the Eastern continent, and sometimes even capture those on the borders. If the various kingdoms and empires failed to reclaim those captured towns and cities, the players' range of activity would shrink significantly. Conversely, the more demonic towns and cities the various kingdoms and empires captured, the larger the players' range of activity would become. The Western continent did not have any clearly defined neutral maps, and the territory the various kingdoms and empires possessed was in constant flux. Hence, the Western continent was labeled the demonic creature continent, and battles on a national scale occurred here much more frequently than on the Eastern continent. It wouldn't even be surprising for a kingdom that had faded out of existence to reappear. If the 10 from Zero Wing could have someone familiar with the Western continent guide them, it would save them a lot of trouble. After all, the Western continent situation was ever-changing, and players not familiar with the Western continent would most likely have a very difficult time mingling here. We're not familiar with each other, just acquaintances, Feng replied, shaking his head as he looked at Yan Xiaoqian, who was fighting while commanding the battle. He had come to know Yan Xiaoqian only because of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's alchemy competition. Although he had heard that Azure would be sending Yan Xiaoqian to the Western continent to receive priority grooming, he never thought that he would encounter the woman here. Currently, Yan Xiaoqian was already a level 106, tier 3 great mage. She was also equipped in quite a few pieces of level 105 fine gold equipment, and the purple crystalline staff she wielded even radiated the glow unique to epic items. At a glance, it was obvious that the staff was a level 100+ epic weapon. At this stage of the game, her equipment standard definitely ranked at the peak of God's domain. Moreover, her mana control had improved by a significant margin since Feng last saw her. Now, she was actually capable of casting her spells at a completion rate of 95% or above. The power her spells exhibited could rival the attacks of Grand Lords of the same level. While Feng's group was quietly observing the battle below, the players fighting inside the mine had similarly noticed Feng's group. Who are those people? Don't they know that this is a battle between Azure and Divine Tribe, a Tier 3 Berserker King, who was an elder of the Azure Chamber of Commerce, muttered, a frown forming on his face as he looked at the players atop the Thunder Eagle. At this point, even the various superpowers of God's domain still couldn't afford to underestimate Tier 3 experts. Meanwhile, from what the Berserker King could tell, Feng's group of 10 were all Tier 3 experts. To ordinary superpowers, they would indeed pose a significant threat. However, to superpowers like the Azure Chamber of Commerce and Divine Tribe, a force of 10 Tier 3 experts was nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, on the Western continent, what the various powers found most troublesome was when other people suddenly appeared in a battle between two powers. This was because nobody could guarantee whether this third party would simply spectate and do nothing, or try to take advantage of the situation. Hence, whenever a third party appeared, the two combatant powers would first take care of this unknown factor before resuming the battle. The Azure Chamber of Commerce and Divine Tribe were superpowers that everybody on the Western continent knew of. Now, however, someone had actually ignorantly barged into their battle. Black Flame. Why is he here? Yan Xiaoqian revealed an astonished expression when she spotted Feng sitting on the Thunder Eagle. Doesn't he operate on the Eastern continent? Yan Xiaoqian had a very strong impression of Feng. After all, Zero Wing was responsible for her loss to Silent Wonder during Azure's alchemy competition, which, in turn, lost her family the ruling rights to the chamber. Aside from that, Feng's identity as a Tier 3 player had also shaken the entire competition venue. Back then, not a single superpower had managed to produce a Tier 3 player, yet Feng had succeeded in becoming one himself. Even Long Xianglong, one of Azure's Grand Elders, had taken the initiative to acknowledge defeat against Feng. This was something unprecedented. Moreover, she had previously inwardly ridiculed Feng for being so foolish as to give up on partnering with Azure and toss away an excellent opportunity to obtain the Western continent's resources. Hence, she never thought that Feng would actually appear on the Western continent now. Xiaoqian, do you know them? The Berserker King Elder asked when he noticed the shock on Yan Xiaoqian's face. At this point, Yan Xiaoqian was a future Grand Elder that the Azure Chamber of Commerce was nurturing vigorously. Although she was currently only an ordinary elder, her position, combined with her identity, granted her a status that was far superior to ordinary elders. She was well within her authority to argue with even the chamber's vice guild leaders. If Feng's group were Yan Xiaoqian's acquaintances, then the Azure Chamber of Commerce would overlook the group's transgressions. However, if they weren't acquainted, then Azure definitely wouldn't let the group off the hook. We're somewhat acquainted. To be precise, they are Silent Wonder's friends, Yan Xiaoqian said after giving the matter some thought. If possible, Yan Xiaoqian really did not wish to acknowledge her acquaintance with Feng. After all, Silent Wonder was her rival, and Zero Wing was Silent Wonder's supporter. Wonder's friends. When the Berserker King Elder heard Yan Xiaoqian's words, the hostility in his eyes disappeared. However, this matter will be problematic. Divine Tribe side definitely won't let them off the hook. The Long family had already acknowledged Silent Wonder as its future heiress. Since the Long family now held the ruling rights for Azure, Silent Wonder's position in the chamber was higher than even the chamber's Grand Elders. Hence, any friend of Silent Wonders was naturally Azure's friend as well. Only, as they were currently busy defending the mine, they could not spare any manpower to rescue Feng's group. Just as the Berserker King Elder finished speaking, Divine Tribe's army dispatched a force of several hundred players to intercept Feng's group. Among these players, as many as 20 were Tier 3 players. And leading this detachment was McCaffrey, the vice commander of one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions. Due to his special legacy, McCaffrey possessed a gigantic body 3 meters tall, which earned him the nickname Morning Giant. Even Tier 3 domain realm experts couldn't last very long in a fight against him. In the next moment, the giant bat McCaffrey rode arrived before Feng's group. As he glared at Feng's group, the dark aura enveloping his body made the surrounding space uncomfortably hot. "I don't know who you people are, but since you dared set foot into Divine Tribe's battlefield, then don't think you can leave easily," McCaffrey said in a rough and deafening tone. "You all have 2 choices. The first is to apologize and hand over 10 pieces of level 100 plus fine gold equipment as compensation. As for the other option, believe me, you will not like it very much." Upon hearing McCaffrey's words, the Divine Tribe members around him sneered as they looked at Feng's group. At the same time, they also took out magic scrolls to seal the surrounding space and track the souls of Zero Wings members. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It was obvious from the actions of Divine Tribe's members that they were proficient in fighting against players that possessed flying mounts. However, to the surprise of Divine Tribe's members, Feng and his companions remained indescribably calm even after hearing McCaffrey's friendly warning. In fact, there was even a hint of pity in their eyes. What's going on? For a moment, Divine Tribe's members were confused as to which side was stronger and which was weaker in this confrontation. "I'll give you 2 choices as well, then. The first is to apologize and pay compensation. I don't want much, just 100 pieces of level 100 plus fine gold equipment will do. As for the other option, I believe you won't like it very much either," Feng retorted, his mouth curving in a calm smile as he swept his gaze over Divine Tribe's members. Chapter 2446, Repent. As soon as Feng finished speaking, silence fell over the area as Divine Tribe's members gawked at Feng, their eyes wide in shock. Feng had not spoken very loudly. Ordinary players standing 20 yards away from him wouldn't have been able to make out his words. However, everyone present was an expert. Their 5 senses were far superior to ordinary players, so they heard Feng's words just fine. Despite that, however, Divine Tribe's members still could not help but wonder if they had heard wrong. After all, how could there possibly be anyone that would dare speak to Divine Tribe in such a manner? Not even the Azure Chamber of Commerce's guild leader would dare speak to Divine Tribe in such an arrogant manner, yet a random Tier 3 player like Feng actually had. "Did you guys not hear what our guild leader said? If you apologize quickly and hand over 100 pieces of level 100 plus fine gold equipment as compensation, then we will let this matter slide. Otherwise, the consequences definitely won't be something you'd be willing to bear." Kola repeated Feng's words as he looked at the stunned Divine Tribe members. Unlike Feng, Kola had shouted, and his words echoed throughout the entire mine below. Let alone the several Divine Tribe members before him, even the tens of thousands of players in the mine below heard him loud and clear. Who are these people? They actually dare spout such nonsense against Divine Tribe? Although I don't know who they are definitely dead now. They won't die just once today. Now that they provoked Divine Tribe in such a manner, Divine Tribe will surely kill them back to level 0. The Azure Chamber of Commerce's members were stunned as they looked at Feng's group on the Thunder Eagle. Even their chamber's guild leader did not dare behave so arrogantly before Divine Tribe. Divine Tribe was a top-ranking super first-rate guild. When God's Domain first launched, Divine Tribe was already very close to becoming a super guild. Moreover, due to God's Domain's growing popularity, Divine Tribe had received capital injections from several major corporations. At this point, Divine Tribe's strength already rivaled Super Guilds. In fact, it was even stronger than some of the ordinary Super Guilds. This was why Divine Tribe dared to contest with the Azure Chamber of Commerce for the demonic silver vein. Xiao Qian, are these people insane? The Berserker King Elder from Azure asked, similarly stunned by this situation. He had thought that Feng's group might turn around and flee, or that Feng's group might seek help from Azure. What didn't occur to him was that Feng might actually provoke Divine Tribe without hesitation. At this moment, even if Azure's guild leaders showed up, it would still be impossible to dissuade Divine Tribe from taking action against Feng's group. Yan Xiaoqian was likewise confused by this situation. If possible, she really wished to ask Feng what he was thinking. He can't be thinking that this place is like Demonstone Town and that nobody can do anything to Tier 3 players, right? As Yan Xiaoqian looked at Feng, the only explanation she could think of for this situation was that he believed that no superpower would dare to touch him just because he was a Tier 3 player. After all, the various superpowers had shown the swordsman great respect back at Demonstone Town. However, the situations now and then were completely different. Back then, Feng could indeed act arrogantly as a Tier 3 player, as none of the various superpowers could do anything to him. Now, however, every superpower had at least several dozen Tier 3 experts under their command. Let alone Tier 3 peak experts, even Tier 3 apex experts no longer had the qualifications to act arrogantly before the various superpowers. This was especially true on the Western continent, which was infested with demonic creatures. Players living here had much more combat experience than players living on the Eastern continent. The legacies and various items used by the Western continent's players for combat were also much stronger than those found on the Eastern continent. Let alone dealing with Tier 3 players, the various superpowers wouldn't have trouble dealing with even Tier 3 NPCs. After all, the armies of demonic creatures had commander-level monsters that could rival NPCs when it came to intellect. In the end, however, the various superpowers had still slain those intelligent monsters. While Yan Xiaoqian and the other members of Azure were stunned by Feng's crazy actions, McCaffrey suddenly smiled on the giant bat's back. Very good. It seems you didn't come here in ignorance. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the guts to provoke Divine Tribe, McCaffrey said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at Feng. This will make things simple. Repent of your provocations. Otherwise, only eternal hell awaits you all. As soon as McCaffrey said so, the several Divine Tribe experts around him activated the magic scrolls in their hands, not only sealing the surrounding airspace but also placing a tracker on the souls of Feng's group. This way, even if Feng's group died and resurrected somewhere else, they could still track down the group. At the same time, the several hundred Divine Tribe Tier 2 experts positioned on the ground beneath the Thunder Eagle formed multiple magic arrays and cast large-scale combination spells. Several fire pillars and lances of light immediately emerged from the ground and flew straight at Feng's group, the power of these spells not the slightest bit weaker than the Tier 3 spells of actual Tier 3 players. In fact, some of these spells could rival even Tier 4 spells in terms of power. Boom. 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 For a moment, the airspace the Thunder Eagle occupied turned into a sea of flames. The shockwaves from the explosions were palpable even over 100 yards away. What a waste. Originally, these spells were supposed to be used on Azure's Tier 3 peak experts. Now, we're actually squandering them on these people, a Tier 3 red-haired, female elementalist standing behind McCaffrey said, clicking her tongue. 10 days ago, Tier 3 players were indeed existences that the various superpowers could not afford to underestimate. However, the situation was different now. The various superpowers had secured not only the means to resist Tier 3 players but also the means to kill Tier 3 players. In the face of a combination spell cast by 30 Tier 2 players, even monstrously strong Tier 3 players would fall if they were careless. Not to mention, they had used 7 of such combination spells this time. Alright, get ready to use the raised dead scrolls and resurrect them. I want to let them know how foolish it is to provoke Divine Tribe. McCaffrey said, gesturing at the players holding raised dead scrolls to move forward. The raised dead scroll was a precious tool that could be found only in ancient ruins. The scroll's original function was to resurrect comrades that had fallen in battle. However, it was also useful when they wanted to repeatedly kill enemy players. Yet, after the Divine Tribe members holding the raised dead scrolls tried to resurrect Feng's group, they could not help staring at their scrolls in confusion. What's wrong? Why aren't you resurrecting them? McCaffrey demanded after seeing that the raised dead scrolls remained in his subordinates' hands. Vice Guild Leader, for some reason, these raised dead scrolls can't resurrect them. The scrolls might be broken, a Tier 3 Ranger reported. Broken? McCaffrey was a little surprised at this situation. He then returned his gaze to the sea of flames before him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The raised dead scrolls had never failed to activate before. If the resurrection failed, then that could only mean one thing. The target of resurrection was still alive. In the next moment, the flames started scattering, and the perfect figure of the Thunder Eagle appeared hovering amidst the remnant flames. Surrounding the Thunder Eagle was a barrier that thoroughly isolated the flying mount from the inferno. This barrier was the product of Feng's absolute domain. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn now, Feng declared. He then raised his arm and started enchanting, casting Flame Domain on McCaffrey's group. Chapter 2447, 7 Luminaries rings true power. As Feng started chanting, a twofold magic array with a 60-yard radius appeared above McCaffrey and his several hundred members. A large-scale destruction spell. Not bad. When McCaffrey saw the two gigantic, crimson magic arrays above him, he was slightly surprised. He had never thought that a swordsman like Feng would possess such a rare spell. He immediately shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone, use instantaneous movement scrolls and get out of here." Large-scale destruction spells were no longer foreign to God's domain's various powers. Such spells were commonly used during guild wars as they were the most effective in large-scale combat. Hence, the various powers had thought of an appropriate countermeasure. They'd use instantaneous movement scrolls to escape the spell's AoE as quickly as possible. Although large-scale destruction spells were frighteningly powerful, they had very long cast times. Once one noticed a player casting a large-scale destruction spell, they could easily flee the attack with an instantaneous movement scroll. Of course, large-scale destruction spells still had massive effects. Guild wars were generally chaotic, involving extremely large numbers of players. Some players were bound to fail their escape attempts due to enemy interference or lack of instantaneous movement scrolls. Large-scale destruction spells would still hit quite a few players, proving effective regardless. However, McCaffrey only had several hundred subordinates with him, and they were all Divine Tribe experts. Every one of them had a few Tier 2 instantaneous movement scrolls, not to mention the Tier 1 version. They had all prepared these scrolls on the off chance that they were attacked with large-scale destruction spells or war weapons like gnome cannons. Following their orders, Divine Tribe's experts pulled the scrolls from their bags. Meanwhile, McCaffrey steered his flying mount out of Flame Domain's range. However, just as everyone began to flee, the twofold magic array above them completed and began to absorb mana from its surroundings. Like a black hole, the array drained all of the mana within a 500-yard radius. Now, not only was the area around the magic array devoid of mana, but the array's rapid mana absorption had also created spatial distortions within the area. For a moment, the sky darkened, and all players within Flam range felt stifled as if they had just fallen into a bottomless swamp. What's going on? Why has the sky gone dark? It's so hard to breathe or move. My instantaneous movement scroll won't activate. No, that's not right. It's not just instantaneous movement scrolls. I can't even use my Tier 2 blink spell. What kind of large-scale destruction spell is that? The Divine Tribe members within Flame Domain's AoE panicked, losing their composure. Before they could regain their senses, however, mana began to gush out of the twofold magic array above the battlefield. In the next moment, towering pillars of fire rose from the ground. Every Divine Tribe member within range was instantly incinerated. Even some of the weapons and equipment they dropped scorched to black, turning into nothing more than scrap metal. The flaming pillars' intense temperature melted the dirt under their feet to white-hot magma. Players could even feel the pillars' heat waves from several hundred yards. As if time had frozen, the tens of thousands of players in the mine stared at the rising pillars of fire in stunned silence. What did he do? Shock and curiosity swam in Yan Xiaoqian's gaze as she glanced at Feng, who remained standing on the Thunder Eagle's back. From what she could tell, Feng had only used one large-scale destruction spell, but aside from McCaffrey and the Tier 3 players on his flying mount, every player from Divine Tribe had lost their minds. They had all pulled instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags, yet they stood to watch Feng's spell erupt. It almost looked like Divine Tribe were performing with Zero Wing for the Azure Chamber of Commerce. However, Divine Tribe was a top-ranked super first-rate guild that could even rival super guilds, and they were currently on the Western continent, not the Eastern continent. There was no way Divine Tribe would go to such lengths to show respect for a guild leader from a pseudo-superpower like Zero Wing. Yan Xiaoqian and Azure's members weren't the only surprised players. Even Feng was taken aback by his results. Casting Flame Domain with a mana body is actually this powerful. Feng could not help but glance at the 7 Luminaries ring on his finger after watching several hundred Divine Tribe members turn into ash. Although he had known that skills and spells would become considerably more powerful when players reached Tier 3 and acquired their mana bodies, he hadn't thought that the 7 Luminaries ring's activatable skills would become this strong. He had only intended to use Flame Domain to scatter Divine Tribe's members. Their team's combination spells were a challenge to deal with, and if he allowed Divine Tribe's Tier 2 experts to use those spells freely, even he would struggle against them. He hadn't actually expected to annihilate all of those Tier 2 experts with one Flame Domain. And the spell had even absorbed all available mana within a 500-yard radius. He had only seen such fearsome spells a handful of times, even during his previous life. Robbing an area of its mana was a terrifying ability in God's domain. Mana was the foundation of everything in the game. It was both the source of life and the source of power. Exposing a player to an area devoid of mana was even more torturous than sending someone into the vacuum of space. Not only couldn't players use skills and spells in an area empty of mana, but even survival would be a problem, especially for players that hadn't yet obtained a mana body. Exposure to such an area was practically fatal. While Feng stared at his 7 Luminaries ring, McCaffrey gave the swordsman a grim look. This was the first time he had encountered a spell that could eliminate several hundred of his Tier 2 subordinates without giving them the chance to flee. Vice Commander, the spell that player just used is too powerful. It had devoured all mana within its range. Tier 3 players like us might be fine in such an environment, but Tier 2 players are sheep for the slaughter, the red-haired, female elementalist behind McCaffrey said as she watched Feng's group with a serious expression. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The other Tier 3 experts from Divine Tribe began to observe Feng's group carefully, as well. They no longer dared to write off the strangers as ignorant challengers. With Feng's large-scale destruction spell, they wouldn't be able to rely on Tier 2 experts in an attack against Feng's group. They could only rely on Tier 3 experts like themselves. Unfortunately, Tier 3 experts were still incredibly rare. Gathering enough of them to defeat Feng's 10 Tier 3 experts would be a major challenge, especially if Feng and his companions focused on fleeing. Suddenly, Feng looked up at McCaffrey and asked, "Do you want to continue?" His goal in visiting the Western continent wasn't to start a war with Divine Tribe. He had merely come across these players by chance. If Divine Tribe's team hadn't picked a fight, he would have already left this godforsaken place. Chapter 2448, Divine Tribe shocked. Although Feng hadn't spoken very loudly, McCaffrey and his companions had heard him clearly, and the question enraged them. They had been confident that they could make Feng's group pay for foolishly provoking Divine Tribe, yet in the blink of an eye, the swordsmen had slain several hundred of Divine Tribe's Tier 2 experts. They had been able to bear the events up until now, but Feng had just gone too far. Feng's tone had contained sympathy and compassion for those he saw as weaker than himself. He wasn't even treating them as enemies, but as a negligible distraction that he had no interest in. This was humiliating, an absolute embarrassment. Insane. Black Flame must be insane. Yan Xiaoqian, who watched through a magic mirror, stared with wide, shocked eyes. She couldn't fathom how Feng had become Zero Wings Guild leader with his personality. Rather, she was surprised that Feng had survived this long in God's domain. It was a fact that Feng had shocked McCaffrey with the power of his flame domain. The spell's effects had even surprised Yan Xiaoqian. Meanwhile, the swordsman and his team had had more than enough time to leave the area via his flying mount. Had Feng done so, the stunned Divine Tribe members might have let him and his team go. Yet, not only hadn't Feng left, but he had also proceeded to provoke Divine Tribe further. Was Feng unaware that there were more than 7,000 Divine Tribe members in the mine, with more than 60 fully armed Tier 3 experts? Feng's large-scale destruction spell was certainly powerful, but all of such spells had very long cooldowns. Players would be lucky if they could use the same large-scale destruction spell twice in one battle. The watching players had only been stunned because it had been so long since a single large-scale destruction spell had slain hundreds of Tier 2 experts on the Western continent. Once Divine Tribe's experts regained their senses, they could easily destroy Feng and his Tier 3 experts. The army that Divine Tribe had sent to siege the mine was one of its reorganized trump card legions, which was powerful enough to capture a guild city on its own. The army had more than one way to defeat Tier 3 players in their way. It wasn't limited to combination spells. However, what truly surprised Yan Xiaoqian was Aqua Rose and the others' behavior from behind Feng. Despite Feng's rampage, none of them had tried to stop him. They had merely watched as if they weren't involved at all. She even wondered if Aqua Rose and her companions were from Feng's guild. Continue. Punk, you must be suicidal. You've only cast a powerful large-scale destruction spell, yet you think you can behave as you wish before Divine Tribe, a Tier 3 ranger bellowed, enraged, from behind McCaffrey. Without even waiting for a command, the ranger retrieved 3 crystalline arrows, decorated with runes, from the quiver on his back and fired them at Feng. The instant these 3 crystalline arrows flew from the ranger's bow, they broke the sound barrier, releasing a sonic boom that rocked the area. Space itself began to destabilize from the arrow's power. These 3 projectiles were more than capable of heavily injuring a Grand Lord of the same level, and they were so fast that they became invisible to the naked eye. I don't know who you people are, but since you've dared to provoke Divine Tribe, you will all die here today, the red-haired, female elementalist coldly hissed as she began to wave her fiery staff, casting the Tier 3 spell, Manifold Illusions, without chanting an incantation. The 3 crystalline arrows split into a dozen copies, all locked onto Feng. Not only were the arrows impossible to differentiate, but they also became more powerful. What? That Crimson Witch has mastered the spell combination technique. Yan Xiaoqian exclaimed when she saw the 12 arrows in her magic mirror. All magical class players dreamed of mastering spell combination at this stage of the game. Mastering the technique was even more difficult than mastering double speed casting, rivaling bronze combat techniques. Not even Yan Xiaoqian had managed to unravel the technique's introductory concepts. Throughout Azure, only the Chamber's chief elementalist had mastered the technique, but the elementalist was a true, old monster. Even Duan Hanshan, from the Duan family, had to treat the old monster with respect. Ordinary domain realm experts simply couldn't hope to compare. And yet, the Divine Tribe's Crimson Witch, who had only recently reached the Domain Realm, had mastered the spell combination technique. If players could pull the technique off, combining a spell with another spell or skill, the resulting attack would undergo a qualitative transformation and become powerful enough to transcend tiers. This was why all magical class players fought to master the technique. Just as the 12 arrows were about to reach their mark, Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and brandished the sacred sword at the incoming projectiles. Shocked secret technique, lightning flash. Feng. 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 As if the arrows had slammed into an impenetrable wall, they exploded and fell out of the sky just short of their target. They hadn't even made it within 5 yards of Feng, much less injured the swordsman. Impossible. Crimson Witch's eyes bulged as she watched the arrows fall to the ground. That attack had been the combination of a Tier 3 spell and a Tier 3 skill. Although the combination hadn't been perfect, the attack had enough resulting power to rival a blow from a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species of the same level. Even if the attack couldn't instant-kill a Tier 3 player, it should have been enough to send one flying. What, exactly, had just happened? Everyone watching was dumbfounded, especially Divine Tribe's Tier 3 experts. None had a better idea of how powerful Crimson Witch's spell combination technique was than they did. Even McCaffrey, their Legion's vice commander, would have to activate a berserk skill to defend himself against that attack. However, Feng hadn't even used a skill or spell to counter the arrows, much less a berserk skill. A peerless monster. McCaffrey's expression darkened when he saw Feng unscathed. The title of Peerless Monster had only come into fashion after many expert players had reached Tier 3. Many powers still weren't sure of what the title meant or referred to, but a superpower like Divine Tribe was fully aware of what it meant. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Divine Tribe had witnessed the strength of peerless monsters before. Peerless monsters were extraordinarily strong experts that could single-handedly defeat a team of 100 Tier 3 experts, the strongest team the various superpowers could currently field. McCaffrey couldn't think of another explanation for how Feng had stopped Crimson Witch's spell combination without taking any damage. How is this possible? Is he really a peerless monster? When they heard their vice commanders muttering, the Tier 3 experts in the area turned to stare at Feng in astonishment. Yan Xiaoqian's jaw dropped at the revelation. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Feng was truly one of the rumored peerless monsters. Chapter 2449, Feng's frightening team. Since McCaffrey had acknowledged the possibility that Feng was a peerless monster, everyone looked at the swordsman in a different light. Divine Tribe's members, in particular, no longer radiated their prior killing intents. Now, they only gazed at him in fear and awe. None of Azure's members were surprised, and they didn't ridicule Divine Tribe's members for being cowards. They were just as aware of how powerful Tier 3 peerless monsters were. Peerless monsters could stand on an equal playing field with God's domain's various superpowers, addressing these superpowers as individuals. They were undoubtedly the strongest experts that currently existed in God's domain. Experts could only look up to these peerless monsters for their raw power and techniques. Tier 3 experts were especially aware of how massive the gap was between them. To experts, peerless monsters were like heroes to NPC humans. Heroes' strength was beyond common sense, they were simply out of normal people's reach. Silent Wonder has actually forged a friendship with such an expert? It seems I'll have to speak with those old fellows. As Azure Chamber of Commerce's Berserker King Elder watched Feng from his magic mirror, his impression of Silent Wonder substantially improved. Although the Long family currently had the right to rule Azure, a majority of the Chamber's resources remained under the control of the Chamber's various shareholder families. These families were roughly on par in terms of strength, and no one would accept someone's rule when they were just as powerful. To gain more power, these shareholder families would try to convince unaffiliated guild elders like him, which were the Chamber's main combatants, to support them. Naturally, this gave the guild elders a plethora of options. Generally, this Berserker King Elder maintained a neutral stance in Azure, but a few of his close friends had chosen a side. One of them refused to support the Long family and tended to vote against its wishes. Before today, he had never cared about what that friend did. The Long family's hold on Azure wasn't exactly secure. However, now that he had discovered that Silent Wonder, the Long family's heiress, had a relationship with a peerless monster, his friend would have to consider the Long family's directives carefully, particularly Silent Wonder's interests. Killing Tier 3 experts was an effortless task for a peerless monster. Such players wouldn't need traps or ambushes to kill Tier 3 players, and unless his friend had the protection of another peerless monster, he would dig his own grave by acting against the Long family. While Azure's guild elders secretly planned on how to build a closer relationship with the Long family's Silent Wonder, Crimson Witch stared at Feng with a grim expression from the back of McCaffrey's giant bat. You must be mistaken, Vice Commander. How can he possibly be a peerless monster? Everyone is aware of the peerless monsters on the Western continent, and that guy doesn't match any of their descriptions, Crimson Witch argued, refusing to believe McCaffrey's assumption. Confidently, she continued, he must have consumed some kind of potion that skyrocketed his strength before he came here. Fortunately, those potions' effects don't last long. As long as we drag this fight out, he'll expose his weakness. She instinctively refused the idea that Feng was a peerless monster. There weren't that many in God's domain, after all, and most of them were from super guilds, while the rest were from super first-rate guilds. However, she had never seen the six-winged guild emblem Feng wore. How could he possibly be a peerless monster? No, I don't think he's just consumed a potion. Any potion that can increase a player's strength would make the mana around the player unstable. Regardless of how good his control over mana is, there's no way he could conceal berserk mana. I saw no sign of the mana around him going berserk when I observed him with my mana eyes. In fact, the mana he's radiating is even denser than yours, McCaffrey said, shaking his head. His fear finally began to show as he watched Feng. How is that possible? Crimson's mana body is at peak gold rank with a 97% completion rate. With the addition of her fire demon bloodline, only the guild leader and elders have denser mana than hers. How can that guy possibly surpass Crimson? The Tier 3 ranger beside Crimson Witch said. Crimson Witch's mana body was one of the best available in God's domain. Matching hers would already be impressive, surpassing her would be almost impossible. I wondered if I had misinterpreted what I saw, too, but I checked him with mana eyes multiple times, and the results were all the same. Moreover, the gap between him and Crimson is distinct, McCaffrey insisted with a bitter smile. From what he could tell, the mana radiating off of Feng was nearly twice as dense as Crimson Witch's. Although McCaffrey was reluctant to acknowledge this, his mana eyes had never failed him, and such a huge error in judgment was impossible. A strong mana body wasn't proof of one's strength, but anyone that could create a mana body as powerful as Feng's couldn't be weak. A mana body's construction was an immensely difficult task, and without sufficient strength, doing so was impossible. There was something else that McCaffrey hadn't revealed to his comrades. Of the 9 players that accompanied Feng on the Thunder Eagle's back, 3 had mana bodies that rivaled Crimson Witch's, and 1 was even stronger than his elementalist. Not even Divine Tribe could muster a force of such caliber. Vice Commander, what should we do? We can't simply apologize and offer compensation, can we? The Tier 3 ranger asked. They were members of Divine Tribe, a super first-rate guild that rivaled super guilds. If word got out that they had apologized and offered someone compensation, the guild's reputation would suffer. It seems we have no choice but to fight with everything we have. Prepare to use that Tier 4 hero summoning scroll, McCaffrey said after taking a deep breath. The guild leader went to great lengths to persuade the various Grand Elders to give that to us, Vice Commander. If we use it here, Crimson Witch grew anxious upon hearing McCaffrey's command. The Tier 4 hero summoning scroll in their possession was the only one Divine Tribe possessed. The guild leader would never have fought to acquire it for them if not to ensure that they captured the Azure Chamber of Commerce's demonic silver vein. It was a trump card that could destroy or protect a city. Using it against Feng's group would be a huge waste. We have no other options, McCaffrey growled in frustration. He didn't want to resort to using the Tier 4 Hero's summoning scroll either, but he had no choice. Once we use the scroll, they will flee. We'll use the opportunity to withdraw. When McCaffrey finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and took an ancient scroll inscribed with purple-gold divine runes from his bag. The moment he revealed the scroll, the mana density around him rapidly increased. You really want to continue this? Feng's gaze hardened when he saw the magic scroll. He couldn't tell what kind of scroll it was, but his instincts informed him that it was a massive threat. That scroll was even more dangerous than level 100+ mythic monsters. It may have felt dangerous, but of course, he wasn't afraid of it. He had plenty of magic crystals on him right now. If worse came to worst, he could use the hero's tome and summon a Tier 4 hero to protect him. As everyone waited for the battle to break out in the sky, a deep, resonant voice spoke up. Afray, let's forget about this issue. Compensate this traveling expert with 100 pieces of level 100+ fine gold equipment. Suddenly, a teleportation portal opened in the air, and a twin-headed pterosaur emerged. This twin-headed pterosaur was colossal, even larger than the thunder eagle. An old man in clean, white robes stood on the pterosaur's back, and despite his elderly appearance, he felt as formidable as a mountain. The pressure he exuded felt stifling to those in his presence. Late Saint Adolphe. The Great Elder. Both Divine Tribes members and the players from the Azure Chamber of Commerce were stunned when they saw the old man. McCaffrey's group was about to speak up, but the old man silenced them with a glare. His intense pressure shut them up, and they obediently handed over 100 pieces of level 100+ fine gold equipment. The situation utterly stupefied Feng. He had never expected the Divine Tribe to act so decisively. His comment had been in passing. After all, they were talking about 100 pieces of level 100+ fine gold equipment. With so many top-tier items, they could transform a 20-man team. Moreover, purchasing level 100+ fine gold from the market was currently impossible. One could only barter for a trade. Out of blows, friendship grows. May I know if you might be interested in visiting Divine Tribe's Silver Lion City in the Silvermoon Empire? Adolphe politely asked Feng. That won't be a problem. I'd be more than delighted to, Feng said, nodding. He had no qualms with Divine Tribe, and since the guild was willing to go out of its way to show him respect, he wouldn't behave boorishly. Moreover, his primary goal in visiting the Western Continent was to visit the various NPC cities and gain an understanding of the Western Continent situation. If Adolphe were willing to guide him, he wouldn't refuse the wonderful offer. Please, follow me, Adolphe said before leading Feng's group toward the nearest NPC city and leaving McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's other dumbfounded members behind. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Azure's members were just as flabbergasted by the development. What's going on? Who are those people? A moment ago, Feng had annihilated several hundred Tier 2 experts from Divine Tribe, yet not only had Divine Tribe willingly compensated Feng with 100 pieces of level 100+ fine gold equipment, but Adolphe, one of the guild's great elders, had also personally invited Feng to visit Divine Tribe's main headquarters. Not even Superpower's guild leaders received such generous treatment. The situation even confused McCaffrey and his subordinates, let alone Yan Shaoqian and the rest of Azure's members. Even if Feng were a peerless monster, was it necessary to go to such lengths to please him? Chapter 2450, a city. Shortly after Feng's group left, the situation in the demonic silver mine quieted down as everyone wondered about the identity of the group of strangers. He actually got an invite from Divine Tribe's Grand Elder. That guy must be extraordinary. It seems the Long family will rise through the ranks in the next annual competition, the Berserker King Elder from the Azure Chamber of Commerce thought as he gazed in the direction Feng's group had disappeared in. He also felt an urgent need to deepen his relationship with the Long family. If players wanted to grow rapidly in God's domain, resources were an absolute necessity. However, items such as weapons, equipment, skill books, and combat techniques required a lot of time to obtain, especially for players that worked alone. If players wished to keep up with those on the front line while collecting these items, they'd need to accomplish everything, even if it meant working themselves to death. Hence, all expert players that wanted to grow stronger needed the support of a power, which would allow them to focus on leveling and improving their combat standards. Because of this, outcompeting experts with a power support became very difficult for independent players. The Chamber's several main families controlled most of the Azure Chamber of Commerce's resources, and although guild elders, such as himself, controlled a small portion as well, it simply couldn't compare to the stock the main families had access to. These families were responsible for founding Azure, after all, and they held a large portion of the Chamber's shares. It was only natural that most of Azure's resources were allocated for them. In reality, the annual competition between the shareholder family's younger generation was a means to determine how those resources should be allocated. The upcoming annual competition would be particularly fierce since the main families were planning to go all out. God's domain was gaining more influence in the real world with each passing day. The profits Azure could reap from the game would be magnitudes greater than what they had earned from past virtual reality games. Now that he learned that Silent Wonder had the support of a peerless monster like Feng, he could tell that her performance in the next competition would be extraordinary. This meant that the Long family would secure even greater resources from Azure than it received currently. So what if Black Flame came to the Western continent? I will defeat Silent Wonder in the next family competition. Yan Shaoqian glanced at the Berserker King Elder, overcome with disdain. Judging by his expression, he was considering sucking up to the Long family. Although she had neither expected Feng to be able to travel to the Western continent, nor had she expected his impressive display of strength, he couldn't help Silent Wonder defeat her. The next family competition wouldn't be one of alchemy standards or equipment standards. Rather, it would be a competition of individual combat standards. Strength was everything in God's domain, and combat standards would determine whether or not one could acquire better resources. Not only was combat far more intense on the Western continent than in the East, but it also had more effective legacies and resources that improved combat standards. Fighting the invading demonic creature armies was particularly helpful when training one's combat standards. Even if Zero Wing poured everything it had into Silent Wonder's development, she had no hope of matching Yan Shaoqian and the other geniuses from Azure, who fought and trained constantly in the West. This was exactly the reason that Long Xianglong had tried to bring Silent Wonder to the Western continent after the last competition, but Feng had laughably insisted that Zero Wing would be of more help to Silent Wonder than Azure, a power that could travel between the two continents. After Feng's group left, Azure and Divine Tribe ceased their fighting. McCaffrey, who was responsible for commanding the battle on Divine Tribe's behalf, was no longer in the mood for combat, and his troops had relaxed into a mild chaos. He had ordered everyone to retreat while he had returned to Silver Lion City with Crimson Witch and the others. He wanted to speak with the Great Elder and demand an explanation. Feng might be a peerless monster, but Divine Tribe wasn't some ordinary superpower. After offering such a major concession to a stranger, the guild would become a laughingstock among the Western continent's various superpowers. Silvermoon Empire, Silver Lion City. Several bright flashes illuminated the city's teleportation hall as Feng's group entered Silver Lion City, the Silvermoon Empire's second-largest NPC city, alongside Great Elder Adolf. The instant Feng and his entourage emerged from the teleportation hall, they realized that the Western continent's NPC cities were vastly different than those in the East. Even the city's atmosphere was different. So, this is a city on the Western continent? Surprised, Aqua Rose spun in a slow circle as she looked around her. On the Eastern continent, NPC cities generally had a peaceful atmosphere, but the energy in Silver Lion City was extraordinarily tense. It felt as if everyone, including NPCs, were constantly on guard and battle-ready. Moreover, the group was surprised to see that the city streets weren't patrolled by NPC soldiers. Rather, Divine Tribes members and NPCs from the Adventurers Association were maintaining order. Players working for the association were even responsible for collecting the city's entrance fees. It seemed as if the city were managed by players, employed by the Adventurers Association. As Feng and the others followed Adolf through the city, they could sense nearby players' high combat standards. These players even had greater mana control than those on the Eastern continent. That was clear based on the magic scrolls available in the city's shops and street stalls. Although Eastern players sold magic scrolls as well, those were often low-quality items, mostly only Tier 1 magic scrolls. Tier 2 and 3 magic scrolls were still exceedingly rare. In Silver Lion City, however, Tier 2 magic scrolls were common items in shops on stalls. Some shops even sold Tier 3 magic scrolls and intermediate barrier scrolls, which were at least 50% cheaper than in the East. Of course, none of this surprised Feng. The Western continent had been embroiled in an endless battle against tides of demonic creatures since ancient times. Thus, its magic research was far more advanced than in the East, especially when it came to mana utilization. In fact, there were quite a few methods here that could improve a player's mana control and help players learn how to control mana. Mana control was especially important to magicians. The greater a magician's mana control was, the easier creating magic arrays would be. Due to the Western continent's research, there were far more magicians here than on the Eastern continent. Feng even thought that the West's superpowers likely possessed master magicians at this stage of the game. With so many players taking up the magician subclass, there was no lack of manpower to create magic scrolls and magic array scrolls. In addition, slain demonic creatures generally dropped attributed magic cores and other materials necessary for creating these scrolls. It was only natural that magic scrolls and magic array scrolls would cost much less than on the Eastern continent. Taking advantage of this fact, the Eastern continent's powers that were capable of visiting the Western continent always purchased magic scrolls and magic array scrolls in bulk before their return trip, trading a portion of the scrolls, while keeping the rest for themselves. This enabled them to make a profit while increasing their members' development speed. However, after fall of carroting Adolf to Silver Lion City's main street, even Feng was shocked by what he saw. The city was home to a large number of Tier 3 independent experts, and although there weren't as many as in Stone Forest City, there were a frightening number based on the typical players in the Eastern continent's NPC cities. Moreover, many of these Tier 3 independent players' life ratings were just as astoundingly high. Feng had gained the same impression from McCaffrey's forces, although they were Divine Tribes Tier 3 experts. There was nothing unusual about them possessing special bloodlines. However, Feng now realized that the same could be said for the West's independent experts. Guild leader Black Flame, you seem quite curious about our independent players' high life ratings, Adolf said, smiling when he noticed Feng's confusion. Indeed, I am very curious. Logically, tools that can improve a player's life rating should be incredibly rare. Only the various superpowers should have the ability to acquire such items. Even exceptionally powerful independent players should have a hard time acquiring those tools, yet here, so many of these independent players have accomplished the feat. It's truly surprising. Feng nodded. Honestly, this is why I stopped McCaffrey and invited you here, Adolf said, chuckling. Divine Tribe wishes to negotiate a long-term business arrangement with you, Guild Leader Black Flame. One of the aspects we intend to offer is the special bloodline, which can increase a player's life rating. May I know if you are interested? A business arrangement. It seems you have done your research, Great Elder Adolf, Feng said, smiling. I have. Even before McCaffrey reported your appearance to our main headquarters, I had investigated you and your guild thoroughly. There aren't many guilds that can outbid Mythology, after all, Adolf agreed, nodding. I had never thought that you'd be capable of visiting the Western continent, as well. If Mythology learns about this, it'll likely be astonished. So, you stayed McCaffrey's hand to invite me to negotiate a partnership. Adolf's explanation surprised Feng slightly. He hadn't expected news from the Eastern continent to make it to the West so quickly. There shouldn't be much contact between the two main continents at this stage of the game. Neither side had conducted any in-depth research on the other. Everyone was still busy with the goings-on on their own continent. How would anyone have enough time to care about something unrelated? Indeed. Very few powers in God's domain have the ability to travel between the continents. Divine Tribe has constantly been trying to send players to the East to develop, but we've failed to find an appropriate method of travel. Although we've considered working with other superpowers that can do so, their asking prices are too steep, Adolf said. Which leads us to you. Your arrival is wonderful news for Divine Tribe. I also believe that Zero Wing will require a powerful partner in the West. Even if you're capable of supplying a large amount of resources, you don't have the required connections to sell or trade them. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. As Adolf had revealed, he had investigated Zero Wing thoroughly. Although Zero Wing appeared prosperous on the surface, it was plagued by many crises. Right now, the guild urgently needed a large number of peak or Tier 3 experts to protect it. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before the guild crumbled under its own weight. Fortunately, Divine Tribe could offer Zero Wing the solution to this problem. You are correct. Zero Wing does need a powerful partner on the Western continent, and Divine Tribe seems to fit the bill. However, I have one request, Feng said. He very much agreed with Adolf's estimation. Initially, he had considered allying with the Azure Chamber of Commerce, but it already had the ability to travel between the main continents. Even if Silent Wonder negotiated the alliance for him, he'd only obtain limited benefits. Request. Curiously, Adolf continued, please, tell me, Guild Leader Black Flame. It's simple. I need to establish a city on the Western continent. If Divine Tribe is willing to assist in this regard, it will be Zero Wing's sole ally in the West, Feng earnestly promised. Chapter 2451, Western Continent Situation, Establish a City. Feng's request stunned Adolf for a moment. He even wondered if this guild leader was pulling his leg. If Yan Xiaoqian had heard Feng, she would assume the swordsman had either lost his mind, or he was dreaming. As on the Eastern continent, players could establish guild towns and cities in the West, but because of a few differences, there were far fewer guild towns and cities on the Western continent. One difference was the fact that the various NPC kingdoms and empires left the management of almost all of their towns and cities to the Adventurers Association, which, in turn, entrusted matters of security to the various guilds in the form of quests. This forced the various guilds to invest tons of manpower in the NPC towns and cities management, ensuring their authority. Hence, the Western continent's various powers severely lacked manpower, and very few were capable of establishing guild towns or cities of their own. There was another major difference that contributed to the various powers' unwillingness to establish guild towns and cities. The demonic creature armies. The invading demonic creatures' attacks weren't limited to towns and cities within a country's borders. Occasionally, they would also besiege towns and cities deep within kingdoms and empires. Regardless of where the various powers established their guild towns or cities, they'd still have to deal with the demonic creatures' invasion. These demonic creature armies weren't like the monster sieges on the Eastern continent. They operated like kingdoms and empires' well-trained NPC armies. They could even use war weapons against towns and cities. Meanwhile, guild towns and cities didn't have the support of a large number of NPCs like NPC towns and cities. Guilds would have to hire a limited number of NPC soldiers and rely on their own members to stop these demonic creatures. It was easy to imagine how much manpower would be necessary to protect a guild town or city. This was why so few powers had established their own guild town or city on the Western continent, and those that managed the feat were undoubtedly powerful. At the very least, a power would need to be on par with a first-rate guild to maintain a single guild town or city. Only those that ranked among the top of first-rate guild could maintain 2 guild towns or cities. It'd be no exaggeration to call them pseudo-superpowers. And yet, Feng wanted Divine Tribe to help him establish a guild city on the Western continent. If he were asking this of any other superpower's upper echelon, they'd likely throw him out the door. This wasn't a partnership, it was daylight robbery. Guild leader Black Flame, are you aware of the situation on the Western continent? Establishing a guild city here is even more difficult than you imagine. Even now, Divine Tribe only has the power to maintain 5 guild towns and cities, Adolf explained after taking a moment to calm himself. Constructing a guild city on the Western continent wasn't difficult, but protecting it was. No ordinary power could afford the amount of manpower and resources it would require. Zero Wing only had 10 players on the Western continent right now. Even if Feng were heaven-defyingly strong, he couldn't defeat an entire army of demonic creatures by himself. It would be up to Divine Tribe to dispatch a player army to protect Zero Wing City, and in doing so, Divine Tribe would likely have to invest more in the endeavor than it would gain from its alliance with Zero Wing. Zero Wing was only a pseudo-superpower in the East right now, it didn't have much influence, and it could only secure a limited amount of resources. Moreover, the manpower Divine Tribe would have to invest would be manpower the guild couldn't use in the future. It simply wasn't a worthwhile trade. I understand how difficult it is to establish a guild city on the Western continent, which is why I'm asking for Divine Tribe's help. Feng nodded while chuckling. If your guild can agree, I am willing to purchase 3 million magic crystals of rare materials from Divine Tribe at market price. Feng knew a little about the Western continent situation, so he knew that establishing a guild city here would be a major challenge, especially for Zero Wing, a guild that didn't even have a hint of a foundation in the West. However, a guild city was necessary for Zero Wing's future development. Without one, the guild wouldn't have a foothold in the West and would be subjected to the local power suppression. This was why the various powers, who could travel between the continents, always established strongholds in both places. The Azure Chamber of Commerce's Demonstone Town, which stood outside of the Fire Dragon Empire, was one such example. With its own trade hub, Azure didn't have to worry about superpower suppression, even if they grew jealous. He also needed a guild city to deal with an even greater problem. More powers would establish routes between the 2 main continents as time passed, and when they did, Zero Wing would face even more competition. Even Divine Tribe might find a way to the Eastern continent, and when it did, it would sell its resources in the East rather than rely on Zero Wing as a middleman, earning more profits as a result. Thus, it was imperative that Zero Wing have its own guild city on the Western continent. 3 million magic crystals? Adolf's eyes grew wide as he stared at Feng in shock, and his breathing grew labored. He had never dreamed that Zero Wing was so frighteningly wealthy. Are you telling me the truth, Guild Leader Black Flame? Magic crystals were hard currency on the Western continent. Players could easily buy certain rare materials with magic crystals, while they couldn't do the same with coins. Vendors even offered discounts if players were willing to pay with magic crystals. The Western continent wasn't like its Eastern counterpart. Not only were magic crystals scarcer, but demand for them was higher, as well. Take the combat runes the various powers used, for example. Magic crystals were the main material to craft these combat runes. This was precisely why Divine Tribe had sent one of its trump card legions to capture Azure's demonic silver mine, despite it only being a grade 3 vein. The mine dropped magic crystals. 3 million magic crystals. It was an astronomical amount to any of the Western continent's superpowers. Not only would securing 3 million magic crystals allow Divine Tribe to surpass other superpowers when exploring level 100 neutral maps, but it would also resolve the guild's lack of materials for its combat rune research, allowing Divine Tribe to craft Tier 3 combat runes. Divine Tribe would be able to truly stand among the various superpowers. It might even have the potential to grow stronger than the continent's existing super guilds. Of course, but my offer does depend on your sincerity in our negotiations, Great Elder, Feng replied. When he saw the burning passion in Adolf's eyes, he could not help but marvel at the magic crystal's effects. Although Feng had been aware of how valuable magic crystals were on the Western continent, he had never expected the continent's powers to be this desperate for them. Adolf was on the cusp of becoming a peerless monster himself, yet even he seemed intensely excited at the prospect of so many magic crystals. After a moment of hesitation, Adolf gritted his teeth and said, "Deal. I can represent Divine Tribe in agreeing to your demands. However, Divine Tribe can only dispatch 80,000 elites and 20,000 experts to help you defend your city. Whether or not these players will be successful will depend on your arrangements. An army of 100,000 is sufficient, but I will need to borrow one of your trump cards to capture a city," Feng agreed, nodding. An army of 80,000 elites and 20,000 experts was essentially the limit that any first-rate guild in the East could dispatch to a guild town or city. Unfortunately, maintaining the Western continent's NPC towns and cities needed too much manpower. That won't be a problem. I'll send McCaffrey's Legion to assist you. However, I must warn you, if our Legion loses more than 30% of its players, they will retreat. Feng's additional request didn't surprise Adolf. Capturing an existing, hostile NPC city was the fastest way to establish a guild city in the West. Feng and Adolf then signed a contract, solidifying their agreement. The contract stipulated that Divine Tribe would gather the rare materials Feng requested within 7 days and grant Feng access to a 100,000-man army to help him protect Zero Wing City for 3 months. In exchange, Feng would pay Divine Tribe 3 million magic crystals. Divine Tribe would also become Zero Wing's sole ally in the West, and any material Zero Wing required from the Western continent would be purchased from Divine Tribe, unless another party could offer the materials at a lower price. Once the contract was signed, McCaffrey was instructed to return with his Legion to Silver Lion City. Feng was then given full authority over the Legion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Silver Lion City, Divine Tribe's Guild Residence, Guild Leader Black Flame, may I know what your plans are? With our current combat power, there are only a few resource cities in level 90 maps that we can capture. Considering the difficulty of protecting the city, I suggest we capture a resource city in a level 80 map instead, McCaffrey recommended as he pointed to areas on the map he held. Capturing a resource city in a level 90 map would be quite difficult due to the level 100 plus NPCs or monsters that protected the cities. They would also encounter level 100 mythic combatants. Capturing a city in a level 80 map would be far less of a challenge. Although these areas were a lower level, guild cities could be transferred to a different location once they met the requirements. Moreover, Zero Wing was merely trying to secure a foothold on the Western continent, not contest for hegemony. Capturing a resource city in a level 80 map would more than serve its purposes. No, I'm not interested in these cities. I want Star Valley Starlight Fortress. Feng declared, shaking his head as he pointed to a location several kingdoms away from the Silver Moon Empire. To be precise, he indicated a fortress in Star Valley, a forbidden land in the southern region of the Western continent. Securing this fortress was his main goal in visiting the West. Chapter 2452, Steel Giant reappears. As soon as Feng finished his statement, the meeting room full of several dozen players fell deathly silent as Divine Tribe's members turned to give Feng disdainful looks. This guy's really ambitious. Crap. Star Valley. Does he think we're his personal subordinates? He actually wants us to go on a suicide mission. The Western continent's various superpowers were very familiar with Star Valley. They all dreamed of owning a town or city in the map. Not only was Star Valley rich in ores, but it was also home to plenty of ancient ruins. In addition, Star Valley housed one of the only two known God Mod regional dungeons on the western continent. It was everyone's target for exploration and capture. And Feng wanted to capture the Starlight Fortress in Star Valley. Guild leader Black Flame, that area is a level 100 plus forbidden land. I'm afraid you overestimate the Silver Lion Legion. Even if with the Great Elder's 100,000-man army, I doubt we'll even get through the Starlight Fortress's gate, much less capture it, McCaffrey insisted. Rather than get angry at Feng's goal, he offered a bitter smile. If Divine Tribe had the power to capture the Starlight Fortress, it would have done so long ago. There were too many benefits to owning a fortress in Star Valley to ignore. No superpower could ignore the temptation. However, not a single superpower had successfully captured one of Star Valley's fortresses. McCaffrey acknowledged that Feng was incredibly strong, beyond the reach of ordinary Apex experts, but a handful of players wouldn't be enough to capture a fortress, especially one in a forbidden land. One would need an extremely powerful army to succeed. I understand your concerns, Vice Commander Afray. I've done my own research on the Starlight Fortress. I am sure, with the Silver Lion Legion's help, we can capture it, Feng explained. During his previous life, Star Valley had been extremely famous on the western continent due to its abundant resources. The fortresses in the Forbidden Land were goldmines, and the various powers had investigated them thoroughly. Even a second-rate guild like Shadow had learned plenty about these fortresses. After considering the Silver Lion Legion's strength, Feng had decided that the Starlight Fortress was their best option. The Starlight Fortress was also one of the few fortresses that they had any chance of capturing. Star Valley was indeed a level 100+ neutral map, and as such, it was a dangerous location, even to veteran Tier 3 players. However, that was precisely the reason that Feng wanted it. Star Valley's fortresses had survived since ancient times, so they contained legacies that were far stronger than anything from the current era. The human race had had far more Tier 3 individuals than it did now. In fact, completing their promotion to Tier 3 hadn't been nearly as difficult during ancient times, but the human race had eventually lost many of their legacies in the countless wars since, making it far more of a challenge to reach Tier 3. If he could capture the Starlight Fortress, Zero Wings Tier 3 experts would gain a massive boost in strength. Since you've made up your mind, I suppose I have nothing more to say, Guild Leader Black Flame. We can set out once the Silver Lion Legion has rested, McCaffrey conceded. Seeing Feng's confidence, he gave up trying to dissuade the swordsman. Divine Tribe had already forged an agreement with Feng, and it was up to him which town or city they attacked. Whether or not they succeeded was none of his concern. Following which, the Silver Lion Legion's 8,000 members prepared for their expedition to Star Valley. After the meeting, McCaffrey gave his report to Adolf. He wants to capture one of Star Valley's fortresses. Doesn't he realize that Star Valley is a special forbidden land, in which berserk skills are prohibited? Adolf was a little surprised when he heard the news. Players couldn't rely on their berserk skills in the Star Valley, which was why the various superpowers had so little hope of capturing its fortresses. Those fortresses strengthened the mythic monsters in the area, giving them far greater combat power than ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. Without berserk skills, not even Tier 3 players had a chance against those mythic monsters. Furthermore, each of Star Valley's fortresses contained more than one mythic monster. Based on the various superpowers reports, each fortress was guarded by at least 3 mythics, some even had 5. A ton of Great Lords and Grand Lords had also garrisoned these fortresses. Just thinking about fighting all of those powerful monsters made Adolf's skin crawl. Even with Divine Tribe's trump card, the Tier 4 Heroes Summoning Scroll, they couldn't capture a fortress of that caliber. Feng, however, insisted on accepting the challenge. He is adamant that he's done his research, and he's confident that we can capture the Starlight Fortress, Crimson which explained from beside McCaffrey, her tone dripping with contempt. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers had barely scratched Star Valley's surface. They had barely begun to exploit the Forbidden Land's resources. To truly capture one of the Star Valley's fortresses, the various superpowers would have to wait until they had several thousand Tier 3 experts under their command. Without those numbers, killing the fortress's great lords and grand lords would be a problem, not to mention the mythic monsters. I want all of you to be careful. If you lose over 20% of your forces, retreat immediately, Adolf instructed after giving the matter some thought. The various superpowers have already begun to raid level 100 team dungeons, and they will conduct many more large-scale operations in the future. We can't afford to suffer serious losses at this crucial moment. Level 100 team dungeons are our guild's top priority. Understood. McCaffrey replied. He shared a similar opinion with the Great Elder. It was far better to focus their attention on raiding level 100 team dungeons than aim for an unrealistic goal like capturing the Starlight Fortress. Level 100 team dungeons had the weapons and equipment they needed to boost their strength by a large margin. That equipment would also help the guild's Tier 2 experts complete their Tier 3 promotion quests much sooner. Their guild would only grow stronger as a whole if they had more Tier 3 players. Following which, McCaffrey met up with Feng's group at the teleportation hall with the Silver Lion Legion in tow. They teleported to the Golden Sands Kingdom, the closest country to the Star Valley. The Golden Sands Kingdom was also a desolate country, with 80% of its territory comprised of desert. Once they had reached the Golden Sands Desert, the group continued for another 10 hours or so on mounts to reach the Star Valley's outer region. When the group arrived, the mighty Silver Lion Legion stunned the various major powers experts in the area. Although the Legion members had concealed their identities with black cloaks, their intense auras drove off any Tier 3 experts in their way. Finally, after another 3 hours of travel, Feng and his small army reached the top of a forested hill a short distance from the Starlight Fortress. From this vantage point, they could all see the massive tower in the middle of the forest and the sturdy walls that surrounded it. Oh! People have made it here already. Feng was a little taken aback to see a group of players fighting a short distance away from the fortress. Star Valley was a level 100+ forbidden land, and very few players had the strength to grind in its outer region, much less near the Starlight Fortress. The Starlight Fortress was situated on the boundary between the Star Valley's inner and outer regions. Even the weakest monster here was a level 105 lord, and the strongest was a level 110 mythic boss. Not even the various superpowers' main forces dared to approach this area casually. And yet, a group of players fought near the fortress's entrance. It was astounding. There were only 500 members of the team, and every one of them was an independent player. What a powerful adventurer team. They have over 30 Tier 3 players on a 500-man team, and the lowest level among them is level 105. This team can practically rival a top-ranked first-rate guild's main force, Crimson, which commented. Of course, when Feng's group had noticed the adventurer team, the members of that team had noticed Feng and his small army. There's so many of them, boss. What should we do? A level 106, Tier 3 ranger asked the robust man tanking a level 110 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Although this robust man only wore leather armor and wielded a pair of gauntlets as weapons, a layer of strange energy enveloped his form, which drastically reduced the amount of damage he took from the Grand Lord's attacks. Even when the Grand Lord successfully landed a hit, the man only lost around 20,000 HP. To Tier 3 players, this amount of damage was practically negligible. This quest boss is already in the red. Ignore them for now. If they dare try to steal our kill, we'll drag them down with us, the robust man growled. His gaze contained no fear, even after he noticed the Silver Lion Legion's overwhelming numbers. I agree. I have checked their mana signatures. They might have more players, but only 70 of them are Tier 3 players. If it comes down to a fight, we'll make them suffer. A ruthless man, who wore similar leather armor and wielded a great sword, agreed with a sharp nod. Any other adventurer team would have likely fled if they encountered the Silver Lion Legion, but they were different. They'd never back down from a fight, even if they faced an army of 8,000 players with several hundred Tier 3 experts. Guild leader Black Flame, should we make them leave? McCaffrey asked as he turned toward Feng. They were here to capture a fortress. Even if they were merely a slightly powerful adventurer team, outsiders could affect the outcome of their operation. However, as Feng was their commander this time, and McCaffrey decided to seek his guidance, rather than take action immediately. That won't be necessary. We'll just do our own thing, Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intention of clearing out the area. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if we don't force them to leave, Guild leader Black Flame, we won't be able to besiege the front gate, McCaffrey insisted, exasperated. The Starlight Fortress only had one entrance, and it was the least protected area. Thick walls that were 12 meters high surrounded the fortress on every other side, and they were treated with special magic that prevented players from vaulting over them. In addition, many level 110 Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked elemental guards paced atop the walls. Not only could these elemental guards launch long-range attacks, but they also had AoE spells. Those monsters would likely bombard them to smithereens before they could destroy the fortress's walls. Before McCaffrey could continue, however, Feng retrieved a steel giant that blotted out the sky. The Crimson Dragon Flying Ship. Chapter 2453, Crimson Dragon Flying Ship's Mighty Flying Ship. When Divine Tribe's members saw the gigantic Crimson Dragon Flying Ship, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets, including McCaffrey and Divine Tribe's other upper echelons. The Crimson Dragon Flying Ship was massive. They had previously thought that flying mounts dwarfed land mounts, but compared to this, flying mounts were little more than children standing before an adult. So, this is the rumored flying ship. McCaffrey could not help but marvel at the Crimson Giant and its glowing runes and magic arrays engraved on the hull. Even the ship's mana mesmerized him. As one of Divine Tribe's upper echelons himself, he had heard about Zero Wing's flying war weapon, but seeing the real thing in person still shocked him. Before a steel giant like this, monsters and player armies were meaningless. When the adventure team fighting in the distance saw the Crimson Dragon flying ship, some even forgot about the monsters they fought for a moment. Only after the monsters' attacks threw them did they recover their senses. What is that? Crap! Is it really necessary to go that far? The members of the adventure team felt stifled and afraid as they gazed at the flying ship. The confidence they had held on to began to wane. Boss, what should we do? Look at those bastards. We are only a team of 500, yet they've revealed that thing to intimidate us, the ruthless, greatsword-wielding man cursed as he stared at the distant flying ship. With the weapons they had on hand, the idea of fighting the steel giant was a joke. It would be akin to fighting a tank or fighter jet with sticks. The two sides' combat power was on entirely different levels. Meanwhile, the robust man, this adventurer team's commander, watched the ship with a grim expression. Even if he had to face several dozen Tier 3 experts all by himself, he would still have the courage to put up a fight. He was even confident he could escape with his life even if he couldn't win. However, faced against the Crimson Dragon flying ship, he wasn't even confident in being able to escape. At this stage of the game, any player that spent considerable time in a major NPC city knew what a flying ship was, and although most didn't know exactly how powerful they were, it was easy to guess. Flying ships could fire magic cannons from the air, and even the weakest magic cannon had peak Tier 3 power. Moreover, magic cannons' attacks were AoEs. Players who couldn't fly would be nothing more than moving targets for such a vessel. Right now, their team was at the Crimson Dragon flying ship's complete mercy. If the players piloting the ship wanted them dead, they wouldn't even get a chance to flee. While the adventurer team panicked, Aqua rose and her comrades boarded the ship while Divine Tribes members watched. Vice Commander Afray, I'll try to open a break in the wall as quickly as possible. I'd like you to form a defensive line below the ship to clear out the monsters that will flood out of the fortress and help protect the Crimson Dragon flying ship from the fortress's flying monsters, Feng addressed McCaffrey, who was still in a daze. Any other power would have to enter the fortress through the front gate, but with the Crimson Dragon flying ship, it didn't matter where Feng's army attacked from. Hearing Feng's instructions snapped McCaffrey out of his daze, and pulling his gaze away from the flying ship, he turned to Feng, advising, "Do you really want to go in through the wall, Guild Leader Black Flame? That fortress has survived since ancient times, and its walls are much stronger than those of a modern fortress. Even with a flying ship, I'm afraid it'll be a challenge to break down the wall." He had still dismissed Feng's intentions of capturing the Starlight Fortress, but now, he began to believe that this swordsman had the means to pull it off. Opening a hole in the fortress's defenses was the most difficult aspect of trying to capture one. All fortresses had an auto-repair feature. If players couldn't exploit that weakness before the wall began to repair itself, there would be no hope of success. Naturally, the weakest point in the fortress's outer defense was its front gate. The walls were far sturdier and had much higher durability in comparison. Relax. We should have enough time. As long as the Silver Lion Legion can keep the flying monsters off the ship, we'll be fine, Feng said, chuckling at McCaffrey's concern. Can your legion accomplish that? Destroying the front gate was the simplest method of creating a weakness in the fortress's defense, but if players opened a path by destroying a section of the wall, the monsters within would be far easier to deal with. The fortress's walls were reinforced by magic arrays, which were linked to form a complete array that enveloped the entire fortress and strengthened its allied forces. This was why the monsters within were so much more challenging to defeat than monsters in the fields. If players could destroy a section of the walls, however, they could damage the magic array engraved onto it. This, in turn, would weaken the strengthening effect the array had on the monsters within. Unfortunately, destroying the walls was normally incredibly difficult for players, many times more difficult than destroying the gate. Teams that struggled to capture a fortress wouldn't resort to attacking the more fortified walls. This was precisely the reason that Feng dared to challenge the Starlight Fortress. Without current players' strength, capturing it would have been impossible. Even the weakest fortress in Star Valley was garrisoned by hundreds of thousands of monsters, of which several thousand were Great Lords, and several hundred were Grand Lords. Moreover, these monsters would respawn after a certain amount of time. If players didn't have the DPS to slay them all quickly, these monsters could even outlast a superpower's army. Of course, players didn't necessarily have to clear out the monsters to capture a fortress. They only needed to defeat the fortress's guardian boss, but until they cleared out a certain fraction of the monsters, those monsters would become a problem during the guardian boss fight. Fortunately, only low-grade elemental creatures occupied the Starlight Fortress, and they weren't very intelligent, not even the mythic-ranked elemental creatures. They operated almost purely on instinct. If the fortress were occupied by creatures like magic elves, no one would have a hope of capturing it before players reached Tier 5. That won't be a problem. As long as we don't have to deal with the mythic monsters, there's no way the monsters without the fortress's buff will break through the Silver Lion Legion's line, McCaffrey confidently declared. However, he still preferred that they attack the front gate instead. If they could actually capture the Starlight Fortress, they would have performed a miracle on the Western continent. Their names would go down in history. Wonderful. Then, I'll leave the Legion's commands to you, Vice Commander Afray, Feng said, nodding in satisfaction. He then boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship and left the rest to McCaffrey, who was more familiar with the Silver Lion Legion. Crimson Witch and McCaffrey's close companions were speechless as they watched Feng board the Crimson Dragon flying ship. It was clear now that they had a high chance of capturing the Starlight Fortress, yet Feng chose the most difficult method of doing so. However, they had no say in the matter. The Crimson Dragon flying ship belonged to Zero Wing, and Feng had absolute authority over this operation. Let's see if he can continue his willful act once his plan fails, Crimson Witch said, clicking her tongue. Even as she said that, she couldn't help but gaze at the ship in envy. If she had such a flying ship, she could even trample on Peerless monsters. While the distant adventurer team hesitated on what they should do, and the Silver Lion Legion gradually moved into formation, one of the Crimson Dragon flying ship's mana pulse cannons began to gather energy. The ship's bronze engine powered the mana pulse cannons, and the instant the cannon began to absorb the ambient mana, even players within 1,000 yards sensed the mana around them go berserk. Before the Legion had even finished forming its defensive line around the flying ship, a black-white beam of light shot from the cannon, slamming into the Starlight Fortress's west wall. Boom! The wall exploded, and the intense shockwave rocked every player within several hundred yards of the fortress. The mana pulse cannon's might was utterly incomprehensible. Once the dust settled, it revealed a massive crack in the west wall, and the Great Lord-ranked elemental guards on the wall had lost more than one-third of their HPs from the attack. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, how is that mana pulse cannon so powerful? Crimson Witch gaped in shock. She had seen mana pulse cannons before, but they had never been powerful enough to devour one-third of a level 100+ Great Lord's HP. Before anyone could recover from the shock, the Crimson Dragon flying ship's 11 other mana pulse cannons began to charge. After a moment, 11 black-white beams bombarded the Starlight Fortress's west wall. Chapter 2454, Domain Class. When the 11 mana pulse cannons bombarded the Starlight Fortress's west wall, everyone in the vicinity felt as if Armageddon had begun as the world around them trembled. Destruction. Shock. Helplessness. Everyone gaped as they watched the beam attacks destroy the west wall, tearing space as they passed. Isn't this flying ship a little too strong? Crimson Witch wondered. Not only was the Crimson Dragon flying ship's mana pulse cannon extraordinarily powerful, but the ship also had 12 of them in total. It was practically a flying fortress. Inwardly, she was relieved that she hadn't started an all-out battle against Feng's group by the demonic silver mine. If a battle had truly started, none of her legion would have left the mine alive, even if they had used their Tier 4 hero summoning scroll. Crimson Witch and the other Silver Lion Legion members weren't the only ones shocked. The adventurer team fighting not far from the Starlight Fortress's front gate was also stunned. A single shot from those mana pulse cannons had dealt a devastating blow across a 50-yard radius area. If all 12 mana pulse cannons fired together, one round would be enough to annihilate a 5,000-man team, much less their 500 team members. Who are those people? Aside from shock and fear, the adventurer team's members were overcome with curiosity about the identity of Feng's group. They were members of the Stormheart Adventurer Team, a top adventurer team that had survived multiple large-scale battles with demonic creatures. Stormheart was quite famous in the Golden Sands Kingdom and its several neighboring kingdoms. Once, a superpower had even approached them for help to capture a demonic creature town. Of all of the opponents Stormheart had faced before, however, none could hold a candle to the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Not even the various superpowers had such a powerful weapon. Could those players be trying to capture the Starlight Fortress? The ruthless man muttered incredulously as he watched the flying ship hover in the sky. Star Valley was a forbidden land, and its fortresses were considered forbidden lands within a forbidden land. Current players simply didn't have the strength to venture to such places. On average, the monsters within these fortresses were level 110+, and there were usually easily more than 200,000 of them. The fortresses were even home to level 110+ mythic monsters. For these mythic monsters, killing current Tier 3 experts would be child's play. Even now, the various superpowers were only capable of exploring the areas around Star Valley's fortresses. They'd have to wait until they had several thousand Tier 3 players to have even a chance of capturing a fortress. The monsters weren't even the most difficult part about capturing Star Valley's fortresses. Opening a hole in the fortress's defenses was the true challenge. If a team failed to do so, they'd never be able to send players into the fortress, making it impossible to kill the Guardian boss and secure the fortress token. That seems to be the case. Why else would they attack the Starlight fortress directly? Stormheart's commander replied, similarly watching the flying ship with fear and awe. He had assumed that Feng's group had simply come to grind in the area and had only revealed the Crimson Dragon flying ship to scare away their adventurer team. He had never thought that those players actually intended to capture the fortress, which not even the various superpowers dared to try. Before everyone could overcome their shock over watching the Mana Pulse Cannon's bombardment, the brilliant light enveloping the Starlight fortress began to fade, revealing massive cracks in the wall. The Great Lord-ranked elemental guard stationed on the wall had also been obliterated. What power! One round of attacks was enough to cause so much damage. McCaffrey couldn't help his growing excitement when he saw the cracks. He had assumed that the power of one flying ship wouldn't be enough to destroy the Starlight fortress's wall quickly, and if he had been right, their chances of capturing the fortress would have been dismal. They wouldn't have had enough time to clear out the fortress's monsters and find the Guardian boss before the wall repaired itself. However, it seemed that he had been wrong, and they actually had a high chance of success. Although he didn't know how much durability the West Wall had lost, he had enough experience in sieging demonic creatures' cities and fortresses to know what kind of power it took to crack one of those walls. Based on his experiences, he calculated that the Starlight Fortress's wall had lost at least 2% of its durability, which meant the wall would fall after 50 rounds of attacks. A fortress normally needed around 2 days to repair a destroyed wall. If they could destroy the wall with 50 rounds of attacks, not only would they have enough time to clear out the fortress's monsters, but they'd also have enough time to kill the Guardian boss multiple times over. Zero Wings members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship, however, had a different opinion. Guild leader, this fortress's wall is formidable. One round of our attacks was only enough to crack it. It's practically as solid as the walls around major NPC cities, Aqua Rose said, astonished when she saw how little damage the West Wall had taken. She was very familiar with the power of the Crimson Dragon flying ship's Mana Pulse cannons. Every one of their attacks was at the Tier 4 standard, even stronger than ordinary mythic monsters' attacks. One blast was enough to deal significant damage to a guild city's walls. And yet, the wall around the Starlight Fortress had barely taken any damage after 12 Mana Pulse cannons had fired. The wall was almost as tough as the wall around White River City. White River City had already been promoted multiple times. Even if mythic monsters attacked, the city wouldn't take any damage. They'd likely have to attack for a long time to open a hole in the Starlight Fortress's wall. Every time they fired the Mana Pulse cannons, it cost them money. Although the cannons weren't as expensive as the Mana Pulse cannons in guild towns and cities, each shot still cost 100 magic crystals. I'm satisfied with this outcome. If the fortress activates its defensive magic array and reinforces the wall, we won't break through even after 2 solid days of attacking, Feng said, chuckling and shaking his head. The Starlight Fortress had survived since ancient times, standing even after numerous battles. How could an advanced flying ship possibly destroy it that easily? If the Starlight Fortress were so fragile, it wouldn't have lasted this long. He didn't particularly mind the magic crystals they spent. He had plenty to spare. If he had needed magic crystals so badly, he wouldn't have tried to capture a fortress in the first place. While Feng and his party waited for the Mana Pulse cannon's cooldowns to end, they heard a deafening roar from within the Starlight Fortress. Even from several thousand yards away, they could hear it clearly. The Starlight Fortress's gate then opened, and swarms of elemental creatures flooded out. Flying elemental creatures launched themselves from the fortress. At a glance, there were easily over 50,000 monsters, and every one of them charged at the Silver Lion Legion and the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Why are there so many? McCaffrey felt his scalp tingle as he watched the incoming swarm. Even in the worst-case scenario, there should have only been 10,000 or so monsters spilling out of the fortress, according to his initial estimates. But more than 50,000 charged toward them, including more than 100 Grand Lords. The Grand Lords alone outnumbered the Silver Lion Legion's Tier 3 experts. Before McCaffrey could issue a command, however, a 30-meter-tall Starlight Behemoth flew from the fortress. The instant the Starlight Behemoth emerged, the ambient mana seemed to submit to its control. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU what? A domain class mythic. Crimson Witch exclaimed, paling when she saw the flying monster. Expert players like her were no longer strangers to the concept of domains. Almost all Tier 4 NPCs had one, and while within their domains, NPCs could move and fight in a world that was tailored to them. This was why Tier 4 NPCs were so powerful. Tier 3 NPCs couldn't defeat such a being, even with a numerical advantage. Fortunately, monsters were dumb, unlike NPCs. They relied on their physical prowess in battle, but even so, they could contend with NPCs of the same tier. Monsters that had reached the Tier 4 mythic standard were particularly hardy, powerful enough that even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level would struggle to defeat them. Domain-class mythic monsters had their own domain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would have to flee from a group of domain-class mythics. She had never dreamed that such a powerful monster would dwell within the Starlight Fortress, and it had just flown out of the fortress to greet them. Chapter 2455, World Descends. I thought only mobs were supposed to come out. Why is the fortress's guardian boss out here, too? Why is this guardian boss so powerful? Shouldn't domain-class mythics be world bosses? The Starlight Behemoth's appearance shocked the Silver Lion Legion. The joy they had felt after seeing the Crimson Dragon flying ships might vanish when they saw the Starlight Behemoth's gigantic, translucent body. Now, only fear swam within them. Thus far, the various superpowers had only discovered a handful of domain-class mythic monsters, and every one of them was on par with a natural disaster. Those monsters could even guard an entire map. In fact, some level 90+ world bosses were merely domain-class mythics, and the various superpowers forces had proven ineffective against them. Even after relying on special items, they had been annihilated. A domain was simply unstoppable. This was why Tier 3 NPCs were no match for their Tier 4 counterparts, even when they outnumbered the stronger NPCs. Within another's domain, one's overall performance would suffer significantly. Just casting spells and activating skills became excruciatingly difficult within a hostile domain. One would be fortunate to exhibit 50% of their normal combat power in such a fight. To make matters worse, the domain would strengthen its users' overall performance, as well. Even in a fight between a Tier 3 NPC and a Tier 4 NPC of equal strength, the difference would be qualitative with a domain active. Needless to say, the difference would be even greater between Tier 3 players and a domain-class mythic. Commander, we need to retreat. Nobody can stop that domain-class mythic boss. If we don't run now, it'll slaughter us, the ruthless man from Stormheart shouted at his commander, Crow, when he saw the Starlight Behemoth. Not only was the Starlight Behemoth individually powerful, but its domain would also strengthen the army of 50,000 monsters. Such a force would have no issues taking down a guild city, much less the Silver Lion Legion's 8,000 members. With the fortress's elemental creatures focused on the Crimson Dragon flying ship, they had a chance to escape. If they waited until these monsters destroyed the ship and massacred the Legion, they'd be next. It seems our raid is impossible. Inform everyone to retreat. Crow commanded as he gazed at the Starlight Behemoth. He had wanted to linger to witness the historical moment the Starlight Fortress was captured, but that no longer seemed like a wise idea. Of the various superpowers he knew of, none could even defeat a level 90+ domain class, mythic-ranked world boss, not even the 5 great super guilds. Meanwhile, the Starlight Behemoth was a level 113 domain class mythic boss. Starlight Behemoth, Torient, Realm Lord, L, Starlight Creature, Mythic, Level 113 HP 4,000,000/4,000,000,000,000. Aside from the Starlight Behemoth's basic attributes, its 4 billion HP alone would be enough to inspire despair. With 4 billion HP, the Starlight Behemoth would regain 40 million HP every 5 seconds with its battle recovery. If players couldn't deal 8 million damage each second, their attacks would be utterly worthless against the monster. Tier 2 experts had a hard time dealing more than -10,000 damage to a level 100+ mythic monster, and their attacks would be even less effective against a domain class mythic. Only Tier 3 players could deal more than -10,000 damage to such a monster. Assuming that a Tier 3 player could deal -20,000 DPS to the Starlight Behemoth, a team would need over 400 Tier 3 players to overcome the Guardian boss's battle recovery. Where was a power supposed to find 400 Tier 3 players at this stage of the game? Not even the Crimson Dragon flying ship would make much of a difference. Flying ships were war weapons. They might be useful against dumb mobs, but against a mythic monster that could fly, the ship would even struggle to land a hit. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon flying ship's mana pulse cannons had very long cooldowns. To put it simply, it would only be limitedly effective against a domain-class mythic boss. While the Stormheart adventurer team fled, panic overwhelmed the Silver Lion Legion as they watched the Starlight Behemoth fly toward them. The Starlight Behemoth is too fast, Vice Commander. We won't have enough time to get everyone out of here safely. We'll have to leave some players behind to slow it down. Please, issue the command, Crimson Witch begged McCaffrey as she watched the Guardian boss approach. None of them had expected the Starlight Fortress to house a domain-class mythic. Feng had doomed them all. Since the situation had already become desperate, the only thing they could do now was figure out a way to reduce the Legion's losses as much as possible. The Silver Lion Legion was Divine Tribe's strongest force. If it were annihilated, the guild would suffer. It seems we have no choice. Hearing Crimson Witch's pleas, McCaffrey reluctantly pulled the Tier 4 hero summoning scroll from his bag. Current Tier 3 players had no hope of stopping a level 113 domain class mythic. If none of them could stop the Starlight Behemoth, the Silver Lion Legion would be slaughtered. He had no choice but to rely on the Tier 4 hero to pin the Guardian boss down, buying enough time for everyone to escape. It might be possible to rely on the Tier 4 hero to raid the Starlight Behemoth if it were alone, but it wasn't. Not only did the Guardian boss have the support of 50,000 monsters, but its domain even strengthened the monsters around it. Not even 4 Tier 4 heroes could defeat this horde. While McCaffrey prepared to use the Tier 4 hero's summoning scroll, Feng walked onto the flying ship's deck and quietly watched the Starlight Behemoth's army. Crap! He's not even going to run. Does he assume he can use his flying ship to get away? Maybe he's in denial. He was clearly hoping to capture the Starlight Fortress, but now that there's a domain-class mythic, his hopes have been dashed. The Silver Lion Legion's Tier 3 experts, who were panicking on the ground, were confused when they saw Feng on the Crimson Dragon flying ship's deck, appearing relaxed. The ship could fly in quickly, but its speed was nothing compared to the domain-class mythics. Once the flying ship, which relied on mana to remain in the air, was within the Starlight Behemoth's domain, its movement speed would plummet. If Feng turned the flying ship around and fled now, he'd have a chance of getting out of there alive, but if he waited until the ship got caught in the Guardian boss's domain, neither he nor his ship would escape. However, while the Silver Lion Legion's members wondered if the sudden development had dealt too much of a mental blow for Feng to handle, the swordsman pulled a golden ring from his bag. He raised the golden ring and began to chant an incantation. When Feng finished the chant, He revealed a faint smile as he glanced at the Starlight Behemoth's approaching mana field. He then sacrificed 5,000 magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel and activated Miniature World. The sky began to tremble as the phantom of a new world appeared above them all, separating the sky from the land. Everyone immediately sensed that their connection to the outside world had been severed, and a frightening pressure overwhelmed them. This pressure didn't originate from a single point, but assaulted them from all directions. They all felt as if they had just been plunged into a hostile plane of existence. As Miniature World activated, the Starlight Behemoth's mana field began to visibly recede. The mana that had previously submitted to the Guardian Boss began to rebel. Rather than strengthen the Starlight Behemoth, it began to suppress the Realm Lord. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The Starlight Behemoth's basic attributes decreased rapidly. 5%. 7%. 10%. In just 3 short seconds, the Guardian Boss's basic attributes had been reduced by 20%. As for the elemental creatures following it, not only had they lost 30% of their attributes, but their movement speeds and reaction speeds had also significantly decreased. Impossible. He shattered a mythic-ranked Realm Lord's domain. Crimson Witch exclaimed, her jaw hanging open as she watched the Starlight Behemoth's mana field vanish completely. Chapter 2456, Flying Ship vs. Starlight Behemoth. He destroyed the boss's domain and suppressed it. What did he do? Crimson Witch wasn't the only player shocked to watch the Starlight Behemoth's domain shatter. No one could believe their eyes. They had never thought that Feng had such an ability. Current players were no match for a Tier 4 being's domain. Some superpowers had tried to use Tier 4 domain scrolls against true Tier 4 domains, but they had barely been a match for the beings they had fought. Some Tier 4 domain scrolls were even weaker, and the superpowers that had relied on them had been suppressed by their enemy's domain. In contrast, not only had Feng shattered the Starlight Behemoth's domain, but he had also suppressed the Guardian Boss. It was unbelievable. When Miniature World activated, the Starlight Behemoth paused for a moment mid-flight. However, it then bellowed angrily, and its entire body began to radiate dazzling starlight. It was trying to expand its domain again and break free from Miniature World. Unfortunately, no matter how much the Starlight Behemoth struggled, it couldn't escape the skill's effect. Mana control even has such a huge effect on magical items. Miniature World's results even stunned Feng. He hadn't actually expected the Ring of Gospel's skill to suppress a Realm Lord to such an extent. All tools were ineffective against world bosses, players had to rely on their own power. However, the Starlight Behemoth was not a world boss, and thus, tools could be used against it. This was certainly a benefit since players couldn't use Berserk skills in Star Valley. He had used Miniature World to suppress other mythic monsters, but until he had gained his mana body, he hadn't been able to use the mana concentrated within the Ring of Gospel. Now that he was a master magician as well, he, more or less, understood how the Ring of Gospel's magic arrays operated. He could now guide some of the concentrated mana into those arrays. Even so, he had never thought that the results would be this powerful. His only aim had been to destroy the Starlight Behemoth's domain. He hadn't dared to hope that Miniature World would suppress the Guardian Boss, as well. The Ring of Gospel proved far more effective than when he had used it blindly before. Of course, after giving the matter some thought, Feng found it reasonable. He had already upgraded the Ring of Gospel to the fragmented legendary rank, and world power was already stronger than domains. Now that he could use some of Miniature World's true power, even if it were only a fraction, a Tier 4 domain was no match for him. Not even the Starlight Behemoth could resist this power, and could only watch as the ability suppressed its basic attributes. After this discovery, Feng snapped back to the battle and glanced down at McCaffrey below the flying ship. Vice Commander Affrey, prepare to greet the enemy. Try to slow those mobs down as much as possible, especially the monsters that can fly. I'll deal with the boss, Feng shouted. This, McCaffrey could not help but hesitate as he turned back to the elemental creature's army. Disregarding the horde of Lord-ranked monsters, the army had over 100 level 110+ Grand Lords. Even without the Starlight Behemoth's domain strengthening these elemental creatures, stopping so many high-level Grand Lords would be very difficult for the Silver Lion Legion's 8,000 members. Only Tier 3 players could tank those monsters, and the Legion only had 60 Tier 3 players. Before McCaffrey could say more, however, Feng sacrificed more magic crystals to the Ring of Gospel and activated Ring of Brilliance. Suddenly, everyone within a 2,000-yard radius felt a pleasant, empowering sensation spread through them. Their basic attributes and physiques improved by 20%, increasing their overall strength by a large margin. He has a strengthening domain tool, too. Crimson Witch was flabbergasted when she noticed the buffs the Silver Lion Legion had received. She found it simply unbelievable that Feng had both a suppressing domain tool and a strengthening domain tool. Normally, superpowers would be fortunate to have just one of these tools, yet Feng had both. Will that help? Feng asked. Not even Feng had a good solution for facing the 50,000-strong army of elemental creatures, and he still had an agreement with Divine Tribe that the Silver Lion Legion could retreat if they lost more than 30% of their manpower. However, if McCaffrey realized that they had no hope of winning this battle, he would give up before that, which wasn't the outcome Feng wished to see. I can't make any guarantees, but we'll try our best to stop those mobs, McCaffrey agreed. Feeling the Ring of Brilliance's effects, he decided to grit his teeth and fight. If the Silver Lion Legion retreated without putting up a fight after Feng had gone to such lengths to help them succeed, both the Legion and Divine Tribe would be humiliated. Even if he had to risk severe losses, he would try his best to stop the approaching elemental creature army. Good. I'll leave the rest to you. Just leave that guardian boss to us. Feng was satisfied once he saw that McCaffrey was committed to this battle. He was already fortunate that the Silver Lion Legion, one of Divine Tribe's trump card legions, was willing to help. Feng then piloted his Crimson Dragon flying ship straight toward the Starlight Behemoth. What? Do they really intend to challenge the Starlight Behemoth? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the ship approach the Realm Lord. In the air, a flying ship had superb combat power, but that was only true against immobile objects and players. Flying ships weren't built to fight monsters. And yet, Feng's group was going to use the flying ship against the domain-class mythic. They had gone insane. Even stripped of its domain and with 20% less basic attributes, the Starlight Behemoth was far stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. Its 2 billion HP was more than enough to cause despair. While the Silver Lion Legion members considered the ship's odds of surviving, Aqua Rose raised her staff from the Crimson Dragon flying ship's deck and began to chant an incantation. Dark blue, twofold magic arrays began to appear around the Starlight Behemoth, one after another. Tier 3 Super Spell, Sea God's Grasp. Under her command, shackles of water closed around the Realm Lord, binding the Starlight Behemoth and holding it in place. Good. Fire the main cannon. Feng commanded. As soon as he did, the Crimson Dragon flying ship's magic elven cannon began to gather an astonishing amount of ambient mana. It then fired a searing hot, white beam, with a 200-yard radius, at the Guardian boss's head. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Boom. As the shot collided with the Starlight Behemoth's face, the forest below shook violently. The Silver Lion Legion's members almost lost their footing due to the shockwaves, even from several hundred yards away. As the white beam's light faded, it revealed a colossal crater in the previously dense forest. Flowers, grass, trees, even the elemental creatures that had been in that area left no trace of their presence, utterly obliterated. After a short moment, a gigantic figure fell from the sky and crashed into the crater's center, causing such an impact that it sent dirt and debris into the air. That gigantic figure was none other than the immobilized Starlight Behemoth.